Nice to see you, Omar. Thanks very much.
Good to see you guys.
Appreciate
How
it.
are you? Good to see you.
I feel like it should be a two-part question. Like, hey, nice to see you. How you doing? And who's going to be the quarterback? Right? Is that pretty much what you're getting right now?
I've had that question asked a few times.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you guys, we're working through it right now, but like where we're at.
Yeah. The first question, really, for me, is, you've got a new coach, right?
Yeah.
And how is that process working to get ready for not only the combine and getting him on board with the guys you're scouting, but also his own self-scouting of the team and how that all, maybe tweaks or changes the roster a little bit one way or the other.
Yeah, you know what? This morning I'm sitting there thinking it's only been a month. It feels like it's been so much longer with Mike McCarthy because we've been grinding. I mean, it's been nonstop since he came on board. Obviously, getting ready for the combine, free agency, getting a staff together. So him getting to know us getting to know him. It's been nonstop.
So is his priority just in terms of, getting acclimated? Was it get to know the team that he's inheriting, or start to look at free agents to be, or I wonder. It's so new around here to have a new coaching staff. How do they jump into the what's the order of operations in terms of roster building from them?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Part of the interview process, is you talk about the roster, and he was well prepared. He knows the roster really well, so that part of it was pretty much done. And obviously, we had insight that he didn't. And when he got this job, we just kind of compared notes. We've had some really great, solid conversations. We share the same vision, and we're trying to win a Super Bowl, and how do we get there? That's what we're working through, and then. Getting ready for the draft, and as I mentioned, the staff. There's just been nonstop.
I would think that it's really helpful to have a carryover assistant on each side of the ball, because they could say, if they're watching tape of the Ravens game, well, this is what our thoughts were with how we utilized our personnel in that game. Bringing back McCurley and Arth, I would think is a nice bridge from last year's tape to this year's stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have those guys back around. Hopefully those guys can ask us some questions too. And we can give them some insight when they're ready for it. This is it's been good.
When you look at a new coaching staff, and it's been a while, obviously, since we've seen one. Sometimes a guy will come in and say, "Well, I don't want to run a 3-4. I want to run a 4-3." And now all of a sudden you've got a bunch of round pegs, and you're trying to jam into a square hole. Mike talked about at his press conference, one of the things that really caught my attention, and then Patrick Graham since then as well, adapting to the players you have on hand. With that being said, does this whole evaluation of getting ready for the draft and what you've scouted leading up to Mike McCarthy being hired change at all, because maybe he wants a little bit different personnel, or is it pretty much the same?
There's obviously going to be a little discrepancy to what it was in the past. There's some changes. We've been getting to know him, like I mentioned, and trying to understand maybe positionally certain players that he views differently than we do, and characteristics and traits that he wants. And we're learning his scheme. But for the most part, we're built for a 3-4. We're going to stay at 3-4. Offensively, there's some things he's going to do differently. He's an offensive coach, and we're going to adjust to some of that. But we have 12 picks. We're in good cap shape, so we're in a position where if there's opportunities, we'll be able to take advantage of them.
Is it safe to say we'll probably see more wide receivers on the field and fewer tight ends, though? I mean, that seems like one scheme change. It seems pretty clear.
It's early in that process. Yeah. Ask me that question once we get into training.
One of the things that I think that you and your staff have talked about is that offensive line and defensive line play travels, right? It plays in any conditions. It plays in Miami in September. It plays in Pittsburgh in January. So that having been said, is that something that's going to continue to be an emphasis for you guys, is making sure those trenches, which you've already done a phenomenal job of improving, continues to be that, and is that in lockstep with Mike's vision for the team as well?
Absolutely. I mean, that's not going to end, and it's always going to be a priority. And the reality is, we play in the AFC North, and it's a different type of football, and you got to be big in the trenches, and you got to be good. You got to be good in the trenches, and that we're never going to stop. We're never going to stop trying to improve those areas.
So our audience knows that there were big changes with the coaching staff, but from what I understand, there's very little changes with the scouting department or the grading system or any of those things. That's all going to stay pretty much intact.
That's going to stay. We like the system that we have. I have some awesome people that I work with in that area. Obviously Andy Weidel. We had Dan Colbert, Mark Sadowski, added Tim Gribble this year, Sheldon White. Like we got a good nucleus of people. We like the system that we run, and frankly, it's worked. And I know Coach T liked it, and Mike's really liked it so far. So I don't foresee many changes there.
When I look at your roster, I see fewer and fewer holes every year, which is a testament to you and your staff and the team you've put together. What you do as far as re-signing some of your own players or how you evaluate free agency, is that affect at all about the draft? Because the draft comes last, right? Even though this is the first thing that's got everybody's attention, it's the last thing as far as the roster building. Will you maybe shy away from a player thinking, well, we might be able to get a guy like this is a deep draft in at such and such a position, so maybe we don't need to pursue that in free agency? Or is that just a really small part of what you're doing as you evaluate?
Yeah, certainly we all say that, and it all sounds good, but the reality is we're all just trying to make educated guesses of what's still going to be there whenever we pick. But the thing is the spring is so important in this process because right now I'm sitting here and I'm like, man, there's some good receivers, some good quarterbacks, some good running backs, some good linebackers. Like, we feel good, and then as you get through the spring, things kind of shake loose. You might have some medical stuff come up. You might have some off the field stuff. Just things sort of sort itself out. But it's at the end, so you have to approach it. And if there's opportunities in free agency or in the trade market to fill a position of need, it's something we have to do.
So speaking of medical, I mean, really the reason this combine was created was for medical reasons way back when, first and foremost. Does it break your heart every year that 2 or 3 times you get a medical red flag that you didn't expect on a I bet.
Absolutely. This goes way back. Yeah, it's just
it's bound to happen, right?
It happens, and sometimes you find yourself trying to talk yourself into it, and getting mad at your own doctors for not agreeing with you. But
they went to med school and you didn't. Yeah,
exactly. Right. That's just part of the process. But yeah, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that a lot of work is done. It's not like you just show up at the combine and you're like, okay, let's who do we got here this year in the draft, right? Yeah. Obviously, so much work has been done leading up to this. Do you have a sense yet, and will that sense in your history of doing this, will that sense change throughout this evaluation process this week in particular, but moving forward as well? Do you have a sense of the strengths and weaknesses of this year's draft? Are there certain areas you're like, okay, we're good here, and maybe we're weaker in this draft pool in general?
Yeah, so I got to ask that question a couple times today in different settings, and I feel like I'm giving you guys the same answer every year, and I sort of am. It's good at really everywhere. There's players that can help us everywhere, and I go back to the answer I gave about the spring. That's so important. I wish, you should ask me that question in March when I see it at the league meetings. I'm sure it'll be different. I'll feel a lot differently than I do now. But, as we sit here today, it's a good draft. I mean, there's some good players. And, I hope everybody makes it through the medical. It gives us more options. But, yeah.
I mean, without revealing too much, I'm sure like every team, you guys have free agents to be, that are set to hit the open market. Do you generally have conversations with some of their agents at this point, or do most of them want to test the market and see what the offers come in?
We've already been in contact with some of our free agents and players that we want to retain. I'd like to tell you that it gets done sooner than later, but history has told me that those things usually happen close to the free agent
That's
date.
What I figured,
right before, right after, and I go into it like everybody else, saying, why is this so hard? We want you back, and why can't we just get it done? And
you like us and we like you. And
let's get it done. And these things don't usually go that way.
When you look at this roster, we've talked about this. I was mystified, but I don't know how much attention you pay to prognosticators and what the Steelers are going to be able to do. And I was mystified that people didn't think the Steelers were going to be that good this year. And obviously you won the AFC North. You look at this team, you've positioned it so you've got a lot of cap space. You've positioned it so that you have 12 draft picks coming up. You've got a lot of your own players that you can re-sign. Do you feel good about the positioning of where this team is right now?
You know, I like the nucleus of some of the young talent that we have. We have guys getting ready to go into the second contracts, guys that are going to be Steelers for a long time. But, you know, Rob, the reality is we didn't win a playoff game last year. We got to be better. So, you know, like we do every year, we're evaluating everything in the organization and doing whatever we have to do to get better, because ultimately our goal is to win a Super Bowl, and we're not there yet.
So we hear this a lot, but it looks like the 2027 quarterback group could be really, really deep. Is that something you have to keep aware of in your thoughts even this year?
Yeah, we're always forecasting it at every position. But there's some good players. There's some good quarterbacks in this draft, you know, and there's going to be some good it looks like there's going to be some good quarterbacks in next year's draft. But, yeah, I mean, we're always forecasting and trying to get an idea, but you never know.
Omar, I know your schedule is unbelievably packed, so we thank you for taking
so
some time with us.
Love hanging out with you guys.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Steelers Nation. It's The Drive, live on Radio Row at the 2026 NFL Scouting Combine. Wes Euler, Matt Williamson, and we are leading off today with
Power hitter.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah, right.
Wayne Gretzky. The great one, Dane Brugler, joins us. If you've listened to our show for more than 5 seconds, you've heard us reference Dane plenty throughout this draft process. Of course, draft analyst for The Athletic, author of The Beast, one of our favorite people to talk to here every single year. Dane, what's up, man? Have you slept at all yet this week?
I see you got my PR hit points to introduce me. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Check out the Building of the Beast podcast as well.
Thank
How
you.
about that?
Yeah,
That's a new development.
It's been a lot of fun. Kind of take people through the process of, you know, the scouting process of this during the season and into the draft process, All-Star season, now the Combine. It's crazy how it's flying. I mean, we're on our way. So yeah, it's good to see you guys.
So we look at the quarterback aside. I mean, it's almost a whole different conversation for this team, and it has been for 5 years. Wide receivers got to be a big thing to address here, especially going to a McCarthy offense with 3 receivers on the field, not so tight end centric. But it looks like a really strong receiver draft through the first 2 days.
Yeah.
Do you think there'll be good options at 21 without having to move? And if you happen to go a different direction, do you think you'd be happy with the day 2 stuff as well? Steelers have 3 third-round picks.
Well, and I had 17 receivers in my top 100.
Yeah.
And that's that reflects the depth, I think. Even though I don't think this draft has a Malik Neighbors or, you know, like that clear guy at the top that it's like, all right, this is a – you know, you draft them top 5.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. I don't think this draft necessarily has that, but the depth, yeah. And it depends on what type of receiver you want. You know, you want the X, okay, well, Denzel Boston, you know, you like the way you play. You want more of that slot player, want more of the Z. You know,
you wouldn't hesitate with Boston at 21, assuming he runs decent this week?
No, if I was looking for a big physical X, a guy that would give me some inside versatility as a big slot, yeah, I would be perfectly fine with that. I tell you, the player I'm interested in with Pittsburgh, Jordan Tyson.
Okay.
I reported last night he's not going to work out here at the Combine. You cross your fingers, you're able to see him work out before the draft, but no guarantees.
There are some medicals, right?
It's a hamstring that's bothered him during the season, and you know, still. Like, I think if there was a game tomorrow, he could probably gut it out. But it's like, okay, do I really want to strain and hurt it more when, you know, just to run a 40-yard dash, that kind of thing.
But you don't think he'll be a medical reject for other reasons?
So that's the big question mark is the durability with him. He had the knee as a freshman at Colorado. As long as the knee's – I'm more worried about the knee, I guess, just making sure there's no long-term worries with the knee. He had a collarbone last year, and I think that'll be fine. The hamstring is more of a rest issue. You know, I think he'll be fine long term. Hopefully, the medical staff, that this will be a big week for him, and as he goes through the gauntlet, every team looks at him physically. But now that he's not going to be able to work out here at the Combine, maybe before the draft, I don't know, who knows? There's a little bit of a discount sticker on him now, where before, because I think on the tape he's a top 12 player in this draft.
Okay.
Now it's like, okay, if I'm the Browns at 24, Steelers at 21.
Yeah.
So that all of a sudden it's a lot more realistic that hey, this could be an option for us when we didn't think so. Maybe just looking at the tape.
And Hines Ward's his position coach too.
Exactly. Exactly. And so that's something where it's a fun story, but you also you know the way he was coached, you know the way he was pushed. You're not going to get any better intel from a coaching staff because sometimes coaches can tell you what you want to hear, but you feel like Hines Ward's going to give it to you straight.
Yeah, I bet.
How do you feel about those big three names at receiver, Tate, Lemon, and of course, what's your pecking order for those guys, and who do you think is Tate the one who's wide receiver 1 at this point, or is that still up in the air?
Are they in their own tier as well?
Yeah, I think so. And for me, he is. I love him as a Z where I'm eager to see what he runs because you don't watch him and say, oh, he's a burner. But he's got those long strides where he eats up grass so fast. And so he gets on top of the defense, and he's a big-time player down the field, tracks the ball well, really good in contested situations. I think it was like 12 of 14 this year, which is bananas. He's one of the better sideline receivers that I've evaluated, not just this year but ever, which I think is a very underrated trait, his ability to tiptoe along the sideline, that balance, and then also he's so long that he pulls throws back into play when they're out of bounds. So the catch radius, the toughness at the catch point, the ability to get vertical, and the steps he took this year as just to become a more proficient route runner, really impressed with. And so he was really productive for a team that he was never needed to be the number one, with Emeka Egbuka there last year and Jeremiah Smith, and then Jeremiah Smith this past year. So
those Ohio State guys have been pretty productive in the pros.
Not
too.
bad.
Yeah.
You can name a few, right? And at this time next year, we'll be gushing about Jeremiah Smith and how different he is. But, yeah, I think Carnell Tate, coming into this year, I liked him. I saw him more as a borderline first, second-round guy. The way he performed this year, he put himself in that top 15 mix for sure.
So Lemon, watching him, I think, boy, there's no way he gets to 21. I mean, just a really good football player.
Right.
But we know how this process works. I mean, we could leave this week and say he's small and slow.
Yeah, not for everybody, that kind of thing. And I think you just said something that I think is the theme of this draft, at least the top half of the draft, is just draft good football players.
Yeah.
I think we can get so caught up. I mean, you have a scouting background, it's so easy to chase the high-end traits and chase the upside, and I get that. But this draft,
and the premium positions aren't as strong as they usually are. Yeah.
Safety, running back, you're talking about two of the best players in this draft with Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Love. Sonny Styles is a top 5 player in this draft, in my opinion. He's an off-ball linebacker. So, yeah, I think it's less about hitting those premium positions, chasing the traits, and more about just draft good football players. And Mekhi Lemon kind of falls in that territory where, and I joke that his rookie contract, 1% of that should go to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah. Because I think that really gives you a path of, hey, this is how he's going to play. This is how to win with a player like this. And maybe we're not talking about him as a top 15 pick if Amon-Ra St. Brown just never existed. But he's not a slot-only player, but I think he's best in the slot. It's where you want him to use the middle of the field. So strong through contact. His ability to manipulate the coverage. And then after as well, he's so efficient going from catcher to runner so he can make something happen with the rack. So
you don't think that's an exaggeration to compare him to St. Brown, at least stylistically?
Stylistically, I think it's spot on.
Yeah.
That's if you want that type of player, you're gonna love Mekhi Lemon, and it's always it's a fine needle to thread, right? Because there's one of those guys, and so you're really gonna put all your chips in on a guy that's gonna turn out to be just like this one player. So there is risk involved for sure, especially when we get his verified numbers in terms of the size. And I don't know if he's going to run here. I know he's going to do position drills. I don't know if he's going to run. But you're not drafting him because he's faster than everybody else. He is just tougher and better than everybody else. And so, yeah, I don't think he's going to get to where the Steelers are drafting. Somewhere top 16, somewhere the top half of round 1, I think he's going to go.
So the Steelers have, 5 picks in the top 100. They have 4 picks on day 2.
Yeah.
So if it's not wide receiver at 21, is there anybody in kind of that second wave, that second crop that stands out to you at this point?
At receiver?
Yeah.
I mean, I like Casey Concepcion as kind of that next guy. You have to live with some of the drops, but he's explosive. He gets open, and he's another guy that you give him a little bit of space, he can go the distance. Punt returner as well. So Concepcion, another guy I'm eager to see if he runs here because he's fast on film. We'll see how that translates to the 40. Boston, like we said, he's more of that prototypical X, big player, can use his frame. Just not many 6'3.5" receivers that size that can go make a play, and it doesn't matter if he's covered. He can still go make a play. I think Omar Cooper Jr.'s in that mix as well.
Yeah. Fields?
Yeah, Fields, he's another good football player. I don't know. I can't get quite there in the first round with him.
Yeah,
but
I was thinking second round. Maybe.
Yeah, I think if you wait till the second round, I think him. It's unfortunate. Chris Bell had the ACL because he was, just 6'3", 225. Have his explosiveness, his power. He's a guy that's easy to get excited about. He's just the ACL really clouds his future, but good football player. So
Omar Khan spoke today, and that's been what we've talked about most over the course of the day. And just reading between the tea leaves, I kind of get the feeling that Jalen Ramsey will probably go back to slot corner and not safety, thus creating a pretty big need at a safety/free safety spot. Downs is going to be gone, but Toledo or Oregon, would you consider one of those guys at 21? Do you think they're worthy?
Yeah,
I'm kind of leaning that direction lately.
Well, it's funny because McNeil Warren from Toledo, one of my favorite players since I watched him in the summer, and did a good story on him during the year. And Jason Candle, the head coach at Toledo, found him. He was just shooting baskets in the gym, and said, "Hey, do you play football?" And it's like, yeah. And next thing you know, he's got an offer, and so and he had offers to go transfer and go up to FBS, or he was already at FBS, but go up to Big Ten or bigger program, and he stayed put. He was loyal to Candle and that coaching staff, and I think it worked out for him because he has a good chance to be somewhere in the top 35 picks, but he is a really long player. He can tackle. He can go find the ball. Thieneman, he has a chance to really help himself this week.
That's what I thought.
He's a big-time athlete. Back to his Purdue days, playing single high and covering both sidelines. But I think what you like about him is how versatile he is as a safety. If you want him to cover space, he can do that. You want him to be a nickel, he can do that too. You want him to disguise coverages. I think you can be really creative with him because he's a good athlete, he's a smart player, and he's tough. And his give a crap factor is high. He really cares. And so those are the type of guys that I think you want to bet on. And so especially after what he does this week, Thieneman and McNeil Warren, I think both have a shot to go top 25.
The other position I would ask you about in a similar light is just a pure defensive tackle. Could the dude from Florida,
Caleb Banks,
or one of these guys,
Lee Hunter, Peter Woods,
could they? I could see Woods having a big week. I mean, could one of those guys get in that mix of surefire first round, mid first round?
Caleb Banks, I'm very excited to see this week. I talked to him last week just about kind of making up for lost time because he coming into the year, he had first and second round grades from scouts over the summer, and then had the foot injury, tried to come back and came back for the third game of the year, got hurt again, had to have a surgery. Most guys are shutting it down at that point. Not him. He came back for like the last two games of the year, even though Florida was a bad team, which I think really says something about him as a person and a competitor. But you just don't find 6'6", 335, 35-inch arms, 11-inch hands. You don't find that. Guys that are disruptive, move well, good athletes. Still,
he plays a little high at times, right?
That's it. And at that size, you're going to be able to – that leverage is going to be an issue for you. He's still learning how to work around that. But I think it was a 2024 LSU tape I just keep going back to and how dominant he was at many points during that year. It's just the injuries. You have to be comfortable with where he is durability-wise. But the traits, no doubt about it, top 10 traits. It's just how much can you stomach him, being comfortable with where he is with the durability.
Okay.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about these quarterbacks. Obviously, Mendoza, number one.
Yep.
We know he's going to be
done deal.
He's done deal, signed, sealed, delivered at this point. But if someone like Ty Simpson's there at 21 for the Steelers, is that a real option? Do you like him in that range? Or you think there's someone else who could maybe usurp him and become that QB2 in this class?
I'd be surprised just because there's not a lot of competitors for that. I like Garrett Nussmeier, but I think it'll be tough for him to get up that high. Cole Payton's a fun player from North Dakota State.
I was going to ask you about him. I wouldn't mind a third-round flyer on Cole Payton.
He's in this tough spot because he It's funny, coming out of Nebraska in high school, he went to North Dakota State thinking, I'm going to play, because they were losing Trey Lance. So he goes to North Dakota State thinking he's going to get on the field, but Cam Miller's there, who starts for 4 years, and then the Raiders drafted him last year. So finally gets on the field as a starter, and talking to scouts over the summer about him, they were thinking about him as a tight end convert because he's a big-sized
really
kid
athlete,
and
yeah.
a good athlete. Toughness is off the charts. And so, but the tape he produced this year shows, okay, he's a quarterback, big lefty, but he needs more reps. But he's not ready for NFL competition. So he's kind of in that middle ground where you wish he had one more year of eligibility, or you wish NFL had some kind of a G League where he could go get those valuable reps without, having to make him your starter. So he's kind of in that middle ground, which is tough. But, yeah, he's really super intriguing. Ty, both these guys, Cole Payton, 13 starts, Ty Simpson, 15 starts. And just going back the last 15 years, the quarterbacks that had 15 or fewer starts in college,
It's brutal.
Trubisky,
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson, Dwayne Haskins.
Haskins was one.
It's
Trey Lance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he had like 17. Like, it just
Well,
a few more. But to your
still
point,
applies, yeah.
Yeah, anything I think under 20, the best quarterback is Kyler Murray, maybe, and I mean he's had mediocre success at best.
Mm-hmm.
So there's just no substitute for experience. But Ty's a little different because his dad is a 20-year head coach at the FCS level. He got that quarterback education since he was 5, growing up on a college campus. And there's a lot of things on tape to like. His processing and the way he can navigate the pocket. It's a lot of quarterback things. It's not just he's a big athlete who can throw the ball far. He does a lot of quarterback-specific things that will translate to the NFL. There's just a lot he hasn't seen, in terms of coverages, in terms of situational things, where you're going to take your lumps. And it's just a matter of, do you believe he has the mental toughness to take those mental lumps and come back and be better because of it? And if you think he has that in him, not the intangible factor where the competitive toughness is ingrained in him, then yeah, I'd be fine rolling the dice at that point. It's just there is
Maybe
definitely
a year
risk
behind
involved.
Aaron Rodgers.
And
like
that's
that,
not the
yeah.
worst spot to be in
Mentor,
for him.
yeah.
Yeah.
Last thing I got for you, Dane, thanks so much. I mean, I don't think the Steelers will go corner in round 1, but one of those 4 day 2 picks, I could definitely see a corner.
Yeah.
Is that a pretty rich area to go shopping?
I think so.
Yeah.
I do think there's a drop-off after the 3rd round. Like, once you get to day 3, I think it drops off pretty hard at
So
corner.
you would do it day 2 or –
If I wanted to come away from this draft with a corner, I'm doing it somewhere in the first 3 rounds.
Okay.
And Chris Johnson from San Diego State is one of my favorite corners in this draft. He's a young player, but really instinctive. The coverage ability is outstanding. He's tough first to run. I think D'Angelo Pons, he's another one.
He's an interesting.
He's gonna have the discount sticker because of the size.
Because of the size, yep.
Some teams immediately gonna write him off. Under 30-inch arms, under 5'9". But man,
Sissy could really blow up this week, right?
There's a good chance he will. 4 threes, 40-inch in a vert. He's probably in the conversation at 21 if you want him.
Wow. Okay.
Just because
The traits.
And it's corner's a stopwatch position. So if you show you have that athleticism, yeah, there's a good chance you're going to go. But corner is definitely a pretty decent group when you're talking about those top 100 picks.
Before we let you go, weird year for offensive tackles because you've got the 2 big names, but then a lot of the Proctors and the Freelings and the Lomus. Is there anyone of that kind of second wave, those mid to back first-round guys that you like, that you think is worth? Because we rarely see tackles drafted in that range,
right?
And it feels like there could be 3 or 4 this year.
It seems like Freeling and the Arizona State dude whose name I destroyed
Ian Achor,
have a
yeah.
chance to really step up athletically.
There's no question about it. And Freeling's a guy, it's fine. My first mock I did this year was at Thanksgiving, and I put Freeling in there because I really like the traits. And the pushback I got, like, oh, wait, what are you talking about? We haven't seen this name before. Just wait, because teams are buzzing about him. And
The last month of the season was a lot different than the first 2 months of the season.
Well, and he's a young player. He's getting better and better, stacking those good games. If he went back to Georgia, we're probably talking about him as a top 10 pick next year in the 2027 draft. So if that's the case, could he go top 10 this year? I wouldn't rule it out. He's has a true left tackle skill set where Maui Noah, Fano, they're right tackles. Even Maui Noah for some teams is a guard. So if you're really looking for that left tackle skill set, then that's what he gives you. I think like a Colton Miller when he's coming out of UCLA, like he was like 15 overall. Like there's some questions about him, but good player, and so
he's not Joe Alt as a prospect.
Exactly.
But,
right. But there's still a lot to like, and a path where you can see him becoming an NFL starter. And so I see it similar with Freeling, and Proctor's a little more complicated, but man, the traits and tools are outstanding. It's
weigh-in's going to be huge.
Yeah, literally. I mean, it's
no matter what.
Listed at 360. We'll see what he comes in at. Just a huge human, but he's not overweight. Like he
doesn't look sloppy though.
No, not at all. And so he's fascinating. It'll be interesting. But I think your overall point is right that there's a lot of tackles in that first round who could go at any point, and
it seems like playoff teams might actually get tackles this year, which is rare.
Well, and all 32 teams need them, right?
Yeah.
Depth or starters, and so we're going to see those guys go pretty quickly. I'm talking to the Browns guys, 6 or 24, they need a tackle. You're going to be sitting on the edge of your seat hoping he falls to 24. A tackle is going to fall to 24 if you don't take one at 6. So
they may need 5 offensive.
Well, yeah. How many draft picks do they have? Because they need a lot of help.
The great Dane Brugler, the Athletic. Thank you so much for taking the time in the middle of a big, busy week here, and we'll be looking forward to the Beast here before too much longer.
Can't wait. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Make sure you're checking out all his work. Back on Radio Row here, it's The Drive inside the Indiana Convention Center, all part of our ongoing Combine coverage. And our A-list of guests continues here. Kyle Crabbs, Locked On NFL Scouting, joining us. Kyle, thanks for taking the time. How's it going so far this week?
It's good. Getting the feet wet.
Yeah.
I flew out early with the winter storm that came through, so I was getting cabin fever, just like ready for something to happen. And here we are, so we're good.
Where's home?
Philadelphia.
Oh,
nice.
Wrong side of the state, but we'll let it slide.
I'm Berks County originally, Penn State grad. So
okay. As long as you're not a Flyers fan, we'll be all right.
No, sir.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
We're cool.
I actually did one semester at IUP. So,
oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, so Western PA education is where I'm
fine institution.
Yeah. Love it.
We had Dane on before. I'm probably going to ask you a lot of the same questions. A lot of it's going to center around wide receivers.
Sure.
Steelers are very needy. Quarterback aside, I want to get to that. Are you comfortable with 21 with these receiver situation? But it seems like day 2 is really flush with them as well.
Yeah, it's kind of the 7-on-7 culture of like young kids coming up through the game now, right? Is they get all this time on task, and if you're below North Carolina, you're outside year-round doing 7-on-7 stuff. So I think the byproduct of that is you see these draft classes of wide receivers on an annual basis where it's just deep. And I think this year is another year that's like that. I think the nice thing with Pittsburgh for where they're picking in the first round is I'd be comfortable with any of the wide receivers in this class. I don't know which ones will make it down to 21.
Yeah.
But, if you told me any of the perceived top 3 guys with Jordan Tyson and Mekhi Lemon and Carnell Tate, you told me any one of those guys was there, I think
that's
great,
an easy
it's
one,
a great value with 21, right? I think you get past that point.
I say, what about like Boston at 21?
Maybe a little early.
Okay.
But I like Denzel Boston. I think he can be like a nice X receiver for somebody, and I love the physicality and the way he attacks the ball in the air. So, do you want to play with 21? Can you get a trade partner if you want to pick for need? And that's always kind of slippery slope. So if you get a no-brainer in another spot, I think you can come back in the second round. And Pittsburgh obviously has a bunch of top 100 picks this year.
Yeah, they have 3/3.
5 in the top 100.
Yeah,
so they do have some.
They've got that
stuff to play
compensatory
with,
3 coming for Dan Moore.
And the
right?
Pickens trade, too.
Yeah, so they're well suited to find value in one of those spots.
Do you have any day 2 favorite wide receivers?
Man, I don't know if he's going to stay on day 2, but Omar Cooper from Indiana
seems to have a lot of steam right now.
Yes, he does. And, it was who was it? It was Todd McShay made a little bit of a faster Jarvis Landry comparison.
Oh, I like that.
I see the way that he runs. I see Jarvis Landry there. So
you talk about the blocker and the dirty work.
Yeah,
okay.
and just like his the way that he moves, he's fluid like Jarvis, and he's got good contact balance, and he's a tough player. I think he's somebody that could really get a lot of gas because a lot of the passing game at Indiana, Surratt was the contested catch and back shoulder guy, and they had great chemistry there, and they spread the ball around pretty well. I think Cooper has a chance to be, with how NFL offenses move their receivers around now, it's a little bit less tight for a slot guy and outside guy. There's a little bit more interchangeability there. I think he could be a volume receiver at the NFL level.
Yeah, he seems like I hate the term safe pick, but it just seems like he translates quickly to the league.
Yeah, and you think about Pittsburgh and kind of the demeanor and the division and AFC North football, and he kind of embodies some of that. So I think that would be a really good fit if the stars align from a pick perspective. And I don't think that's at 21, but I don't know that he makes it to the second round pick. So it's you might need the stars to align for you in that regard.
So I don't think this applies to the Steelers, but I'm kind of on the edge of my seat this week to see who running back 2 and tight end 2 might be. Do you think that's still to be determined around the league, and this week could go a long way?
I think so. I think the testing can really help. Where at running back, it's obviously Jeremiah Love, and his teammate Price has a lot of fans, and I like the way that he runs. I don't think he's super dynamic as a player, but I think he's got good vision. I think he runs hard. He's quick to get downhill. I like Jonah Coleman from Washington as well. So I think those are a couple of guys for me that are in that conversation. And if
Is Johnson from Nebraska sort of that mix too? He's a good receiver, right?
Yeah, he's a good receiver. He's a good athlete. You see him in the open field when he opens up his strides, how he can really go. I think for me, he's probably in that third-round mix. The question for running back, too, it almost reminds me of, was it 14 or 15, the Bishop Sankey year, where it's like, when's anybody going to get drafted at running back? And, like, beyond Jeremiah Love, who may go as early as top 10, it kind of feels like that kind of class for me where
it could be a wait.
There's not a lot of separation for those guys, and that might hurt them at that position. I think at tight end, it's a really intriguing class. Obviously, Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon is the marquee name there, and I think there's a lot of different skill sets. So that might just come down to, do you want a Y? Do you want a flex guy? Do you want a guy like a Michael Trigg out of Baylor?
He's so intriguing to me.
Can play in the backfield or in the slot. And
he's got a lot of ability,
He's got a ton, and he's long, right? Like the catch radius is really big there too, and he's got these big, strong hands, a couple of these outside of the body catches that he's had. If you're just going off traits, I think that might be my second favorite tight end in the class for the receiving profile that he has.
Interesting.
I'm a big fan. I know he's got some off-the-field stuff, but just an absolutely dynamic athlete. Let's talk some cornerbacks with you here as well, too. Some, again, interesting profiles and types. You've got someone like McCoy, who was so good 2 years ago, but then didn't see the field last year with injuries. Maybe not the nailed-on top 6 or 7 pick in this group, but what feels like in that middle of the first round, some really strong candidates, and we could see at some point maybe around pick 10-ish a real run at that position.
Yeah, I think you think about Cincinnati and Miami at 10 and 11 as two teams that corner makes a ton of sense for both teams.
Yeah.
And, it's a question of does positional value drive any, or does positional scarcity, I should say, drive any other. Is a team not confident that an offensive tackle is going to get back to him in the top 10 if they pick in the top 10 the next time they come around? Does that create a domino effect where those guys might trickle down into the teens a little bit? But McCoy's super physically talented. I think he's the most physically talented corner in the class. I think I like Mansour Delane a little more as far as the football intelligence in which he plays the game with and how fast he sees things, and I think he's a really clean player for run support and tackling. He's not an electric athlete the way that I think Jeremiah McCoy has that like raw physical ability, but I think Delane is the one that I would feel most comfortable with being a quality starter quickly in the NFL. Because, I mean, with McCoy and the missed time that he had this past year, it is an extra kind of gap in the resume that's what this whole process is about, right, is identifying risks and why you might have more of a concern for a guy and what breaks those ties if guys are in the same bucket.
Okay. So we just had Dane Brugler on, too, and we were asking him about corners, and he kind of said, I like the day 2 guys a lot, but after that it looks like a big drop-off. If you're going to get one, probably need to use one of the top three round picks. Do you agree with that, too? Yeah,
I think there's probably close to a dozen in the top 100. That, if you told me it was Chris Johnson from San Diego State's a big physical guy, I really thought Davison Igbinosun from Ohio State had a much better year this year than what he did the previous year.
Okay.
Cleaned up the penalties.
You think he's a day 2 guy?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, he runs well. He was awesome at the Senior Bowl as far as being it kind of reminded me of Tyreek Stevenson out of University of Miami when he came in and was super physical at the Senior Bowl that year. And he got himself drafted in the second round. Like, I don't know that Igbinosun will go in the second round, but I think he's helped himself that plus the tape being cleaner and a little bit more disciplined with his hands.
Okay.
That I would expect his physical profile, his combativeness, the way that he disrupts routes, could very easily see him going in like late round 2, early round 3.
Interesting.
A couple more minutes here with Kyle Krabs, Locked On NFL Scouting. Defensive tackle position that we're kind of keeping an eye on. The Steelers did go there with their first-round pick last year, Derek Harmon, but we saw them not too long ago go back-to-back offensive tackles. I think it's certainly a possibility this year, particularly with this group, because there's not the it doesn't feel there's certainly not the Mason Graham or someone who's going to go in the top 10 and around that range. Harmon was the 4th defensive tackle off the board last year. Could the Steelers have their choice of DT1 at pick 21? Woods, Lee Hunter, Caleb Banks. Do you think we could really see the first 20 picks go by without one of those true interior guys coming off the board?
I think I'd be surprised if any of them did go in the top 20.
Really?
Like
Okay.
and I know Peter Woods has such a nice foundation of skills to work with, and I know
He should shine here, right?
I would imagine
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
And I know he looked like he trimmed down a little bit this year versus the previous year, and they put him in some different alignments, and that whole Clemson defense was kind of just a hot mess this past year. So I get it.
It's hard to judge that Clemson defense.
Yeah, it's a really weird. It's like that in Penn State. Those are
Okay.
two programs that you see the individual talents, but the sum of the product was not
Didn't live up to it.
where it needed to be. But for Woods, I could see him going in the top 20, but I didn't think he had as strong of a season this year as I was hoping to see the leap. Like, he reminds me of another Clemson defensive tackle and some of what he's physically capable of doing in Christian Wilkins, who was a top 15 draft choice for Miami in 2019. But Christian was really good with the block deconstruction stuff, and then he would just kind of get caught with his pads high, and it took him a couple years in the NFL to keep the pad level down to really make the leap, in which he got like a $27 million a year contract in free agency. And Peter, I thought, got stuck on blocks a little bit more often this season, and I was surprised to not see the leap there. So this event should be a great opportunity for him to maybe show some clarity as far as why that was when he sits down and has the meetings with the teams and talks about that. Because you talked about, Matt, that whole unit, it just didn't pass the sniff
Something
test
was
of
wrong,
what the chemistry was versus the talent. And, teams are, I'm sure, looking to compartmentalize that disassociation here in Indy.
Okay. Last thing I got for you is kind of off-draft topic, but you're also dialed in with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
What would it take the Steelers to bring Minka back? Or could Waddle be on the move?
I would be surprised if they move Waddle.
Okay.
From everything that I have heard, both publicly and privately, the Dolphins really feel like he is a foundational building block of the roster. I think it would take a Godfather offer for him to get Pride away. I don't think they have a great appetite to move him. And John Eric Sullivan, the new general manager, his background, he played wide receiver in college. So, that's kind of
He's in
a
value
sweet
the
spot.
position.
Yeah. So I think Waddle is probably in play for Miami, barring some kind of massive offer. And I think for Minka, I thought he was great this year, and I was surprised.
He doesn't seem to be losing a step at all.
No,
Huh? Yeah.
and it's because they were willing to move him down closer to the line of scrimmage, and I know that's always like a fine balance for Minka. When in Miami, he didn't want to live on the second level.
Maybe you can go from Miami to Pittsburgh to Miami to
traded
Pittsburgh.
to Pittsburgh, and they play
A lot of people do that in the wintertime, guys.
Right,
Right,
that's a
the
good point.
Snowbirds.
Right, yeah.
It's just vice versa. He wants to go play up north in the
But he did play
wintertime.
closer to the line. He wasn't just a
Yes.
deep middle guy.
Yeah, so they kind of had this juggling. I think they were on their 6th nickel player by week 8 last year. So, and it became
Kohu's
Minka.
a guy I like, too. It's hitting the free agent market.
Yeah.
No one knows who he is around here, but he's a good player,
Cater
too.
Kohu's a very good player,
Yeah.
an inside-outside corner. Now, what's the recovery like from the ACL that he had the first
Mm-hmm.
weekend in training camp? That will probably dictate whether or not he has a market at all. But if you want somebody who can
He's
tackle,
nasty.
can play
Yeah.
man coverage, can disrupt route timing, he's going to be 28, so he doesn't have like a long shelf life because that age 30 for corners is such an unforgiving, age for a lot of guys. But he's a really good player when he's healthy.
There's a couple Dolphins I have my eye on for the Steelers.
Yeah.
He's one of them, yeah.
Last one for you. John Eric Sullivan at the podium earlier said, I believe it was, everything's on the table regarding Tua. What do you think his future looks like here in the next few months?
Yeah, so I don't think he's back in Miami. I think the Dolphins have kind of accepted the fact that there's going to be sunk cost with this situation. They're either going to designate him as a post-June 1st cut when the league year starts on March 11th, or I could see them potentially holding him on the roster through the draft and into the summertime to see if a team strikes out on a quarterback in the draft and
maybe
in free
there's
agency,
an injury or something.
or maybe there's an injury, and maybe then you can get somebody to pay $8 to $10 million of the contract in the trade, and you eat the other $44 million of it.
You don't think it could be like an Osweiler deal where it's like 2 1/3 for a 7th?
I'd be
just
surprised,
to dump him.
just because John Eric Sullivan's talked about how the draft picks are like the lifeblood of the franchise.
That's
and
more important than the cap space.
He's already talked about they need to get 2 or 3 more draft picks.
So he's not stealing any.
I would be stunned if they sent a premium pick out just to offload the money, because they're not going to be active in free agency because of their cap situation anyway.
What would make it cost?
4.
We could talk about that.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk all day.
How my people call your
Yeah,
people.
that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. I mean, you drop a Godfather reference. That's right in our wheelhouse. We love it. Great stuff. Kyle Krabs, Locked On NFL Scouting. Make sure you're checking out all his work there. Thanks for taking the time in a busy week.
Of course. Great chatting with you guys.
Enjoy the combine. It's a blast.
Oh,
Yes,
it
getting warmed
certainly is. Certainly is. It could be a little warmer outside, but we're just getting warmed up in here. Hour 2 of the drive, hour 7 of day 1 here, Matt.
How about that?
This is always kind of the craziest, beefiest day with all the moving and shaking of the GMs and the head coaches. Our programming was a little thrown for a loop today. You were kind enough to sub in a few spots. I had to do the same.
Yeah.
Because Pursuta was
tied
up all day, and Rob had to bounce out a little bit. But after today, our programming will be a little more static throughout the rest of the week.
You'll know what you're getting tomorrow and the next day in terms of where we'll all be at the right times and all that good stuff.
But you will have Matt and I, bonus edition of the drive here every single day, except for Friday. Friday, I believe we'll do our normal 2 hours, I want to say. But every other day, you get the bonus content here on the drive. Plenty of good guests, plenty of moving and shaking live on Radio Row. We continue kind of pick up where we left off at the end of the first hour, Matt, and that is just discussing the news of the day here, as many GMs across the National Football League spoke. We'll get to Omar Khan specifically as we roll along here. But it sounds like Breece Hall. This is another conversation you and I have had a couple times over the last few weeks. What are the Jets going to do with Breece Hall? Could he become a free agent and then I think would be one of the more valued free agent weapons in this class? Well, Jets GM Darren Mogley made it clear Tuesday that the plan is to retain Breece Hall. He said, ideally, we'll find a way to get a deal done and keep Breece around. I've said that for the past year since I got here. Breece is a good player, and we want to find a way to keep him around. We've been going through the process and are still doing so. We have a week to find out. If we can't get an agreement, we will go with the tag.
Yeah, and this doesn't shock me, but if you told me a couple of weeks ago this is a move they were going to make, it would shock me.
Okay.
In that I think like a lot of our listeners probably are going, the Jets are terrible. They might get first pick in the draft. They need all the youth they can get. Why are they franchising a running back who doesn't have a real long shelf life? And I think there is some logic behind it in that maybe they'll have a young quarterback. And I do think having a versatile, good pass-catching running back is a nice whoopee for a young quarterback.
Sure.
Dump the ball out there, hand it to him. Just take a lot off of your plate as a young quarterback as opposed to not having even an above-average starter in that role. But more interesting to me is, I think we brought this up a couple weeks ago, the Jets have so much cap space that it's almost hard to spend.
You got to hit the floor, too.
You got to hit the floor. And if they franchise him, well, that's a guaranteed chunk for this year. As the GM mentioned, though, they might try to extend him, and let's say it's a 3-year deal. Well, the beauty of that is give him a very, very front-loaded contract, which he'll love. Sign me up. I'll take all this guaranteed money.
He's been on his
right
rookie deal as I think he was a second-round pick, so
yeah.
He's not making pennies, but he's not making –
This would be a huge bump.
It'd be a nice payday, yes.
And especially with the signing bonus and a big chunk up front, it's like, yeah, that's way more than I've probably made to date. I'll sign me up. I could blow up my knee tomorrow like any running back or any player. So that would be appealing to him. And let's say you have a real heavy front-loaded 3-year deal because you have the money. Well, let's say this season goes as terrible as you thought, and at the trade deadline you have 1 win or 2 wins or something like that, and the Chiefs come calling saying, hey, I know you just re-signed Breece Hall, but he's not really doing you guys a lot of good right now.
And you paid him a lot of that guaranteed money up front.
That's the thing is you can maybe I would give up more if I'm Kansas City or the buying team because they did all the financial work for you.
Maybe you give up a second-round pick if the finances fit for you as opposed to a third-round pick if you were going to be on the hook for more money.
Right. You probably get at least a round bump up for the Jets. So, okay. I mean, he's an asset that if you let him walk, maybe you would get a comp pick for him in return. But that means you didn't sign anybody on your own, and they're going to sign people like crazy on their own. Right. So might as well use them to some degree and then maybe trade them for a profit.
Finally, Matt, last piece of kind of news of this afternoon that I wanted to run by you. We heard from Las Vegas Raiders general manager John Spytek, and he said he expects Max Crosby to play for the team in 2026 despite the trade speculation. And I quote, Max is an elite player, and I've been very upfront from the start when I got here that we're in the business of having really good players on the team, and we need a lot more of them. I learned a long time ago, always listen. I learned a long time ago, always listen. I am listening. However, he is a priority for them to keep and play for the team in the 2026 season. Truth to that, trying to control the narrative and keep your leverage, how much stock do you put into that?
First, I've heard of it, but my hunch is, first off, I don't think the GM's going to say, yeah, we're trading.
Right, because then you lose your leverage.
You lose a little bit of leverage. There's no doubt about that. I don't know the timeline like the back of my hand, but I think when Crosby came out and basically said I'd like to get moved, the Super Bowl hadn't happened yet, and they had not hired this coaching staff. So he's mad at the old staff for shutting him down and how it went, and I don't see a future here. But maybe he sat down with Brady and Spytek and the new coaching staff and said, hey, we're going to draft Mendoza first overall. We got a ton of cap space. We plan on rebuilding the offensive line, putting a lot around you. We'd like to bring you back, Max. And even kind of like we talked about with Breece Hall, too, that doesn't mean they don't deal him at the trade deadline. If the season goes terrible, a team in the hunt might give the Lions or the Bills or whoever might give you a bunch for him then. But I also think it's kind of been reported that there has been conversations with the new staff and Max. So maybe they're both in a better place and he's happy to stay there. Because even a year ago he said, I want to retire a Raider. I want to be an all-time great Raider, which I respect. And maybe this got the sour taste out of his mouth. All that being said, I think you could get him for you'd have to give up a lot, a first plus, but I think he could be obtained if you're the Ravens.
Yes, which I would not like. But
no, but I keep thinking if I were them, I might call.
Yeah, because I keep seeing articles linking Trey Hendrickson to Baltimore, but that just – unless he's completely, a free – he's not tagged or anything by Cincinnati. Cincinnati's not going to trade him to Baltimore is where I'm going with that.
But he'll be up.
But yes, absolutely. Matt, you wanted to get into Greg Rosenthal's list of top free agents here.
Yeah, it's a very good one.
In 2026. And a couple notes. League free agency officially opens Wednesday, March 11th. So that's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Okay. Wow, that's faster than I thought.
I know. That's when the new league year.
That week is nuts and fun, too.
It's a lot of fun,
yeah.
And especially because on Monday is when they call it now negotiating window. Remember, it used to be the legal tampering period.
So we'll learn a lot.
Starting that Monday, of when teams are allowed to enter.
So that's 2 weeks from yesterday.
The legal window, the negotiating window now that they're calling it, opens, in 13 days.
Great, okay.
So will have plenty in that department.
I got some more free agent homework to do. I thought I was on top of it, but it's coming quicker than I thought.
And Matt, very interesting because at the top of this list, this is not surprising, but it is Malik Willis as It's
a little surprising.
Is it? Yeah, as Rosenthal's number one rated free agent. A little surprising to you? I mean, I guess when you consider more accomplished Tyler Linderbaums and some of these guys, I guess I get what you're saying.
And I did hear Greg Rose. I actually saw him walk by, and we tried to grab him if we can at some point. But I heard him on a podcast saying, yeah, I did take positional value into it. And basically his thoughts were kind of what I was saying is, well, can Willis be a franchise quarterback? If the answer isn't 100% no, like there's a chance, well, isn't that the most valuable thing out there? And so she should be one. I mean, shouldn't he be ahead of a borderline Pro Bowl center if he maybe can be a franchise quarterback? Okay, that doesn't mean he's going to get paid the most in the league. And I had my Willis stance before this ever came out, But it's the same logic as, if you could get the guy 20 to 28 million, something like that, probably 25-ish, you may have answered your question,
It's funny, too. NFL.com has an article up of free agency fits. And they have Malik.
Oh, it's a different article, right?
A different one has Malik Willis to the Pittsburgh Steelers, which,
yeah.
I mean, hey, when you consider the money, when you consider
it, right.
the timing, I do think it has to be a real option, but obviously how that coincides with the Aaron Rodgers timeline because Malik Willis –
this is going to happen in 2 weeks.
Monday, his agent's phone is going to be ringing.
Yeah,
when that negotiation period starts, he's not going to be one of those guys who's waiting around and you've got some time to spare. You're going to have to strike while the iron's hot with him.
Yeah, we had Kyle on. I don't think Miami would be – they'd have a hard time doing it financially, but they did just hire a bunch of Packers people, including their head coach, who I would imagine is very happy with Willis. I've heard Arizona a lot. But mostly the teams he's been associated with are really the teams picking like in the top 5. It's not going to be the Raiders. I would think if you're the Steelers and you're interested, which I am, I don't know if they are, you should be able to outbid those teams. I mean, it's certainly in terms of attractiveness and destination, right?
It's like, hey, you've been with multiple organizations.
Yeah.
You just came from a stable one in Green Bay and saw what that looks like. Do you really want to go to Arizona or Miami or New York? And
we'll put more around you and use a first-round pick on a receiver and maybe even add another receiver for you.
These young offensive linemen that we have that we're building together. Number 2 on this list is George Pickens. Not a big surprise there.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
I don't think he's going anywhere, whether it's a tag or something long-term. They'll figure it out. Number 3, Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, I think he's going to get paid heavy.
I didn't realize
he's pretty young.
I didn't realize he's only 27.
Yeah.
I mean, he really
he's accomplished pretty much.
He really leveled up this season.
Yes.
And he continued that. I think it says a lot for somebody when you get traded and you kind of continue your form in the sense of new scheme, new surroundings, new teammates, and you didn't miss a beat. I think that says a lot about your talent level. And I didn't realize, but he's just 27 years old. I mean, he could argue his best is still to come.
Yeah, you probably get a nice 3-year contract out of him and maybe get all 3 of those, as a highly productive player. More of a 4-3 type D end. I mean, he's not for the Steelers, of course, but he's going to be sought after in a big way. You probably remember, but he basically retired when he was at UCLA for medical reasons, and then went to Miami, the University of Miami.
Yes.
Also was a Dolphin, and got a clean bill of health, and he's been a phenomenal player since. But he's super talented, and I don't think the medicals are an issue at this point.
Number 4, Tyler Linderbaum. 26 years old, one of the better centers in the NFL. The Ravens brass said today at the podium that they want to keep Linderbaum and they want to extend Lamar Jackson. Those are their off-season priorities. How realistic is it that they can get Linderbaum done?
I think they're going to be fighting with 5 teams, all of whom have more money,
more
than
cap
them.
space.
Including the Harbaugh brothers. I think both make a ton of sense. There's a lot of Ravens connections all of a sudden across the league. I bet he's not back.
I would be. I think. I mean, they're already got some cap issues.
I could see him getting overpaid, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't be useful.
Sure.
Right.
But again, like we've talked about, a lot of these teams have a lot of cap space, and they got to use it somewhere.
Space, yeah.
Number 5 on this list, Matt, Alec Pierce. That's very high on this list.
It is.
I mean, I realize the ridiculous 21.8 yards per reception over the last 2 years, but he seems to me to be the prime candidate to be insanely overpaid here in a couple weeks.
I think so, too. I think he's a really good player, but I think he's a 2 all day long, and he's not a T. Higgins 2. I mean, he's a middle-of-the-road 2 good player.
He's
ascending.
He's a B student who's going to get valedictorian money here in a couple
good way
weeks.
Of putting it. I do think one thing to keep an eye on from a Steelers perspective, though, is if he gets franchised or extended by the Colts, which has been heavily rumored to. They love him, and they've invested in him. I think Pittman becomes very available.
Which you would be interested in.
Yeah, I think Pittman's a go-over-the-middle, dirty work, tough guy. If you get released, all of a sudden you get to have a new contract conversation with him. The one he has now is not terrible, but I think it's expiring at the end of the year, which they probably won't invest more in him, of course. I think he'd be a fan favorite around here.
I do too.
Yeah.
Number 6.
I mean, Pittman, Metcalf, and a second-round pick at receiver. Okay, and that first rounder is like best available. Truly,
yeah,
it's not so bad.
I would be I'd be willing to maybe commit to that as opposed to taking door number 2 at this point.
Yeah, that might be a winner for me.
Number 6, Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, he's going to get paid heavy, too. I bet he goes to a contender, though.
He's not
going to be in the Steelers mix.
He seems like a guy who might take a little bit less to go to a Lions or a Bears.
Yeah.
He's 31. He hasn't made insane money, but he's made good money.
Good money, yeah.
Number 7, one of my draft crushes here a few years ago, Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, he's come on huge. One of the top 5-ish linebackers.
And those guys don't hit the open market at age 27 very often.
They don't, especially coming off the year he did. I think they're really regretting not slapping the 5th-year tag on him a year ago. Because he was a fundamental player for him. He's going to get paid a lot of money. If the Steelers were to move on from Queen, I'd make a call, but I can't imagine that happening.
Probably might be more expensive than Queen.
He would be,
at this point.
Yeah.
Number 8 on this list, Matt, Daniel Jones from right across the street here, Lucas Oil Stadium, the Indianapolis Colts. We're going to have Matt Taylor on at some point, too, this week.
I'm going to join him, too.
Yeah, he told me that he was having you on, and he was like, if you guys want to, if I can jump on with you guys at any point, let me know. And we said absolutely. Matt's a good guy.
I'd like to ask him about Anthony Richardson and Pittman and
some of these same things, and just can they get back to the start of the season that they had last year? Daniel Jones, his health, his performance level, obviously a big part of that equation.
I can't imagine them parting ways. I don't know how you work on that contract. That's a tough negotiation right now with him being injured. But boy, player and coach or player and team should be wildly happy with how that went. And it's the same staff coming back.
Yes, it could not have gone better from that standpoint with him in terms of how that gamble paid off Achilles injury. Number 9, Duffy Owe.
Came on strong for the Chargers. After that trade in particular, one of these guys that was a project coming out of Penn State. People remember he didn't have a sack.
Yeah.
Sometimes projects just take a little while, but they hit. People don't like the word project, but sometimes that project comes through, man. He's going to get paid well, too.
You're speaking Arthur Moatz's language.
He likes that.
The dirty P words, project, potential, patience. He was like, that gets you fired at the NFL level. But sometimes they pay off.
Sometimes they pay off.
They certainly do. Number 10, reigning Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker.
Maybe they will let him test the water. There's been no rumblings that he'll get franchised. We already heard Hall will. But Charbonnet's coming off an injury. Mm-hmm. They do have a lot of other guys to pay. I'm not sure what to think of that. I wonder if he will hit the open market.
Same, because when you consider, like you said, Charbonnet's coming off a big injury that happened at the end of the season, or in the playoffs, actually, didn't in their first playoff game.
Yeah.
So he's not, his status for the beginning of the year will certainly be compromised. And just, I know that this is not how these people operate. And by these people, I mean general managers and everything. But, man, having a guy who's your Super Bowl MVP and then is not on the roster the next year.
Who knows a good player.
That's who's a 25-year-old running back.
Yeah.
That's some weird PR with your fan base of like, this guy was just the Super Bowl MVP a few months ago, and now we're going to let him walk.
And they might be we're not investing in running back type of team, or we're not going to give second contracts to running backs. And I understand that logic. But this isn't a great running back draft class either. They're not going to end up with Love, and the other guys are a noticeable drop-off. You would think you might want to change the way you view things just to try to win the Super Bowl again, coming off a win.
You're still, that window is still certainly wide open.
And he's really good.
Matt, if Kenneth Walker does end up being available on the open market, would he fit the bill of the Houston Texans improving that run game around C.J. Stroud that you just mentioned?
Yeah, I was immediately thinking Chiefs, but I could see the Texans being all in on that. Yeah, I like that a lot.
A 25-year-old has the playoff pedigree.
Sure.
That seems like something that they could really use.
Maybe draft another lineman and go from there.
Yeah. Rocking and rolling live on Radio Row here. It is The Drive. Wes Schuler, Matt Williamson, saving the best for last here on our 8 hours of coverage every single day from Radio Row. We are going to talk to our buddy Q Myers from Locked On Raiders. We'll get all his thoughts on Patrick Graham and, of course, Fernando Mendoza here in just a few minutes. He will join us in our final segment of this 3 o'clock hour. But, Matt, you mentioned how on the back end of these free agent lists, there's some names that you would be interested in for the Steelers. So I want to run a few by you at certain positions.
Do you want to do this? Do you just want to rapid fire every name and I'll go no, yes? No, yes.
Okay, yes, but at certain positions. Like,
Okay.
I'm not going to do offensive tackles like Braden Smith,
No, but I would say guard,
Yes.
safety,
Yes.
maybe an outside corner,
Okay.
wide receiver.
Okay. I think
I would prefer to draft a D tackle. A lot of the D tackles are old in this group. They're
Agreed.
30 plus.
agreed.
I can't think of another position that has my interest.
All right, so we've got a baseline here. Let's roll through
All
some
right.
names. Romeo Doubs.
Yes. Frankly, of all the free agent to be, not necessarily the tradable guys, Dobbs is my favorite, and Rashid Shaheed is probably second for what I think they'll cost. Like Pierce is a slightly better player than those guys, but I think he's an outprice himself and not worth the money. I think Dobbs could be a real suitable 2 that if you turn into a 3,
Then you're talking.
And now you're really talking. He does have some Rodgers background. He obviously has some Packers background. He had to overlap with McCarthy, I assume, maybe his rookie year. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But he's a solid player, and he's on the rise. We're scheduled to have Matt Harmon on tomorrow.
Nice.
And I definitely want to ask him about Dobbs because he really pointed out, too, that he and Pierce really stepped up this season, and I think that's noteworthy.
Brian Cook, safety.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I bet. So just over the last 48, 72 hours, I've been thinking about the secondary more and more, and especially after Omar spoke. And this is sort of Mike Pursuita's words, who listened to both press conferences before Omar sat down with us, made it sound like we had talked about there's a chance Queen and or Ramsey could be opening up salary. You could cut them for salary cap space. And I think there's an argument for both because you get a nice cap relief for both players, but you also open up a need.
Yes.
Ramsey, I don't think Queen's, especially after what Omar said today, I don't think there's any chance Queen gets cut. And frankly, I don't think Ramsey will get cut. But I wonder, and I'm just reading the tea leaves, I felt more and more like Ramsey might be back to slot corner.
And you're back in the safety market.
And then you're really in the safety market.
Looking
because
for
it's like Elliott and nobody else.
Yes.
So there's probably 5 names on this list, and I guess Cook is the first one that popped up, that are an upgrade athletically. I think you need to add
And
speed.
you've been talking about that since
Yes.
the middle of the season.
And when we're talking about defensive back additions, I think speed's going to be required for me. And they're both. I think all the names that are going to be on this list at the safety position are coming off their first contract, and they're not going to be freebies. They're good quality players, but they're on the rise. And a safety on the open market's not going to be insanely expensive either. So I could see a safety from without on this list from outside the team being your starter next to Elliott, Ramsey back in the slot, go from there, which I wouldn't have any problem with.
Staying with someone from the Chiefs secondary, what about Jalen Watson?
I think he'd be an upgrade as your outside corner. That would be like instead of Pierre.
Right.
Good player. I think people would like him a lot. And this isn't Watson's fault, but one thing, Spagnuolo is known as a great defensive back coach and gets the most out of those guys. Almost every defensive back, especially corners, when they've left the Chiefs during the Spagnuolo era, they're not as good as when they were with the Chiefs.
Yes.
It's just something to be aware of.
Another cornerback potential, Alontae Taylor from the Saints.
This one's actually my favorite.
Okay.
About 50% of his snaps in the slot, about 50% of his snaps outside. Now, that may counteract the whole Ramsey conversation, because I would want to use him in both ways. This would probably get you out of the Pierre market or the Samuel market. Like, he would probably be in 2 corner sets. It's him and Porter. But he is very position versatile. I think he's an ascending player, too. He can play man coverage, so I don't think he'll be as cheap as people would think, but he's a good player, too.
A couple of names from the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks secondary. Kobe Bryant, not the, of course, dearly departed legendary basketball player, but the 27-year-old safety.
Decent. I would look for more of an athletic upgrade, though.
Yeah. I know you want that athlete on the back
I
end.
want speed.
Tariq Woolen.
Real hit or miss.
I don't know. I feel like he's so system specific.
He's very system specific, and he's only an outside corner. He's like 6'3", 6'4". His rookie year was awesome. He's super fast, but boy, he's a roller coaster.
Staying local here in Indianapolis, Nick Cross, 24-year-old safety who had a real good year last year.
Probably my favorite of the safety crews I mentioned. I don't know that it cost a ton.
He's only
24, right. I mean, you go look up like his combine numbers. They're really, really good. He plays fast. He's not as much of a true center fielder as we've been used to, but I think that's going to be an interchangeable role under this offensive coordinator.
Sticking with safety, seems like Cameron Curl is out in L.A. after they extended Quentin Lake, Carnell Lake's son.
Yeah.
Cameron Curl, 27 years old.
Yeah, a little older than the other safeties. He wouldn't be in my 4 or 5 list. He's a good player. I'd rather get younger. He's not a great athlete, and he's more strong than free, although that line gets blurred more and more every year.
Let's stay with the safeties here. Another 27-year-old Jaquan Brisker. He's like an enforcer thumper, though. You want somebody more that can move.
Yeah, and there's some injury stuff there with him, too, a lot. His flashes are great, but I don't think.
If it doesn't, if there's not a reunion with Isaac Seumalo, would you be interested in a guy like Wyatt Teller, another veteran offensive lineman?
Maybe. There's a couple guards on this list that I would be interested in because I do think it's important to have one veteran in that room. And not that Frazier and these guys are now puppies anymore. They've started a lot of games. But I think having the older guy.
They're all on their rookie contract. Yeah. I mean, now that they've started, 20-some games, 30-some games, those guys, it's great. But they're still all on their rookie deals.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind one elder statesman and draft others as well, just O-line in general. Teller would be fine. There's others I like a little better.
Back to the corner department here. Nanshawn Wright out of Chicago.
Coming off a really productive year. He had a ton of picks.
27, so he's still a few years away from that 30-year-old mark that we talk about with corners.
He's like 6'4". I mean, he's strange, attributes. Good player. I'm not sure I trust the 1 year out of nowhere production.
Cordero Flott out of the Giants, just 25 years old.
Yeah, more of a slot, but he could do both. I would understand it. I mean, ideally, I think he'd be a really strong third corner, but that's not how the league works. Usually you don't have that luxury.
What about another Seattle Seahawk, Joshua Jobe?
Really assignment sound, smart, quality player, not real dynamic. But if you're going to give Porter big money and you just want somebody solid on the other side, I think he'd fit that bill.
Monteric Brown, also just 27 years old, coming off a good year with Jacksonville.
Coming off a real good year. I don't know as much about him because he was like a 7th-round pick or an undrafted guy. He doesn't have the pedigree and the background that everybody else would have in this group. So I'd like to learn more. I wonder what he'd cost, but definitely ascending and the age you're looking for.
Same team, same position, relatively same age, just a year younger, Greg Newsome.
Tough one, because a couple years ago, I mean, the Browns drafted him first round.
I was going to say, I thought he was first round, yeah.
Yeah, and he's long. He's built more like an outside guy. The Browns didn't really have any other slot options, so he had to do that. He was okay. There was that weird corner-for-corner swap between the Browns and the Jags, and neither one really flourished in their new home. He's had some up-and-down moments, but he's smart, and he's got the traits.
Another safety here, Jalen Thompson, just finishing out his third, the 3-year contract with the Arizona Cardinals, 28 years old.
I think he's a smidge older than I'd prefer. I'd love to get like a 25-year-old safety.
I'm trying to see if there's any of those left on the list. I don't think there is, but we know. Not Kevin Byard. He's not 25.
No, I don't think I'm not doing that.
He's much longer in the tooth. Yeah, Matt, I think that's it in terms. Oh, Reed Blankenship, 27 years old.
Yeah, I think I'm looking for a better athlete.
I think so. I'm with you on
quality
that one.
Player, but yeah.
I'm certainly with you on that one. But that does it for kind of the positions of need that we've earmarked for the Steelers. Calvin Austin on this list at 100.
So is it just Seumalo and Austin in the top 100?
Aaron Rodgers as well.
Rodgers,
he was 60.
Okay.
I want to say 61, something in that range there.
He's sort of a asterisk by him.
Kenneth Gainwell, 65.
Oh, Gainwell. Okay.
Yep.
That makes
and
sense.
Rodgers was 62.
Okay.
Let's see. But yeah, I think that about does it for that conversation. That's interesting to me, Matt. So it seems like we've nailed down the two in the secondary that if it comes to it you would like to add. Safety Nick Cross, who's 24 years old, former Indianapolis Colt, and Alontae Taylor, former Saint.
Definitely be 2 targets, as well as the Chiefs safety too that we talked about. There's also a young pup,
Brian Cook.
Yeah. Athletes that are young.
Hey, we like that. We will take that certainly, and especially in that secondary where I think you're right. You've been harping on it for a long time, but I'm definitely on the same page as you. You want some speed. You need some speed in that secondary, and we'll see.
Like if they draft a 3rd-round safety or corner and they're a year away, I would totally understand it, especially if Pierre's in the mix or something like that. If they can run, they got to be. That's. It's like important to me.
You talk about it. We were joking about it. The Mendoza line of your quarterback has to be at least this athletic.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of a similar conversation in the secondary.
Yeah, and it's not always. I just think the way that this secondary is built now, I need somebody that's faster.
Remember, negotiating window opens Monday, March 9th. That's 13 days from now. NFL free agency officially opens Wednesday, March 13th. A week from tomorrow. Yeah, from tomorrow.
Yeah. So I'd be shocked if the Steelers don't take a wide out at either 21 or 60-ish, wherever they pick in the top 2 rounds. Who are the names you like? What do your rankings look like? I mean, it looks like there could be 10 to 12 names that fit that bill in the top 60 or so.
Yeah, I think that's going to just be the way it is for in perpetuity. There are a bunch of guys, and I think that if I try and think about comparing it with the skill set with DK Metcalf in this offense with Mike McCarthy, all right, like who are some guys that would make some sense there? I will say, like, Mekhi Lemon is a player that we'd be talking about most likely 1st round there. He's undersized, and how is he going to test at that size? He's not running here. And I think
could be small and slow.
You could be small in the NFL,
right?
And you can win. You could be slow in the NFL, and you can win.
Yep.
It's tough to be small and slow.
Yeah. And
that's at every position. Like I feel that way about everything. So, and it's not to say that it's impossible. It's just really hard. And so if we're talking about, I'm big in like range of outcomes with all these players. Like there's a chance that all these guys could develop into being great ones. But with the range of outcomes, if we're talking small and slow for a lot of these guys, it's tough. I will say, his physicality, you really like. He catches everything. He's immediately transitions into a runner after the catch. I think that there's a skill set there that that can apply and transition well to the league. But what's the upside? Are we taking that guy in the top 20? Right now, he's in every top 20 in every mock draft.
If any of those top 10 or 12 on your list, is there someone you're higher on than most, you think, than consensus?
I would say if I'm looking at my receiver stack right now, I mean, the one guy that would be really intriguing, and we've seen the Steelers go down this route with Martavis Bryant, with George Pickens.
Are you going to say Fields?
No, I'm going to say in terms of the Fields would be one guy, absolutely, honestly. But Chris Brazzell from Tennessee, I mean, he's 6'5", he's 210 pounds. He's going to
run like the wind
here, watching that Georgia game, early in the season. In Tennessee, they give it to Georgia offensively. They gave it to that defense, and here's a big reason why. When you see the height, weight, speed there, there's a lot to get excited about. I think he's going to be a guy there's going to be a lot more buzz about him leaving Indianapolis.
Okay.
Do you group guys like it felt last year when the Steelers were, looking for that defensive line help, and I think wide receiver is this year's defensive line for the Steelers. They'll address it probably in free agency and the draft.
Right.
But it felt like there was a group, and Matt and I were kind of talking like if the Bengals had nabbed Derek Harmon, does that group now dry up, and now you're looking at second-round talent, and what do? Is there a dry-up point in the first round? Or would you even evaluate this and say, look, we can get a guy in the second round. We feel just about as good as in the first round.
Yeah, and I think that you're always having those conversations usually happen late March, early April with teams, where it's like, all right, let's workshop this. Would you rather have this pass rusher in round one with this wide receiver in round two, or let's flip it and we're going to have this receiver in round one with this pass rusher in round two? What's the most ideal outcome? I think most teams now kind of operate in terms of buckets, in terms of tiers, the way that you described it. Where all right, like we've got four receivers that we feel good about in this range, and we've got 2 pass rushers, and then it starts to dry up. I'm just making numbers up. That might try and dictate what your ideal path is in terms of trying to acquire those guys. In
free agency. So if you go out and get Jalen Naylor, for example, then you're probably looking maybe more high end. If you get Romeo Doubs, maybe you're like, okay, we can wait till the second or maybe third round. Does it dry up for you in the second or third round, or transition into another phase of more like throwing a dart at a dartboard kind of thing?
I think at receiver, honestly, I'm looking at my stack right now. It's pretty meaty when you get into like round 3, round 4 type of range. There's plenty of names. And it just comes down to like what you're looking for. There's the undersized speed guys, but then there's like the big possession type guys. I think this draft is plentiful. I've watched 37 receivers so far this draft cycle, and it's a good group.
So who's the best small speedy guy, and who's the best big guy of the category you just
small speedy
talked
guy.
about?
I mean, I really like Casey Concepcion,
Okay.
and he's right on the book. Like, to me, the Steelers would be like the ceiling in terms of draft ceiling, how high he could go. From Texas A&M, third-year player, was a great punt returner this past year, began his career at NC State, was really productive right off the bus as a high school recruit, transferred to A&M this past year, and he was awesome. He was one of the leading receivers in college football, dynamic, inside, outside, yards after catch. Yeah, he's had issues with drops, but he's a good separator. I really like Concepcion. In terms of like pure speed, probably go Deion Burks. Some people like Zachariah Branch as well. Deion Burks began his career at Purdue, transferred to Oklahoma. Zachariah Branch was at USC, transferred to Georgia. Both guys, I mean, small. We're talking like sub 5'10", but they're gonna be 4'3", 4'2" types. And so, with Branch, everything was screen. It was like 50, over half of his targets were screens.
His average depth of target was insanely low. Yeah.
Everything was underneath. So this workout will be big. Not necessarily like I'm expecting him to run well, but what does he look like in the field work when he's throwing these deep balls? I want to see him track it because we haven't seen him do it in college. So I'm excited to see that.
So he's a second-round guy?
I think second, third round. So again, like he's in. I know Mel Kiper had him in first-round mock draft, so it's possible. I personally feel like it's probably more likely he's in the day 2, early day 3. As far as the other archetype, like the bigger body guys, I mean Denzel Boston is probably the big name in terms of the big body contested catch type from Washington. Junior. Questions about separation, which you're going to get. Malachi Fields would be another one from Notre Dame. Was one of the best receivers down at the Senior Bowl. I've been hearing one of the things, and Matt knows this. When I go out on the floor and talk to these players for these interviews, I'm asking them about teammates, guys going back to school. Because these guys it's all scripted answers at this point, like talking about themselves. So I want to hear them talk about others. I've been hearing about Malachi Fields since his freshman year at Virginia.
Really?
Guys just rave about like all the intangibles. He was a high school quarterback who came in and moved to receiver and made an impact right away. Play special teams. He's going to block. He's going to do all the dirty work. He's a great kid. But also like 6'4" and was a legit deep threat for Notre Dame this past year. So
I love receivers with a special team background. Go down and tackle. I'm not talking about returns.
Yeah, no question.
Right.
I think you just described Chase Claypool.
Yeah, well that's the thing. Is like
he had his moments.
When you take the intangibles with Fields and you take the intangibles with Claypool, probably a little different.
Who was phenomenal as a rookie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Claypool. And I remember us raving about after they draft. Oh, look, he covers punts and tackles people. And then he gets to Pittsburgh, hit a 4-touchdown game against the Eagles, I believe.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And then it just went away. You never know.
It's funny. I was filling in for Bill Hillgrove before I became the play-by-play guy. I had to fill in for Bill, and I called his first touchdown, and I thought, I wonder if this is going to live like, it's going to be Canton one day, and that's going to be like people would be playing that
touchdowns
back.
later.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. So I have a question about receivers in general because it feels like this is 2 years in a row now in which there doesn't seem to be that consensus, even though Ted McMillan, I think, went high last year.
Yep.
That consensus, wow, this guy's no doubt. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Who else was it Dunze in that class or others? But anyway, more guys that you felt like were Jamar Chase stratosphere. Sure. Why is it? There's great depth.
Yep.
But teams are throwing the ball all over the place. Why aren't there more legit? Everybody, ballyhooing this guy as a future number one.
Yeah, I think that JSN. I mean, he was obviously outstanding this year, Offensive Player of the Year. There were questions about him when he was coming out because it was the size. Is he a slot receiver only? Like how?
Sure.
And so he ended up falling outside the top 10 for that reason. The class that I think of was the one 2 years ago where you had Marvin Harrison Jr.
Right.
You had Malik Neighbors, and that was at Dunze. All three
right.
went in the
That's
top
right.
10.
Yeah.
Harrison was viewed as like slam dunk.
Yep.
He was that guy and is underwhelmed so far. Obviously, the offense and quarterback, it's layered there. So we'll see what he looks like this year in a new ecosystem. But Neighbors, like that, and that's the thing is when I look at Carnell Tate from Ohio State, he's going 5, 4, 6, 8 in mock drafts, and I'm like, I really like Carnell Tate. I think there's a lot to like about the player. he's not Malik Neighbors, like as a prospect. He's not Jamar Chase, who went fifth overall. So in terms of like what, I think it's just a weird year. Next year, Ohio State's got Jeremiah Smith.
Then we're not going to have this conversation.
He's a slam dunk. He, all intents and purposes, he's going to be a top 3 pick. So it's just one of those things where a couple years in between where we don't have that elite guy at the top.
Fran, last thing I got for you is there a defensive tackle that could distinguish himself as the clear number 1 and can convince me to use number 21 on? I mean, I'm sure this week could go a long way.
I mean, the one would be Peter Woods, that I would think, from Clemson. So he was a top 5 player for me coming into the year, and he's top 5 player for a lot of people coming in. Clemson overall underwhelmed this year, and Clemson as a lot of those individual guys did not meet expectation. I would say with a lot of them, watching them, I'm like, the level of play didn't fall off. Right, like it's the same kind of guy, but we know sacks can be fickle. Hey, you had a bunch of hurries, you didn't get home, whatever. The coverage wasn't great in the back end. When I watched Peter Woods, he wasn't as strong as with an anchor at the point of attack. There's been a lot made in the last couple of weeks about it. He cut weight purposely, and so he was a little.
He's
bit
more of
lighter,
an upfield guy, though, right?
But last year, when I watched him as a sophomore, I mean, he was like two-way, like a dominant player. I comped him to Tommy Harris.
Wow!
I loved Tommy Harris when he was with the Bears. This is a guy that I think that had that ability to be a dominant interior presence. When I watched him this year, the anchor got worse, but then even the effort and urgency waned late in the year. So come here. If you're going to be light, you're going to be that upfield disruptor. If he blows the doors off the testing, then we're probably talking about him now we're back in
you
top
can't see
10,
Caleb Banks being that guy.
I think with Banks, and I really liked Caleb Banks. He was a top 15 guy coming for me into the year. He had basically with Caleb Banks, began his career at Louisville, transfers to Florida, became a starter, run defender first. And it's actually funny. I wrote last summer. I was like, I wonder if he could be this year's Derek Harmon, where he comes in and it was like the stars align. He takes off as a rusher because watching him last year, great run defender, and the pass rush got a little bit better as the season went on, but it wasn't quite there. I'm excited. Upward trend. Well, he got hurt at the end of the season, 2020, last game of the regular season, missed the bowl game, missed all of spring ball, had surgery, gets into the summer. Was kind of lingering. They weren't sure he's going to be able to go. Missed the first 2 games. Came back for LSU. Suffered another foot injury. So had to get another surgery. So I'm talking about an older player, 24 years old, late breakout. Athleticism is good, but not special. Lack of production. 320-plus pounds with foot stuff.
Right.
Ugh.
Senior Bowl wasn't bad, though.
That's the thing. So he fights back, comes back to play for Florida, even though they fired their coach. The team wasn't great. So you love that. Goes to the Senior Bowl. I thought he had a solid week down there in Mobile. If he comes out here and he has a great week, that could help him. But I don't know that he'll get up to top 15 where maybe I was hoping before all this injury stuff really came to the front.
I think that with the Steelers sitting at 21, and we're talking about this and we're looking at their roster overall, to me it doesn't look like a roster with, outside of the wide receiver position, absolutely glaring needs.
Yep.
It would be wonderful if you could put yourself in a position where you would have a luxury. Maybe you re-sign Asante Samuel and Pierre, and that obviates the need to have to get a corner.
Right.
Maybe you sign a Romeo Dobbs. You don't have to get a receiver. If you're at 21, is there a position you think that, or a player that might be, okay, we don't have to take him, but he could be the kind of difference maker we'd like to take because other teams in front of you are going to be drafting for need?
I think about the 2 safeties, Fran.
Yeah, right. That's
maybe the Oregon kid.
The kid from Toledo?
Toledo and Oregon.
And Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, we know, and Matt, you and I have had this conversation in the past, the Steelers have historically been a big school program. But when they go into the lower levels, it's typically people with guys within their footprint, within they got
MAC connections.
Connections, right? And so I think of Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as a guy, honestly, when Quinyon Mitchell was coming out, I was like, I'd watch Pittsburgh on Quinyon Mitchell for that same reason. I would say I'm looking at even
because that name interests me as a safety, and then you just plug him in.
I think is going to be really good this week too.
There's another guy. There's another guy.
Thieneman will test well. I'm excited to see what he looks like here this week. Patrick Queen's entering a
it's a good linebacker draft, right?
It's a good linebacker.
Well, you're not going to get Sonny Styles.
You're probably not getting Sonny Styles. I can't imagine him falling past Tampa. Really, I mean, he's going to go to Dallas. Would be my best guess, but. I'm looking at the rest of the depth chart here.
Because I'd like to see the Steelers
get consider the Georgia dude,
and even if it's off position, like safety, although that's becoming more in vogue. I mean, the Steelers have done a great job of getting guys like DeCastro and Faneca, great players at positions that aren't necessarily valued, like say offensive tackle or corner or receiver are.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that you can. And I know that there are people, people in that building that believe this, like building inside out, investing in the trenches, O-line, D-line, like that is the way to go. And in terms of building a sustainable winner, and so I would never rule that out. I think.
Is there an offensive tackle maybe?
Oh, there's. I think to me, like in right where they are, that's a fruitful area for offensive tackle.
Interesting.
So,
the Penn State guard could be there too.
Or the guard,
to replace
right?
Yamala,
I think Ioane would make a lot of sense. I think that, and he's a guard only, so that might impact the value for some. He's not a guy that I think you're kicking out to tackle. He's not really snapped in the past, so he'd be
put him at left guard
right
hopefully for the next 10 years. Yeah,
exactly right.
Which is fine with me, right? Like if you make a couple Pro Bowls.
You mentioned DeCastro, like that's
right.
That's kind of the archetype.
Yeah.
Right? I think that when you're looking at that tackle though, Monroe Freeling from Georgia. I think you look at Caleb Lomu from Utah. You look at Maxi Honachor from Arizona State.
He infatuates me.
Put
him at guard for a year or whatever. Just learn.
I mean, honestly, when I watched him in the summer, I envisioned like this exact path where it was like, hey, you know what? Like it's because all right. So he didn't play football in high school. Didn't play it until he got to junior college. So plays it in junior college. Then he gets recruited by Arizona State.
Wasn't it like soccer? He had a lot of different
soccer, basketball. He came over from from Nigeria. As a kid. And so didn't play football. Learned how to. So the first season at junior college, he learns how to put his pads on and tie his cleats. Second year, they throw him in. They throw him on the field. And they're like, oh, block that guy. Gets recruited, immediate 4 or 5-star JUCO recruit. Ends up at
special
Arizona
athlete.
State.
Yeah.
Unbelievable athlete at 6'5", 320 pounds. I'm like, all right, like the film is going to be up and down again because it was his third year starting this year. But man, he's going to go to the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
He's going to flash there. He's going to go to the combine and blow the doors off the combine, and then he's going to be a first-round pick.
Right. I envision him like the Steelers left guard and then the left tackle next year. Right.
And I'll tell you what, man. Like the question that people are going to have was like, oh, like basketball, soccer, like is he tough enough? He scrapped with every guy that he went up against in Mobile. If you had questions about that, I think that would quell some of those concerns.
We should probably let him go. We could talk to him for hours and hours.
We could, and we're grateful that the time he has spent with us. So, Fran Duffy, All-City Draft Analyst. Fran,
and your draft guide's available right now, right?
Yes. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. So I got a couple things. So I got the we call it the Die Hard Draft Guide. You can go on my social channels at FDuffy NFL on Twitter. You can find me on Blue Sky, Instagram. I'm always kind of pumping that. We actually have a sale right now going on this week during the combine.
I'm signing up.
To go and get access to that. I've got 400 players in the guide, and I've written up 250 profiles on players from.
And you're just adding and adding and adding.
Constantly adding and evolving. So like literally every note, every interview nugget gets thrown in over the course of this week. So as I make changes, they get changes. I've got the All NFL Draft newsletter. You can subscribe to that. That's free. You get an email from me once a week with all the NFL draft stuff that's in my head any given time.
Awesome.
That's
a lot of
fun, man. That's great. Fran, thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
It is The Drive on location, live at the Combine, Indiana Convention Center on Radio Row, our spiritual home here every end of February. And, of course, you all know a big part of that is all of the awesome guests that we get to talk to throughout this week. We've got another one for you, our first one here on The Drive today. Travis May, A to Z Sports. How you doing, Travis? Thanks for taking the time.
Doing great. It's always a really busy week, but so much fun just taking it all in. I think I hit up 18 different podiums today, so just information overload right now.
Okay.
So sorting through it all.
And you'll stay for all the podium action? Is it all that good stuff, too?
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm the college football managing editor, and so I'm here to do my own thing, but also get all this content for everyone else so that they can do their writing, their videos. And so I'm just content gathering, distributing, trying to find some angles for some people to take advantage of this week. And, because we cover all 32 NFL teams and 16 college teams, it's just a lot going on.
Absolutely. So it's a topic we've hit a lot since we've been here, and it's only been a day and a half now. But the Steelers are so wide receiver needy right now. And I think they'll sign or trade for some brand name dude, Romeo Doubs, or maybe they get Brandon Ayuk finally. But I definitely think they're going to draft one in the top 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And maybe even a 5th rounder on top of that. They got a lot of picks. Do you agree with the masses that this is a deep but not blue chip receiver class? And how do you kind of rank the first rounders?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like even the first rounders, I wouldn't say that. Man, that definitely looks like a normal top 10 pick. Mm-hmm. Because the Carnell Tates of the world, who is my wide receiver 1, even he was second fiddle on his own team for most of his career. I think he was sharing targets with first-round picks.
The first fiddle was pretty good.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
They're doing okay. But he's my wide
Playing
receiver
rhythm
one.
guitar for Slash.
You're doing just fine. But I think he's the top, and he's not going to be there. Jordan Tyson's not going to be there for the Steelers.
You don't think either one has any chance?
I don't think so. I think that Jordan Tyson, Arizona State, the medicals, because he was hurt even way back with his Colorado days. Like basically every single year he's missing time. So if he is there, I think it's worth the shot, even if there are some medical questions. But Mekhi Lemon, I think he's my wide receiver too in between those three, just because he won the Blatnikoff Award. He led all.
The tape's really good.
And the stats don't lie. I mean, he led all wide receivers in power conference play through the end of the regular season. So just ridiculous. Beyond that, I really like Denzel Boston, and Boston kind of just feels like and looks like Steelers.
I say Boston at 21, if he runs pretty decent here, I think could kind of become chalky in mock drafts and things like that.
I think so. And then after him, I really like Casey Concepcion, and he's 2 punt return touchdowns last year too, so he adds more value than just being a wide receiver.
He's got a little more juice than those bigger body guys.
He does. He's twitchier than any of those guys, I think, and he was more of an underneath threat at NC State, and even in his first year. I think his final season, he kind of turned into more of a complete player. His average depth of target was beyond 12 yards in his final season, too. So
he wasn't gadgety.
He wasn't just a gadget guy.
The Georgia guy's kind of gadgety, right? Yeah.
Branch, over half his catches last year were screens. Seriously, over 50%.
That's hard to evaluate.
That's really hard to project to the NFL level. So, to
kind
me,
of like Luther Burden a year ago.
Exactly. And he was. He's doing just fine. But
he's doing fine.
It's really hard to project that type of player. So if you're looking at somebody that is going to be available in that range, you're probably in the first round. You're looking at Concepcion or Boston. And if you want to look past the injury struggles, I think Chris Bell is a first-round talent. But
tell me more about Bell. He's not. I don't think we've talked a lot of Bell over the last couple of weeks.
So he was one of those guys who broke out a little bit later, but he always kind of looked like an A.J. Brown almost, in terms
I know
of
he's ripped up and
he's ripped
really
up.
very physical. And
He is physical. He adds yak, and he can be a deep threat. I think 2 years ago is when he averaged 17 yards per reception, so he can really press it downfield if you need. So to me, when he's healthy, if he were healthy fully right now, I think we'd be talking about him going in the 20s.
Oh,
maybe,
wow.
Okay. To the Steelers, whereas I think a lot of people think more chalk is in that 30 to 40 range, but he's somebody that, depending, again, on the medicals, if he could drop and be a great value for a team, or the Steelers or somebody else could just be like, you know what, we see the A.J. Brown type upside, and just that's worth it. And so to me, there's a
good
bit
after
of a
the catch and some Debo to him maybe.
Yeah, I haven't thought about that. I think so too.
Okay,
yeah, so. I think beyond that, there's a drop-off to me. I think that's pick your flavor after that. And so if you're waiting a little bit after that first-round mark, you can kind of pick your spot, I think, because there's several, like you said, it's not necessarily blue chip, but there's after that first tier and a half, there's probably 15, 20 names that I'm like, okay, I feel confident that they're going to be a role player in the league for a long time.
They'll be useful.
Yeah.
I mean, their second pick is, 50 or 51?
53,
or
something right in that range,
21 plus 32, give or take. Would the Indiana guys be there, or maybe Fields from Notre Dame? Any of those guys excite you?
Fields, it's funny. Maybe I'm wrong, but Fields is another guy that just feels like a big-bodied Steelers wide receiver.
Okay.
That would, he can go up and make those ridiculous one-handed grabs and just, the acrobatic, ridiculous stuff that we saw from, I guess, Pickens and even back in the day. It's not that long ago. Like Martavis Bryant when he was good. So it's like
Chase Claypool had a little of that too.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So to me, and Claypool and the Notre Dame tie, maybe that's where it's coming from. But yeah, Fields would be a good one, and I see him going all over the place in mock drafts. And when I talk to scouts, he's all over the place. From he should go in mid-second round, and then others like, no, maybe early day 3. So I don't know where he's going to go.
You think his 40 is going to be a big determining factor on him?
Yeah, if he even runs. I'm not sure he's going to be the one that does, but he's one that I would be interested in. Omar Cooper, you mentioned the Indiana guys. Omar Cooper and Elijah Surratt. And Surratt, a lot of people thought he was the better wide receiver coming into this last year. But Cooper was the one that actually shined in some of the most pivotal moments for the team.
Made the big plays in the big moments.
Right. Yeah. And so I think that's kind of flipped. And so he might not even be there for the second pick you guys have. I think he might be in the mid-30s, that kind of range.
Makes sense.
But Surratt could be there. Fields could be there. Beyond that, I don't know what type of bodies you're trying to pull in. But There's a
I don't think they're going to be after little guys. You know, I think they'll probably let Austin walk, and Roman Wilson hasn't really worked out. I would think that, as you keep mentioning, Steeler body types.
Yeah.
Someone big with Metcalf.
Yeah, because there's several in that next tier of intriguing options. I mean, even like Bernard's not a big guy out of Alabama.
We haven't talked about him a lot.
Yeah, Antonio Williams out of Clemson. He's not a big guy. Kevin Coleman, Missouri, had a ridiculously impressive Senior Bowl. You know, he's probably not the body type that you're looking for, but if you want somebody who can do it all, he's got the concentration grabs, and he plays a lot of different roles. He's not just a slot guy, especially in his Mississippi State season. He played for 4 different schools, by the way, for those unfamiliar.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's got an interesting story because I don't know if you remember, you know, Travis Hunter went with Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders to Jackson State, but the other guy in that class was Kevin Coleman.
Oh, okay. So that's where he started, too.
Yeah, Kevin Coleman. He was the top 100 player in that recruiting class by himself. But he was kind of an afterthought because Travis Hunter, being the 5-star guy, he got all the attention.
And the guy with the last name Sanders got a little attention, too.
Just a little bit. Yeah. But it was Coleman who won all conference honors for the position at wide receiver that first year in the MEAC. And it wasn't Hunter. And so that, to me, says, man, he produced there. He produced at Louisville. He produced at Mississippi State. And then it was immediately wide receiver 1 at Missouri. Kind of a situation we haven't really seen before. Like maybe ever. Like
that's
1,
a
2,
really
3,
strange
4,
one.
That is crazy. And succeeding at every stop.
Yeah, that's weird. Like,
I'm going to need to look into him more. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That is very interesting. It is Travis May with us here on The Drive, A to Z Sports. Is there a day 3, nobody's talking about this guy, but I really got a crush on him. I think he could be a 5th or 6th round. I know that's asking you to cast a pretty wide net. But in terms of a wide receiver that you think, you know, this guy's not going to go in the top 3 or 4 rounds, but I think he's better than he's perceived.
Yeah, I think the low-hanging fruit, easy one would be Tyron Montgomery, who's not even here this week. He had a really great Senior Bowl. He was kind of
where's he from?
Oh, my gosh, James Carroll University.
Oh, yeah.
And so he just showed up.
A couple buddies who went to that's not far from home, yeah.
Oh, nice. That's cool. But he went to the All-American Bowl, leveled up, and made it to the Senior Bowl. And at least the day 1 of practice is really impressed. And so a lot of the people I talked to are blown away by what he was able to do. That's one. But then Barian Brown of LSU started at Kentucky. He was another high pedigree guy. Could have started. He had all the offers from everywhere. He could have gone to Alabama, but instead he was like, no, I believe in Stoops and what he's doing. Goes to Kentucky, breaks the SEC record for return touchdowns, by the way, and always, according to the GPS, is always breaking 21 miles an hour, 22 miles an hour. Has that kind of crazy speed. Didn't really put it all together the way that we wanted to see from him in his final year at LSU. The offense was kind of broken last year. I mean, Brian Kelly got fired, but Barian Brown.
Things didn't go so great,
No,
or for Nussmeier,
yeah. But in terms of raw ability and speed, just unmatched speed, I think if anybody is going to be in the conversation of breaking the 40 record, it's going to be him or Brendan Thompson of Mississippi State.
Is that the Mississippi State guy? I keep hearing he has a chance.
And he's another one I like, too. But Barian Brown, just his dynamic all-round play, I think is very underrated.
And you think a lot of those guys are day 3?
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Brendan Thompson, because if he runs a 4.24 or something crazy, which is possible, he's a drag star, maybe he goes a little bit earlier, but both those guys should be available in that round 5-ish range.
We haven't talked a lot of tight ends or running backs because I don't think the Steelers are heavily in the market, especially for tight end. But do you have a hunch who's going to be running back 2, who's going to be tight end 2? And just talking to people over the last 24 hours, I didn't realize the depth and the invitees of the running backs is really low this year.
Yeah.
And it's a total opposite of tight end. That there's a ton of them here, and there's some interesting day 3 guys that just might fall.
Yeah, the tight ends have a bunch of balls of clay that could still be molded into something special. I think that there's going to be a ton of guys taken in that day 3 range at tight end.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if the Steelers need one at this point. They have a few, but
I don't think. But you got a lot of picks.
Yeah, but I like Michael Trigg. He was supposed to be a big deal at a couple of different stops. I mean, he started, I guess, USC, didn't come to fruition there. Ole Miss, Baylor, kind of put it all together at Baylor, and showed that potential, that like 5-star recruit type of, early round tight end potential that I think we
Wes
always
has been talking
had.
about a lot. He's got a lot of ability.
I went to WVU, so I watch a lot of Big 12 football, and he's a freak.
He is. And so to me, I'm not sure if he's done it too. I like Stowers just a little bit more, and being the Purdue guy, I like Max Clare just fine. Even though he, went to Ohio State, we won't talk about that. After
you a
that,
Michigan guy?
No, I went to Purdue. So,
nice.
So, yeah, Claire was there first before Ohio State, and so, yeah, Trader, that's fine. But I think that it's probably going to be tight end 2, Claire or
these
Sowers,
guys are going to Michigan State, Purdue in a couple days.
Hoops tomorrow
Hoops
night.
tomorrow night.
Some good basketball. Not so much football with Purdue, but yeah. Oh man, but I think that's probably.
But it's a deep tight end class.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was on display at the Senior Bowl as well.
I mean, that's not a position that many teams are going to take 2. So I wonder if, like, the 6th round rolls around and the Steelers are like, we got a 4th round grade on this guy. We don't need a tight end. We've already made 10 picks. Let's just grab him because he's too good to be true.
Yeah, I mean, Tanner Cosell from Houston might be available in that range.
Okay.
Trying to think of a few others that would be there, but it's an interesting class at tight end for sure. But running back, we knew it was weaker.
Yeah.
And so it was basically Jeremiah Love and everybody else. I do like Jonah Coleman quite a bit. He's just a bowling ball covered in knives, running down the field. And so, like, he's going to take you out, and he's really fun to root for. Emmett Johnson, Nebraska, I think he should have had more Heisman votes, actually, than he did this past year.
He's super productive and a really good receiver, right?
Yeah. And things weren't perfect around him either. So, like, I think that gets over, especially with running backs, if they're producing despite the lack of surroundings, that's
hard to pull off. Yeah.
And so, but beyond that, if Nick Singleton looks like the version of himself, the best version of himself when he's fully healthy and he's breaking the GPS at his size, feature back build, that's somebody who could be in the running back 2 conversation too.
But the 5th, 6th round's not as good as it's been, especially like last year. Huh?
No, I mean, normally you see like 20-ish running backs go off the board. Maybe in a deeper class you might see 25. This could be one of those mid-teens years in terms of overall picks at the position.
I wanted to ask you at the podium earlier today, linebackers, the middle linebackers, the off-ball linebackers. Yeah. Does this feel like one of the more talented, one of the more deeper classes at that position that we've seen? Obviously, you've got the big headlining names, particularly the 2 guys out of Ohio State. But it feels like even 3, 4, 5 guys behind them have a chance to be really solid NFL players.
Yeah, I think about like Anthony Hill Jr., Texas.
Out of Texas.
I mean, he was supposed to be a big deal, and he still is a big deal. But in this class, he's kind of an afterthought because of the ridiculous upside of an Arvell Reese or a Sonny Styles or a C.J. Allen.
He might have been like middle linebacker 1 in a couple of these previous years.
Absolutely. And so to me, could he be a little bit less stiff in coverage? Absolutely. But the energy that he brings is infectious. He was a huge part of the recruiting process there for Texas. He's going to be a leader. He's going to be a quick learner. He's a smart guy, and he has all the traits. So to me, that's somebody I'd be, clamoring to get my hands on if I'm an NFL GM. And I've seen him dropping a little bit in recent mock drafts, and I have no idea why, because he shouldn't be at all.
Is it just maybe because there's so many quality players at the position? Or?
Probably. Yeah. But then you get past him, and you're talking about Jacob Rodriguez, who he plays with a ridiculous edge.
He makes a million plays.
He's so much fun to watch play football.
I mean, yeah, and plus he's got an awesome mustache. So like,
he stands out. Right.
So. He looks like he's playing an 80s cop in an action movie.
Yes, that's the look. I was like, what is it? No, that's it. But it's funny just seeing him and Lee Hunter even like talking back and forth. They both play with this wild edge to their game. So he's really fun. Josiah Trotter, a few of our staff at A to Z Sports were really impressed by him at his podium today throughout the process in his film matches.
Coverage isn't his bag, though.
No, I mean, neither is. Same with Jake Golday of Cincinnati.
Okay.
But, and that's why they're available around 3.
Yeah.
So I think, you're talking about more like 2-down players and players who need to fix something. But even so, that middle round range has a bunch of guys that, man, if you overlook one thing, you're like, okay, he could be a starter for a long time.
Okay. So I've been squinting really hard to try to find a mid-round quarterback that in 2 years could be the Steelers' next franchise guy, and it's hard in this draft. I mean, Nussmeier's probably going to be gone before I'm willing to pull the trigger. But I keep coming back to Aller and Peyton and think at least there's traits here for these guys. Totally redshirt them, maybe hangs out and learns from Aaron Rodgers for a year or two, and maybe you have something. Is there anything to be mined out of those guys?
I think so. I think last year even, Drew Aller, we were looking at, hey, he could be a first-round pick.
Yeah, this quarterback class would be so great because Klubnik and Aller. And,
Arch Manning.
Right.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Next year.
Always
next year.
That's it.
But
free beer tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. But Drew Aller, I think he still has all the traits you want to see. Is he super hyper mobile? Not necessarily.
Yeah,
but,
he's pretty heavy-footed, right?
Yeah, but even so, he does, to me, feel like a Steelers quarterback. I mean, he feels like, hey, if you
big and physical,
you mold him into being the next. Well, that's probably not going to make him Roethlisberger, but that might be a little bit
again,
too.
We're squinting here.
Yeah. Squint really hard. Yeah, and just see the build. Okay, sure, but I think that would be a safe play. I'm not as high on Peyton. I know you are. If I was,
I'm just excited because he's an athlete and he's big, and
yeah,
there's not many like him.
Yeah, if I want to throw in like one more name in the hat, I'd say Sawyer Robertson out of Baylor.
Yeah.
He was supposed to succeed in the SEC. Things didn't go that well. He transfers over and has 2 good seasons, and he's not a crazy mobile threat himself either. But I was really impressed by his arm talent and decision making, and to me, he feels like somebody who's going to be in the league a long time, even if it's not a starter.
Okay.
So I'd be looking at Sawyer Robertson out of Baylor.
But you agree with the masses that next year has a chance to be crazy.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
That's really the year to go shopping.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't fall apart like it did this past year. So
there's so many names; it'd be shocking if it does. Though.
No, it would
like
be
10 or 12 of them. It seemed like they could be in the first round.
It's gonna be better than this year.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
For sure. Travis May, A to Z Sports, kind enough to join us here on Radio Row. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me, guys. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Back on Radio Row here on The Drive, and our star-studded celebrity A-list guest tour continues here.
This is always one of my faves.
With one of our favorites, Matt Harmon, Yahoo Sports, Reception Perception. Matt, we're back again for another year. How we doing?
I was going to say, do you have the star-studded guest like behind the curtain here? I don't know. I don't see him anywhere. No, it's good
He'll
to be
coming soon.
Yeah, good. Yeah, after I'm done messing it up, they'll come in class and join up. No, it's good to talk with you guys. It's just crazy to see what a big event this always is, man. Like
it is.
Matt, when you were coming here years ago, did you ever expect this to be like
not to this level, right?
Right. Live coverage of the scouting combine would have sounded
crazy.
crazy.
We're on for 9 hours a day here. I mean, it's nuts.
It's crazy.
But you guys have been doing your podcast from over there and other stuff too.
Live
Yahoo.
shows, the whole deal. Yeah. So we're all doing it, man, and it feels pretty good. Yeah.
Even
it does.
2018 was my first year here, so that's been what, eight or 9 years.
Yeah, it's a long time.
And even in that standpoint, it's changed so much. It's just awesome.
We had Greg Cosell this morning, who he works for NFL Films, and he said, I was in charge of the production team for the first broadcast of any combine, which was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And he's like, they wouldn't release any of the times. Like the NFL was real secretive about it. He was just blown away of how much it's changed. And it wasn't that long ago.
No.
But we're talking wide receivers this whole segment,
Cool.
by the way.
Deal.
So, all right, Mr. Reception Perception, who's wide receiver 1 in this 2026 draft class?
Yeah, the way I view this class is I think there are 5 guys that I would feel comfortable taking in the first round this year.
Including at 21 for the Steelers,
yes,
give or take?
Yeah, for sure. I would take any of these guys 5 in the first round. But to me, the first tier is the first 2 guys, and for me, that's Carnell Tate and Mekhi Lemon. I think when you're breaking ties in terms of like who is, and I just did a whole video on this for my YouTube channel that people can check out in the mailbag segment where
on reception perception.
Yes, yeah, correct, and kind of thinking just through how are you going to split the ties between a guy like Carnell Tate and Mekhi Lemon. I think that Lemon, probably, especially if you're thinking about from a production standpoint, probably has the highest ceiling between the 2 guys because he could be like that Puka Nacua, Amon-Ra type where he's moving around the formation. He's really being maximized. But it takes the right offense. It takes the right coordinator with the right vision to see that guy. But for Tate, I think he is a fit for like 32 NFL offenses because he's a perimeter receiver. There's like an interesting. I've seen people compare him to George Pickens. I think for me, I've seen a little bit of like pre-hiatus from the NFL Calvin Ridley to him, like a guy that can separate, can win in tight coverage as well. So a guy that is certainly good. Like, is he a 1? Is he a 2? I don't know, but I know that he can run out and win on the perimeter and run a real deal vertical route tree because that's exactly what we've seen him doing. Ton of proof of concept, great hands as well, wins away from his frame. So, yeah, I think if you're hedging your bets as to who's the wide receiver 1, I'd probably pick Tate, but I acknowledge
just because he'll fit everybody.
Exactly, because he'll fit anybody. But then if we come away from the draft in April and Mekhi Lemon lands with the right team that I think could maximize him from a pre-snap standpoint, like when you're doing post-draft, like dynasty rookie rankings, for example, that could easily flip.
Like if one of them is going to catch 90 to 100 balls a year, it's probably Lemon.
Totally.
Yeah, if they hit.
Like a consistent 90 catches, write that in pen every single year. I mean, I think if he goes to a team like the Saints, where Kellen Moore is, I think, a proven designer of offense in terms of maximizing receiver pre-snap alignment. I mean, you look at his year in Philadelphia, Devontae Smith snaps in the slot, shoot up. This last year for Chris Olave, his snaps in the slot, shoot up. And it's not because those guys need to be slot only or even slot first players. Like, those guys can win on the outside, no question. We've seen examples of that. But it just allows them to be more multiple. It makes them more dangerous from a motion standpoint pre-snap. And yeah, I think that he could do the same thing with the guy like Mekhi Lemon.
Getting your best guy the ball.
100%, yeah.
So who's your next tier? There would be
then I think it's a group of three, and I'm just kind of flip-flopping sort of my ordering of these three. And really, again, they're so different. And that's the thing this year. I've been saying this a lot this week. There's going to be a lot of what essentially are preference-based debates about wide receivers, where like, oh, I like this guy, you like that guy.
Ford versus Chevy.
Well, yeah, exactly. It just, this is my flavor, and that's what this draft is really all about at the wide receiver position.
Because there's a lot of them.
Very flavors. Because the three guys I'm about to talk about here, Jordan Tyson, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, those guys are all so different. So it's like, it depends on what your team needs, what you're looking for. But yeah, those three guys I think are all first-round picks. They all have flaws, but they all have pretty clear strengths. And it just kind of comes down to what you want. I mean, when we see these guys come in here for interviews and workouts in the coming days, you're going to see like Casey Concepcion lined up next to Denzel Boston, and it's going to look very different. And when you turn on the film,
Boston's
they played
6'4"-ish, right?
Yeah, 6'4", over 210 pounds is what he's listed at. Casey, we'll see, but he's listed at like 5'11", 190-ish or something like that. And I know for me, like, I have fallen for the sub 6 foot, sub 195 pounds separator, and way too often. I'm trying to wean myself off that type, but man, he makes it really hard because the film is incredible on this guy. I think he obviously has a little bit of a drop issue. We need to kind of work on that. I think it's one of those, and when you watch guys, is this a focus issue? Is it a concentration issue? Or is it a technique and attack issue? And I think you see him win enough. Like, he's one of these guys, like Deontay Johnson was with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's like, drops the easy ones but makes the tough catches. Like, what are we doing with that?
What's the issue?
Yeah, what's the issue here? Is it an attack issue? Is it a focus issue? Is it where he's getting the footballs thrown to him? But yeah, I mean, everything else outside of that is incredible with KC. He wins in the open field. He wins at all three levels of the route tree, and just, again, can be a very dangerous player pre and post snap.
You think he has the most juice of the five you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, no question. I think he's probably the most explosive separator of the five guys, and I think you see a lot of reps of him against press coverage where he releases and stacks and gets down the field. So not a guy that I think needs to be a slot first player, but I say that also being transparent, that I've said that about a lot of players that teams have labeled as ends up as a slot first player. So it just kind of depends if that next team shares that vision as well.
If Jordan Tyson didn't have the medical concerns, would he be up in that first tier with Lemon and Tate?
No, I even with the medical concerns, which, I mean, by the way, yeah, it's like that is a thing you got to talk about. He's not participating in this event because of a hamstring injury that was like 3 months ago. Like a multi-ligament knee tear
like
back
every year. There's been something.
It's something, yeah, and like maybe, hey, knock on wood, like for him, hopefully, fingers crossed, we're rooting for all these guys. Like the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, there's no medical issues. But I also think that over that course, there needs to be development for him as a man coverage beater. And he's the one I would just say of the top guys have had the most difficulty figuring out like what he is, because with all of those other four guys, I think I've got a pretty clear picture, especially when it comes to like Tate and Lemon. I know exactly what those guys are. I know exactly what I would want to do with them if I was calling an offense. With Jordan Tice, I'm still kind of trying to figure out exactly what he should be deployed as, because I actually think his zone coverage recognition and spatial awareness is really good, but you just see him at times like oversell and overrun his routes, and I think that people on the outside, when you're just watching highlights and you see a lot of those like quick twitch movements, people mistake that for good route running, but it's actually just you're overselling it, and like good corners are going to completely blot that out, especially when you think about translating to the pro level. A guy like Jerry Jeudy, I saw Hayden Winks from Underdog Fantasy made that comparison. It's like, oh, that's exactly right. And I do think
we don't need the wasted motion.
Don't need the wasted. Just be where you're supposed to be and
who was it? Andy Isabella would do this dance at the line of scrimmage and go nowhere, right?
Exactly. And it's like, okay, well, maybe you're open, but it's like you're 5 seconds into the route, and guess what? The quarterback's moved on to the progression, been sacked, or thrown it away.
Pulled it down and ran for 6 yards.
100%.
It's the swordsman in Raiders of the Lost Ark that Indy just shoots.
And I think exactly right. That's a great way of saying it. And I think for a guy like Tyson, I think not to just because I don't think the Jerry Jeudy comparison is perfect. I think Tyson actually tracks and adjusts and catches the football better in tight coverage than a guy like Jeudy does. But when the Browns had success with Jeudy in 2024, obviously it was with the Jameis Winston fantasy scam, but also they essentially just said like, hey, you're going to line up at Z. You're going to move around a little bit pre-snap, and when you get into that route, like you're just going to snap one snap and go. Like not a lot of movement, not a lot of quick slants. Like I talked with CeeDee Lamb at the Super Bowl, and he had a really good quote about how when you're the slot receiver, you have to win twice. Like you got to essentially win off the line, and then you got to win once again because you're facing a lot of zone coverage. There's more of just the two guys there. You got to be very spatially aware.
Yeah.
It was a great conversation. CeeDee, very smart receiver. So yeah, I've spent the last decade plus of my life studying receivers. I'm still learning something new from the guys who do it every day. You know, so like that was a great way of thinking about it. And I think for Jeudy, you saw that in Denver where he was that slot player. It's just never really a good fit for him because he's not that zone beater because he wastes all that motion doing all the dancing around. But when they got him as the Z in Cleveland, again, you're just running a runway route. Like one, snap it off, and you're open. And I think Tyson, when he's decisive and in the right spots, you see that ability to get open. It's just, I would call it inconsistent rather than a strength of his game.
So I urge everyone to check out Reception Perception because it's not just draft stuff. I mean, Matt breaks down all the top receivers. And I really think the Steelers are going to add somebody that's been in fantasy leagues. It's a veteran. Maybe it's Dobbs or Shaheed. I don't think Pierce would be in the mix. I could see that. I'm not going to ask you about Brandon Ayuk because who the heck knows. But
yeah.
DJ Moore, Pittman really intrigues me. Is there any of those names that I've heard you say that you think Dobbs has taken his game to another level? Of the free agents, he's the one I would put a chip on.
Yeah, I like Dobbs a lot. The one thing I would say with him and kind of thinking about him for the Steelers is that DK is definitely that X receiver, and that's essentially where Dobbs has done almost all of his work the last few years. So I wonder if it's a little bit of a duplicative skill set there. Dobbs is he's almost like a dig route merchant, and I say that like complimentary, you know, parentheses complimentary, because I mean, he's great. He's great at that. Like a lot of his like best routes is when he can win over the middle of the field in that intermediate area, which is great, critical to that Packers system. A lot of teams want to attack that way. I don't know if that's actually really what Mike McCarthy's going to want to do. It's a lot more the West Coast slant.
Rodgers hasn't thrown a ton over the middle either, right?
Yeah, and also I was going to say, are we living in the world where Rodgers is back?
Likely.
Yeah. Okay.
That's by far the lowest
leader
odds,
in the clubhouse.
The lowest odds you could get.
And in that case, it's like people would probably think, oh, but he's played with Dobbs.
Yeah, they had
before.
played a year together, I think.
But I think Dobbs' game has changed a lot since Rodgers was there. You know, for the better. Like again, we're talking about him winning over the middle of the field. That's not what he did as a rookie. As a rookie, he was
hard to do.
Straight. Yeah, right. He was a straight line guy. And just more of a vertical route runner, and that didn't really fit his game. Now they've kind of adjusted his role in route tree to what fits him better. He's developed a lot as a player, and it just, again, I think it's a little bit of a duplicative skill set for what you'd want DK Metcalf to be, who also probably does his best work as that X receiver over the middle of the field. So I like the Pittman suggestion a lot.
Pittman's the one I keep warming up to.
Pittman's a big body. He looks like an X. But he plays a lot of Z. He moves around in the slot. He does a little inside, outside. He works really well over the middle of the field as well. But he's also good on those like quick hitting slants, which Rodgers does like to throw. Which even if it's not Rodgers, it's going to be a staple of the McCarthy offense because it's very West Coast based. So yeah, Pittman is just so smart too. Yeah. Diagnoses zone coverage really well. He'd make a great coach if he ever wanted to after he stops playing. Yeah,
draft a guy in the second round with him too.
Yeah, they're definitely one of those teams that I think could double dip at it. You know, I was just on a Bills station over there, and that's a team I think should 100% double dip. It's like you can make the big swing, you know, which I think the Steelers made the big swing last year to get Metcalf, and we can, you know, debate whether that was a good swing or not, but it was a big swing. You trade an asset, you pay him, whatever. Now it's like, what's a better thing to do is to double dip at the position essentially. Like, yeah, maybe it's a veteran and a first-round pick, and it kind of depends on what tier of player we're looking at here.
Like, I wonder if you could get Ayuk at a massive discount or DJ Moore seems to worry me. I just seem like it's the best days might be behind him. A.J. Brown's the big name, but I see slight decline with him as well.
I agree. Slight decline. Receiver aging is it's like my favorite but least favorite topic to talk about. It's my favorite because it's like it's interesting, but the reason I hate it is because it's just a hard thing to like get your mind around. I mean, and it's hard. It's not, the rules are not the same for every single player, even within player archetypes. Now, I do think like technicians are the guys that generally age pretty well. You think about Keenan Allen, you think about Stephon Diggs. Like those declines have been graceful.
Yeah,
Diggs started to decline at the end of his Buffalo tenure in 2023. Like you saw that sort of slight decline, like you're saying with A.J. Brown. You saw a slight decline last year. I would agree with that. I said that a lot during the year. And then though we've seen him kind of still age gracefully quality ever since, and even though there was a major injury somewhere in there. But then I come back to like Des Bryant. I remember being at NFL Network in 2018, the offseason.
Right off the cliff.
Yeah, the offseason that the Cowboys cut him, and it was like wall-to-wall coverage. Like, where's Des Bryant going to go? I was like, I was a little low-level at the time. Still a nobody, but I was a big-time nobody then. I was like, put me on that show, and I'll tell you that he's not the player that he was anymore, because like once you saw it was right off the cliff. A guy, Allen Robinson, who spent the year with Pittsburgh, and that was a player I loved, Allen Robinson.
I remember.
But once it went, and it was gone. And like that's typically for those like bigger receivers who aren't elite special athletes.
A.J. Brown could
fall
off cliff. Yeah.
Right. Like, is he more of that bucket, or is he more of the Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs bucket? I think it's probably more towards the former than the latter.
It is Matt Harmon with us here on The Drive, live on Radio Row. All right, we got your thoughts on the top 5 first-round guys in this class, some free agency stuff there. What about the next wave? What about the next crop? The day 2, maybe even potential day 3 guys?
Yeah.
We've talked
if
a lot.
If they land one of these names, I think they'd be day 2 shopping.
Yeah, I would say so too, and I think that again, this is where it comes down to flavors and like what are you looking for, and there's a lot of really interesting names there. Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame, I think I've seen some like round 1 mocks for him. I think he's more of a day 2 guy, but a really interesting day 2 guy that I think can play X receiver for sure, but also I thought his like zone coverage recognition was much more impressive than I maybe would have expected for a guy that's 6'4", bigger receiver. Like there's a lot of lanky guys in this draft. I think he's got a little bit more oomph to him as a bigger receiver. Ted Hurst is another one out of Georgia State.
Yeah.
Which is like, didn't think I'd be watching a lot of Georgia State tape, but man, I tell you what, he definitely is one of those guys that like instantly stands out, looks the part. Reminds me a little bit of like Torrey Horton from last year's draft. A Z that probably runs these like slasher routes over the middle, definitely has speed and twitch to him. I like him a lot. Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama, probably not like the sexiest tape you're gonna watch, but looks like a great glue guy, like a wide receiver 3 that just hangs on to the roster. I think there's a lot of guys like that in this class, and like the buzz of the town this week is Omar Cooper Jr.
Of course.
To me, I think he's a high second rounder as opposed to a first rounder, but it's a skill set that a lot of teams are looking for right now. You think about like what the Bears got out of Luther Burden last year, where it was a lot of like created, designed stuff. I think Burden is more dangerous against man coverage than Omar Cooper is for sure. That's my biggest hang up with Cooper, is that I think he's a little tight as a one-on-one man coverage route runner. You see him get stuck at the break points every now and again, and like we can't be this kind of slot yards after catch guy if we're also getting stuck on our over the middle routes, and I do think you see that with him sometimes. So that's like the development that he needs. But man, you get the ball in his hands, and he is tough as hell, physical as a runner after the catch, physical as a blocker. I've heard great character reports on him, so maybe he's going to be able to put that work in and get better. But yeah, those are some names on day 2 that I think people should know.
Last one I got for you is Brazel. If you watch Brazel, is he on your list? Okay. I mean, he's obviously big. He's obviously fast, long strider.
Super fluid, I think, for a guy at that size. But he's one of these Tennessee wide receivers that comes from the Looney Tunes offense.
Right.
He lines
run
up
2 routes.
Right. He lines up on one side of the field, which that to me,
that's a big red flag for you.
Big red flag for me. Like if I've shared the list before, and it's a lot of, and so people can find it on Twitter. It's on Reception Perception. I think, ironically, in Jack Besh's profile, a guy that I really liked. I thought, ooh, he could be like a big slot, and he did nothing as a rookie. And he was one of those guys that only lined up.
Coaching staff had might something to do with it too.
Oh, brother, I'm beyond with you on that one. Yeah, I am 100% with you. That was a weird, like, way too many cooks in the kitchen, and they all are cooking off different cookbooks. Not a great situation there in Las Vegas. And yeah, it's definitely that's a part of it. But again, this is where people can find the list. That, like, it's a lot of guys that either A, flamed out, or B, took a while to develop in the league. It's like Cedric Tillman types, like, again, a guy that's shown some flashes, but like that's the best that you've got. The guys who have succeeded out of that, it's been DJ Moore, it's been Drake London, and then guys that have more so become slot receivers.
I say if you're a superstar, I think like Des Bryant was that guy.
Yeah, like Rashee Rice is one of those
guys.
But
you have to be pretty special.
But he moved from
spot,
he moved from the perimeter into the slot. So there's definitely Juju Smith-Schuster was another one, became a slot receiver in the league. So those are kind of like the guys that have hits, and even like Drake London and DJ Moore are kind of movement guys. They're not perimeter receivers in the league necessarily on a consistent basis. They're great players. Obviously Drake London's a stud, but they've done a lot to weaponize him and from a pre-snap standpoint. But again, then there's a long list of guys that just were complete flameouts, those one side of the field players, and he is 100% that is Chris Brazel. And it's just like you're just not a lot of translatable pro reps there. But there's no question that, like, from an athletic standpoint, a fluidity standpoint, he really shows a lot of, like, potential there. So I would say probably more of a developmental guy that you would take later and hope to grow, not expect, like, oh, we take him in the second round, we throw him out there, and great, come back to the Raiders team. They did that with Dante Thornton Jr. out of Tennessee. And I was just like, what are you expecting to happen here? You're going to play this guy year one as an X receiver? It's insane. But, yeah, a lot of weird things happened in Las Vegas last year.
That's how you get the first pick in the draft.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
On the football field and around town, weird things happen in Las Vegas, so I've been told. Matt Harmon, Yahoo Sports, Reception Perception. Dude, thank you for taking the time. Always a blast.
Always good talking to you guys.
Good
Appreciate
stuff.
it, man.
Bonus hour of The Drive here, live on Radio Row, our ongoing Combine coverage on Steelers Nation Radio, and joining us to kick off our third bonus hour here on this Wednesday. He's like the mayor of Radio Row here.
Oh, yeah.
The voice of the Indianapolis Colts, Matt Taylor. Matt, what's up, man?
Welcome,
Thanks for
my people. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks for having us out
Great
here
to have
once
us,
again.
right?
Absolutely.
Good host.
Yeah.
I know we've had these conversations with you before. We have these conversations, it feels like every year, when we're all driving out here together. We hope this thing stays here forever. I know now they've been doing the 2-year contracts, so we know at least the next 2 and 27 and 28 are going to be here. But Indy is just such a perfect town for this, man.
You know, as it relates to the
LA would be
Combine.
a nightmare, too.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere would be, just because it's just so compact and everything is so navigable, if you will, downtown Indianapolis. But the bad analogy that I've used when it comes to, the NFL always – kind of flirting with the idea to take the Combine somewhere else and take it out of Indianapolis. It's like that the younger brother that's always trying to impress his older brother, right? Always trying to hang out with the older brother's friends.
Yep.
It's like how we got to be finally to the point, right? If you're the NFL, as the older brother, you finally got to be to the point where it's like, yeah, my younger brother's pretty cool. And he does things the right way, and he's cool enough to hang out with the older kids and my friends. Like, are we to that point where the NFL has just flirted with this idea for so long, and the NFL, or I should say the city of Indianapolis, just continues to deliver and give the NFL what it wants, and they continue to evolve this event? Where can we just finally stop having all these other conversations?
Don't even bring it up anymore.
Yeah, and all these empty threats that we're going to turn it into the draft and take it to different cities. I mean, you still have to perform things that the Combine is all about, like the medical testing.
I was going to say,
how does anybody else do that except for downtown Indianapolis when you literally have 4 hospitals within 3 miles?
I was curious about that. Is there a ton of hospitals here for it? And I know they prepare for it every year.
Absolutely. And you've got Lucas Oil Stadium that's literally connected to where we are right now inside the Indiana Convention Center. But, I mean,
it's such a convention city, too.
It is.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. And when stuff like this is in town, it takes over the town, right? The Big Ten tournament and obviously NCAA Final Fours. The Final Four is here. Guys, I don't know if you realize this. The Final Four in April is here for the 9th time.
Wow.
Ever.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was here for it in 2010.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason for that. I mean, every year we host the Indy 500, and that's the biggest sporting event, one-day sporting event in the world. We've had national championship games and the U.S. Super Bowls and the U.S. Swimming and diving championships at Lucas Oil Stadium just 2 summers ago, which was incredibly cool. We've had all-star games here. So if it is a big event, literally, it has been to the city of Indianapolis, and I think we do things pretty well because of how the city is. Well, how the city comes together, the civic leaders come together, and the sports, the Pacers and the Colts, they come together. But just the forethought of whoever planned the city and then went, like in the 1980s, before the Colts even came to town, whoever came up with the idea, we're going to go all in on sports, and it's going to serve our city and our economy well. I mean, tip of the cap to those politicians, because it just continues to be one of the greatest sports towns in America.
And I forget what the number is, but it's a very high percentage of the league can actually drive here, which was one of the reasons it was picked originally, too. I think
you're
it's
the crossroads of America.
It's like 18 or 20 cities, if you think about it, that are 6-7 hours or less.
No question about it.
It's super flat. It makes it easier to get around.
It's kind of annoying, though, because I think the Steelers obviously are a great example of this, but, I mean, the Colts – when they play a home game, you do see a lot of representation from the opposing team.
Sure. Easy to get to.
The airport's easy to get to, and it's very navigable, too. And it's, hell, the Buffalo Bills, 2 years ago we played the Bills, and I had a rare night out with. I mean, you guys can understand this. Had a rare night out with my wife. Had a babysitter with the kids. So we come downtown the night before the Bills are in town. We can't find a seat at any restaurant downtown. There's Bills fans freaking everywhere. And they drove in, 7.5, 8 hours because they could. It was just a different environment to come watch their team.
And because once you're here, you park your car and you don't have to drive. You
That's
can
it.
walk anywhere,
That's it.
restaurants,
We
bars.
never move a car.
Yeah, it's incredible. I would love
You don't even have to go outside half the time to get to the restaurants and stuff. There's all these tunnels and
Like I would love to come
The
here
steak
just as
just
a
hits you in the
fan for a
face.
game, and then there's 17 different 5-star steakhouses on every single
All right.
corner.
Speaking of which, what kind of influence do you have on the shrimp that comes around on the trays, and when should we expect it? I got shut out last
Probably
year, and
tomorrow.
I'm still kind of bitter about it.
Yeah,
Right?
I think
Okay.
Kind of bitter.
That's
Yeah.
usually a tomorrow thing.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the CIB always has a little tricks up their sleeve.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Colts mascot would walk around with
Yeah,
it,
it's,
and
you have
we were in the corner last year, and I got
the
shut out.
The CIB, you have Visit Indy, you have the Indiana Sports Corps. Again, they all come together to make sure you guys are
At least get a sample.
well taken care of, and you come
Okay.
away with good perceptions about downtown Indianapolis.
You know we love it, and we sing the praises every time we're here. It's our spiritual home for the end of February is what we call it.
Come, my people.
Matt, let's talk a little bit about the Colts. Obviously, great start last year, and then things fell off, particularly after the Daniel Jones injury. Do you think it is a foregone conclusion that he will be a Colt again in 26?
Yeah, Chris Ballard and Shane Steichen spoke yesterday and on Tuesday, and they all kind of talked in the present tense, as if Daniel Jones is going to be – we want Daniel Jones to be our quarterback in the short term and the long term after what he showed in those first 10 games. And that's the thing. I mean, for anybody following the Colts, it was just such a tale of two different seasons last year. I mean, the first 10 weeks, they're 8-2. Leading the NFL in points per game, right around 33.
Yeah, I remember when they played the Steelers.
Yeah.
The numbers were insane at
Almost
that point.
400 yards per game, and not to get too nerdy on you guys, but the points per possession.
Oh, we're
was
crazy. Points per drive.
3.2.
You're not getting too nerdy on us. You're speaking
No.
our language.
Yeah.
I
It's
did
ridiculous
about
numbers.
3,000 words on it. Yeah.
He puts together a 3,000-word stat pack for every
Matt
Steelers.
stats,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
I've read that stuff. you better believe I had that dialed in. Was that week 9 or week 10, somewhere in there?
What's so crazy? I was just in the bathroom with Aaron Nagler from the Packers. He's like, I found your stat pack before the Packer week, and I was like the smartest analyst in Green Bay for it.
Yeah. Williamson's, you're definitely doing it right there. But, I mean, yeah, so you get the idea. The first 10 weeks, now, they weren't playing great teams, but they were beating the crap out of bad teams. And that's what you're supposed to do
That's
to
what you're
bad
supposed to
teams.
do.
They had
Yeah.
a bunch of wins by 20-plus points. And then Daniel Jones, I think the first line of demarcation was that Steelers game where Watt and Highsmith kind of took things over, got a bunch of sacks, a couple strip sacks and turnovers and takeaways that really turned that game on its head for the Colts. But then things really changed in Berlin and Germany. The Colts won that game in overtime against the Falcons, but we all think that's the game where Jones came up with the fractured fibula. And then he wasn't the same. The offense wasn't the same. Things took on different dynamics. Players weren't utilized the same way because of Jones' lack of mobility. So they lost their last 7 games. Jones tears his Achilles in Week 14. The running game falls off a cliff. Jonathan Taylor went from averaging 6 yards per carry in the first 10 to 3.3 the last 7. So
He was the forefront of Offensive Player of the Year conversation for the
sure.
first half of the season.
No question about it. And, Tyler Warren's numbers went down the last 7 games of the season. But then on top of that, their schedule really heated up, right? They lost their last 7 games, but they played – to end the year, they played 6 straight teams that won at least 11 games. So the schedule heated up. Defensively, they experienced a lot of injuries. So it was just bad timing, right? They are unfortunately the first team in the history of the NFL to start a year 8-2 or better and finish the season with a losing record and miss the playoffs.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
you talk about just a gut punch.
Sure.
On
Trade for Sauce Gardner,
and
and
the
then he
trade
gets
for
hurt.
Sauce
He gets hurt,
Yeah.
yeah.
That doesn't, provide immediate dividends because of his lack of availability. So, yeah, it's just, the sense of urgency going into last year when they had missed the playoffs 4 straight years was high. Now, I don't know what you call it now, right?
It's hard to blame anyone for
now
how it
it's
went.
just boiling over because you're talking about 5 straight years and guys like Jonathan Taylor. I mean, he's got 3 seasons of over at least 1,400 yards, and he hasn't made the playoffs in any of those years. So it's just they're still trying to figure out quarterback. I think that they will in terms of this contract with Daniel Jones, but their nucleus of players has been together now for quite some time, and the best definition of where they've been as a franchise, I just call it purgatory, right? Because
they've kind of been about the most average team in the league.
It's just
since Luck left. Basically,
their team is, I think, for the most part, built together or put together pretty well. But they missed the playoffs 5 years in a row. But in 4 of those 5 years, they've won at least 8 games. It's like exactly where you don't want to be, right? Because they're too good to bottom out, but because of lack of personnel and difference makers at a couple of key spots, they just haven't been good enough to break through. And what's another gut punch, if you will, from last year is that they missed the playoffs in a year where the Chiefs don't make it, the Bengals don't make it, the Ravens don't make it, and those teams have quarterback stability and franchise stability, and I don't think they're going anywhere.
So one time when they did have the high pick was the Anthony Richardson selection, and assuming Jones is back, do we think Richardson's a foregone conclusion to be elsewhere at some point? And I know he hasn't been great, but boy, he's been a hard time staying on the field. He hasn't had a lot of luck. He didn't have didn't have a lot of starts in college. Could you foresee a year or two from now that the Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, early pick, he resurrects his career with the 49ers or something,
Yeah, my gut says, because they talk about, just as I said, they're speaking when they talk about Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce in the present tense. They're also talking about Anthony Richardson in the present tense too. So I still think he's going to be on this team next year. I still think he's got a spot and a place. Now he's got to continue to first rehab and come off of this weird eye injury that he suffered pregame before a Week 6 game against the Cardinals at home. Just
the workout band, right?
Yeah. It was the apparatus that the workout band was on, like a hard object, a hard structure, metal object.
Jeez.
Hit him in the eye.
Just hit him in the eye. I think when the dust settled on the whole ordeal, he was lucky to have an eye.
Okay.
Based on,
could have been worse.
Based on where it hit him and how hard it hit him and things like that. So first get totally clear of that, which I think he's on the right path for that. And then secondly, just my view is you drafted him top 5 for a reason, right? He's oozing with potential. And he's still under contract. He's got 1 more year, and then you've got a decision to make on him May 1st for that 5th-year option. So my thought is, as long as he's on your team, pour in every resource you have into him to see how good he can be and what he can do. Because I think the worst-case scenario for the Colts, when it comes to where they're at right now with Jones and Richardson and the hierarchy of their quarterback depth chart, it's not that he wouldn't work out for the Colts. It's just you don't want to see him work out somewhere else.
Absolutely.
So my thing is keep him on your team, pour in every resource you have into him, help him as best you can, and then when you have to make a hard decision on him after his contract is up, either this year or after the 2027 season, then make a decision on where you're at and how much you want to continue to invest further into Richardson.
I got one more for you, and this is very Steeler related. What would it take for the Steelers to get Michael Pittman?
I was going to say, you got some wide receivers that we think would look good in the black and gold.
Yeah,
but
if Pierce gets franchised, does Pittman go?
Yeah.
Or is it a 7th-round pick? Or is it a mid-round pick? Or does he get cut? Or
same thing. They continue to talk about Michael Pittman Jr. in the present tense. They like who he is and what his value is. And, a couple years ago when he got his contract, he was paid in the ballpark of a number 1 wide receiver. My analyst, Rick Venturi on radio, former ball coach and has been around the game for 40-plus years, he likes to call Michael Pittman Jr. a tight end in a wide receiver's body, right? He's kind of middle of the field between the numbers guy.
Physical.
Really physical, really kind of bought into the culture of the Colts, identity on offense, really bought into the running game, willing blocker, really physical guy, likes to talk some junk on the outside, but he's not he's not a burner. He's not a huge yards per catch guy. He's going to catch those 12 to 15 yard passes that keep the Colts on schedule and get first downs, but it's mainly middle of the field. So my thing again, like if you get rid of Michael Pittman Jr. and you say Alec Pierce is our true number one, and we're going to invest $25+ million into him and pay Daniel Jones.
You got Downs and Warren
between 35 and 40 million. Like you still have guys on the roster, but somebody's got to be your number two, right? Like if you're going to get rid of Pittman, who are you going to get? Right? You know what I mean? Like it's like we're all so conditioned to just like punt on guys, but like how are you going to fill their spot in the roster? How are you going to get their
Especially
production?
when you don't have a first-round pick.
100%. So I think Michael Pittman Jr. has a lot of value, maybe more so value to the Colts than he does other teams, and I think the Colts really recognize that. Plus, he's a great team guy. He's really kind of put down a lot of roots in Indianapolis, likes being here. So, again, my gut feeling is that Pittman's going to be on this roster next season.
Last one for you. No first-round pick from the Sauce trade. What's the draft approach? What are the needs that you still got to come away with?
Well, big picture offseason needs for the Colts, they got to address their pass rush. Last season in the offseason was all about, hey, our pass defense last year, speaking of 2024, really fell off a cliff. So they addressed that big time in the offseason. Cam Bynum, Charvarius Ward. They had a bunch of guys get hurt, so here comes like Justin Wally in the third round out of Minnesota. They didn't stop there, as you said earlier. Here comes the
They
Sauce
liked
Gardner
Wally
trade.
too, right?
Yeah, Wally was really playing well in training camp, and I thought was going to find a home within that defense somewhere. But now they got to address the pass rush. They got 3 defensive ends who are free agents: Tyquan Lewis, Samson Ebukam, and Kwity Paye. Unfortunately, those 3 guys last year combined for just 9 sacks and not a whole lot of disruption. So it's really never a good thing, as you guys know, when your best pass rusher is a defensive tackle, and that's DeForest Buckner.
Unless it's Aaron Donald, right?
Yeah, something crazy like that. And last year, unfortunately for Buckner, he missed 9 games with a neck injury, and he's going to have to rehab most of the offseason with that, and ideally you get him back sometime in training camp, so we'll see as far as that goes. But, yeah, I mean, without a first-round pick, I think the only viable option for the Colts is to kind of go heavy in that regard in free agency and bring in a veteran pass rusher. But it's going to be tricky because you got to make the money work, because if you sign Jones and Pierce, not a whole lot of pizza left in that pie. Sure. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
So that's going to be interesting. I think big picture they're going to have to go a blend of free agency and the draft to get more consistency inside that Lou Anarumo defense in year number 2.
Great stuff with the mayor of Radio Row and the voice of the Indianapolis Colts, Matt Taylor. Matt,
Mr.
thanks.
Hoosier.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told him I might be going to the Purdue basketball game tomorrow, and he rolled his eyes at me and wasn't too thrilled. But don't worry.
Well, he's going with a huge Michigan State
I'm going with a
fan.
Michigan State guy,
So they'll be rooting against
wearing
Purdue.
green.
I'll be properly indoctrinated.
Yeah, because if you just wear your Steelers colors, you're going to blend right in. So you're going to have to go out of your
good
way.
point.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to go way out of your way on that.
I didn't even think about it. See, that's why I like talking to you, man. Keeping me on the straight and narrow. Thanks for the time, dude, and thanks for having us as always.
My pleasure, guys.
We love this. Voice of the Colts, Matt Taylor, kind enough to lend us some time here. We've got a heavy hitter with us here to begin. Greg Cosell, of course, of NFL Films. So nice,
This
Matt.
is a first in combine history, by the way.
So nice. We're having him on twice.
Exactly. We've never had a repeat guest before. This is my favorite one. Let's do it.
So what do you? I was not part of the first conversation that you had.
We talked
with Greg,
about all kinds of good stuff.
You tell me where you want to go with this one.
I really wanted to focus on some league-wide trends with you, Greg.
Okay.
I mean, I know that you're so dialed in with up to date with the league, and there's a couple on both sides of the ball. But let's start with a real increase, which really was a Steeler thing too, from past year in 13 personnel. McVay and the Rams. I mean, they're such chameleons there, and they've changed year after year. What advantages does that present, and do you see that sticking around the league for a while?
Well, it's funny that the Rams, through the first 5 games of the season, did not play one snap of 13 personnel.
Yeah.
And then week 6, they started. And then there were games where they would play 40, 50 snaps of 13 personnel.
Even with 2 great receivers on the team.
Yeah, and when they started playing 13 personnel, believe it or not, the only wide receiver on the field was Devontae Adams, not Puka Nacua.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Devontae Adams is a bad player,
right?
But it wasn't Puka. And
Puka still almost led the league in receiving.
Right. And, of course, then, Devontae got hurt and missed games, and Puka started playing in the 13 personnel as the only receiver. But, obviously, the first thing it does is it forces the defense to decide, how they want to play from a personnel standpoint. Because, you just think as a general thing, 13 personnel, 3 tight ends, you're going to line up in your base defense, meaning you've got 4 defensive backs on the field. And 7 bigger people. Whether you play a 5-2 front or a 4-3, you have 7 bigger people. But if you have the right mix of tight ends, which the Rams did, because they basically had someone like a Davis Allen, who was kind of the blocking tight end. So if they lined up in a 2 backfield set, he was always in the backfield. They have someone like Colby Parkinson, who's kind of a combo platter. He could line up attached to the formation and be a blocker. He could split out a little bit. They had Higbee, who definitely could do both, and probably better deployed, a little more detached, but could do both. Then they had Ferguson, the rookie from Oregon, who's clearly a detached player. I think he ran a 4.5 or so.
He was their first pick when they traded out of the first round, right?
Yeah. So, So obviously, as I said, it starts with what does the defense decide to do from a personnel standpoint, because now the formations that the Rams could use, and other teams as well that played out of 13, depending on who those tight ends were, they become multiple, they become diverse. How do defenses match up? Almost every defense would match up playing some form of zone, because if you start detaching tight ends and you're playing with only 4 DBs on the field, now you're asking perhaps stacked backers to play in space. They're not used to that.
Yeah.
So, they almost know what they're going to get from the defense before the play even starts. And if there's some predictability or little variance, let's use that term, coaches like to use that term, little variance in what you're getting from the defense, then you feel pretty comfortable with your play calls, because you essentially know what you're going to get.
Especially if you have a combination of McVay and Stafford who have seen everything and you can manipulate people anyway.
So, the question is, does that become a bigger trend because you need the right people, or is it just a case of, certain teams, look, the Steelers did some of it, but it's not as if they were, throwing it all over the field when they did it.
No.
The other thing that sort of is ancillary or the corollary to the 13 personnel was a lot of teams played with 6 offensive linemen this year.
Steelers were at the top of the league with that, too.
Yeah. Houston was a big 6-0 line personnel offense.
I thought the Bills were really interesting because last year they were super heavy.
But then they got Jackson Hawes,
who's kind of the Darnell Washington.
Right. So, it's really, again, none of us can sit here and say, we're going to see more and more if we don't know the answer to that. But it can give you definite advantages if you have the right trio of tight ends.
So going back, the last 20 years, college linebackers are not used to taking on an old school lead blocking fullback.
No. Yeah.
And they don't even, it creates a new gap coming through the B gap or whatever. How does it affect the run game having those 3 tight ends on the field? You create different gaps? Does it create different blocking angles?
You're forcing linebackers who, as you say, because that's what the college game is giving the NFL.
Yeah.
The college game there's very few. It's funny, there is one this year in Sonny Styles who's big. I'm sure there's more than one, but I just haven't.
He's really good, by the way.
Yeah, no, really good. I just haven't gotten to the linebackers yet, so I don't want to make it seem like there's no other linebackers like that. But the point is what linebackers then have to be able to do is the term we use is stack and shed. They're going to have to be able to play with physicality, in dealing with
220 pounds,
in dealing with offensive linemen, right. So now, do you have to be 250 pounds? No, but it's hard to do it at 220. There's some great examples this year, like Kyle Lewis, from Pitt, who. I haven't studied him in detail, but just seeing some plays or some games where I was watching an offense playing against Pitt, he looks like a safety, the build that he has. And he may end up being a guy that could be used in the Eminwari role, for instance.
That was another trend I was going to bring up at some point.
Because there's not going to be 30 of those guys. But, linebackers have to be able to stack and shed. They have to be able to use their hands to control and, control, displace, stack and shed, whatever term you want to use. And a lot of college linebackers they don't really do that.
They've never done it, and they're small.
Yeah, and they're smaller.
Thin-waisted. And,
right. So
give up 100 pounds to these guys.
Yeah, so it's, we'll see about the, it all factors into what you said, Matt, with the run game. Are we're going to see more run game. It's
we're definitely seeing heavier personnel.
Yeah, that we know we're seeing for sure. So, we'll see if we end up seeing more run game or not.
You know this better than I, but it seems like the biggest goal, and it's easier said than done. Seattle was the master of it. But if I can I always use the NBA equivalent. If I can play defense against big people or a bunch of guards with the same starting 5.
Right.
I don't have to substitute. And, Seattle used a lot of different people, but they used the big nickel. And
they used different people up front.
Yeah, they had a rotation.
Essentially, they played big nickel and dime. That's what they essentially did.
They were never in base, hardly.
Yeah, hardly ever.
Right.
Yeah.
So do you have to have great defensive tackles first and foremost to pull that off? Because a lot of these teams are playing with lighter boxes, too high, Fangio, still explosives are what everybody fears on defense. But they want to be able to defend the run good enough without giving up explosives.
I think where the defensive tackles come in is more a function of the increase in, sort of quarters or too high.
Okay.
Because what happens there? You do not have a safety in the box who takes an extra gap, so now you're losing a gap. So now your defensive tackles, without going into the weeds on this, but I think people can understand it, is they have to play what coaches call gap and a half.
Yeah, it's not old Steelers.
It's not quite two gap where you do this and the peekaboo and where's he going?
Casey Hampton, and Aaron Smith, and those guys.
But they have to be able to play not just one gap, but then half a gap. And if both do that, then they take care of that extra gap because half and a half is one. So D tackles.
What I don't quite understand is how they do that from a technique standpoint.
I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how they coach that.
That's a coaching thing. I don't know that for sure. But, I mean, you look at the two teams in the Super Bowl and look at their defensive tackles. You had Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy for Seattle and Jaron Reed, a very good rotational tackle. For the Patriots, you had Christian Barmore, Milton Williams, and then they had the rookie free agent Durden, who turned out to be a very good player.
Yeah.
And Tonga as well, a big guy. So
I think they're more important than they have been.
Well, if I think teams continue to play more of that quarters look, which, of course, one reason that's become in vogue as well is because it takes away the seams. Because when you're playing single high, there's just too many voids, and the seams in particular can be a problem.
Okay.
So, everything sort of – there's a domino effect with everything. And then, of course, all this is cyclical. We'll see – maybe we see this for 2 years, and then – an offense or defense, they come up with something to deal with it, and then all of a sudden things change again. Look, you go back to the Legion of Boom, and everybody wanted to play cover 3, which they did. But then what starts to happen is the voids – offenses figured out the voids. Not every team had Earl Thomas playing post safety.
That helps.
Because for 4 or 5 years he was the best post safety in the league. Just like not every team's going to have him in Worry. So a lot of teams might want to play quote unquote big nickel, where in a sense you're playing with 3 safeties, but that one safety, him in Worry, is almost like a Sam linebacker.
He's closer to a linebacker than a free safety for sure.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you need the right people to do those things as well.
So along those lines. And it's a hot topic now. Everybody wants their Worry, and they don't grow on trees, of course. But
everybody wants big guys and fast guys as opposed to slow guys and small guys.
Yeah, that hasn't changed, I guess. Yeah. But there's a lot of them in the league, Branch and DeJean, and people that they look at these guys like they're corners first.
Right.
And they really aren't that much different, in my opinion. Hamilton, Derwin James.
Well, those are the 3, Worry, Derwin James, and Hamilton. That are sort of, they're all 6'2.5" plus, 215 plus.
They can take on no line
Right,
blocks.
and there's not going to be 30 of those guys, though.
No. So, for example, the Steelers played the Texans in the playoff game.
Right.
And everybody's like, boy, these edge defenders are so nasty, and Stingley in the corners are great. And all that stuff's true. But when I previewed it, I tried to tell the audience, Petrie's the guy that brings the room together. He's that big
guy.
nickel guy is a really
he's
important
sort of their
piece.
big nickel, and he's not big. So,
but he plays big. And he's
plays
nasty,
bigger and
like a DeJean.
Yeah, and theoretically, DeJean fits that role, even though he's technically a slot corner.
Yeah.
But so
I think that's why the Steelers got Ramsey, but he couldn't keep him doing it.
So again, I'd have to study in immense detail, and I'm only one person, how truly the Texans use Petrie, because he certainly is not Worry or Derwin James.
If they walk in the room, they don't look the same.
No. And then see I kind of know how the Eagles use DeJean, although he didn't really play in the box very much, DeJean.
Okay.
He was almost a true slot corner. I mean, obviously there were times based on formation he did, move a little bit to be more of an overhang guy than a slot, depending on what the defensive call was. But he wasn't truly used in the exact same way Emanwari was, or Derwin James, who very often lines up, on the edge, a lot. I mean, so, look, it's just different philosophies with different coaches. But the bottom line point is, what do you always hear after a Super Bowl? You always hear that, there's the blueprint.
There's the blueprint.
There's the blueprint. That's great if you have Emanwari.
If you have the Legion of Boom talent,
exactly.
It works. Right. Last thing along those lines, too, I think the Shanahans and McVays and so many others now, too, but are so good at making your cornerbacks tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, in the day, you could just have coverage corners.
Right.
And now they're going to run Derrick Henry at Hilton in the slot. It just seems like a lot of the smaller slot receivers and especially corners are starting to really fade away because they can't defend the run.
No, and it's funny you say that because I think that's where, there's more and more pre-snap movement in the game than ever. And most people think about pre-snap movement in terms of the pass game. But it's really a big deal in the run game because it messes with your run support principles.
Okay.
I almost, and just because I'm older and have been doing this for a long time, what I'm seeing a lot of reminded me of Joe Gibbs in the Washington Redskins in the 80s, who did a ton of motion, and you do it to mess with run support.
Okay.
There was a game this year with Ben Johnson that I remember like it was yesterday when they came to Philadelphia and beat the Eagles and ran for, 250 or 300 yards, and the way he used pre-snap movement motion in the run game was just masterful. It screwed the Eagles. Run support up. The numbers got screwed up. The Eagles
Great
started
blocking angles,
and the Eagles started moving people around, which they normally don't like to do. So
you could tell they were scrambling.
Yeah,
they
were.
an
They were trying to figure it out during the game. And it didn't quite work. So I think that's one reason there's so much more. That's another theoretical trend in the league is there's more pre-snap movement.
Last thing I have for you, because I didn't want to keep you forever.
No,
it's
that's
our
fine.
second trip, but it seems like under center is starting to really become a big trend too. And
well, I'm a big believer in that, and I heard Josh Daniels say something that I've been saying for years. Not that I sent the trend. He's obviously smarter than I am. But I always believe that under center play action was way more effective than shotgun play action.
Okay.
Because what is the point of play action? The point of play action is to put second-level defenders in conflict. That's one of the points, obviously.
If you can just freeze them for a beat.
Right, and because second-level players have both a run responsibility and a pass coverage responsibility. So you're trying to put them in conflict, mental conflict, play with their eyes. So under center play action, it takes longer for the offensive play to show what it is. So therefore, the second-level defenders have to wait longer.
They got to hold their water.
They've got to hold. They got to either attack downhill if they think it's a run, or just stay where they are if they're uncertain.
And then A.J. Brown's running across
and then if it's a
behind
pass,
you or whatever,
they're late to their underneath zone coverage responsibilities. So I've always
it's even just half a step is enough.
Oh, a millimeter of a second changes everything in the NFL.
Yeah.
You know that. I mean, so
people don't realize how important alignment is down to the smallest.
No question.
Yeah.
So anyway, the point I'm making is under center play action, which you're definitely right. I think you're seeing that more and more, and I think that's one reason for it.
And as you mentioned, no one's reinventing the wheel. This has happened forever. You're just putting different concepts
and nothing's
together.
100%.
Yeah,
that's the thing. I get that a lot because when you talk, people think, he said that. Well, nothing. There's so many different ways to play in the NFL, and nothing is 100%. At its core, everything's about probability and tendency. That's why coaches watch so much, because they're trying. Look, someone like Kyle Shanahan, okay? In the Kyle Shanahan system, the play caller is the star. Kyle's the star. He's not giving Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's not coming to the line of scrimmage and trying to figure things out. He's calling the play. And when I talk to defensive coaches, they say Kyle Shanahan is the best there is in terms of understanding what the defense is doing. That's film study.
Yeah,
That's why all these guys do all this stuff. That's the bottom line.
It seems like the best defensive minds understand protections as well as O-line coaches.
I mean, you saw that in the Super Bowl where the Seahawks early in the game, first 2 possessions blitzed. They were not a high percentage blitz team at all during the season. In fact, they were near the bottom. So what did he do? He came out and when I studied that tape, I mean, I was in the stands for the game, but I was just enjoying it as a fan. I wasn't taking notes. But then when I got back to my office at Films and was watching it, boy, on a couple of those blitzes, you could see he just knew what the protection was, and he broke down the. And that's what, when you hear the phrase "broke down the protection," what it basically means is that you understand, based on a defensive front look, how the offense will protect that, and then you can eat up their protection and then get someone free.
So
because
it's
you know how
to,
they will protect.
It's similar to coverages where there's no perfect one or everybody would run
it. Right.
You know,
yeah.
so every protection has a weakness.
Right.
Yeah, every coverage has a weakness.
Yeah.
Or everybody run.
I mean,
all
everything theoretically. I mean, it can be attacked and broken down. You know, and it happens in the NFL. You know, these guys are pretty smart.
Yeah.
And they're paid a lot of money too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the best of the best.
Yeah.
Greg Cosell, kind enough to join us again here on Radio Row. Always enjoy hearing from you this week, every
fantastic.
year. Thank you for taking the time.
Oh, no problem, guys. Love talking to you.
Joining us now, as he typically does all throughout the regular season, and certainly plenty during the offseason as well, it's our buddy Chris Halicke from DK Pittsburgh Sports. Chris, thanks for taking the time, brother. How we feel? This is always the first day that the week's catching up with you a little bit.
A little bit.
It's a bit of a grind, but at the same time, we finally get on field stuff tonight. So it's the balance of, like, you're dragging a little bit, but there's a nice little carrot being dangled in front of us too still.
Yeah, man, it's a fun week. It's a week unlike any other in the entire calendar year. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of networking going on, but it's fun to learn about these players and to try to find out as much as we can about how the Steelers feel about these players. I remember last year, last day I was here, I remember having a conversation with a source, and that's when I found out that they really, really liked Derek Harmon. With meeting with him here, and lo and behold, he ends up being their first-round pick. Now, they love a whole bunch of other players that they don't end up getting a chance to draft, but it's still, this is when the process is really starting to kick off. You got pro days coming up after this. You got the pre-draft visits that'll come up, but it's a fun week here for sure.
You mentioned Harmon, so let's just start with the D-line.
Yeah.
Everyone always talks about his Rodgers coming back, but no one mentions his Cam coming back. I mean, I'm going to operate under the assumption you get at least one more year out of him. But do you still think a nose tackle type should be somewhere in the mix here as an addition?
It could be.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that's dangerous about the draft, regardless of the position, but especially a position like I don't want to call it a niche position, but it's not a common one in today's NFL.
Yeah. And I don't need Vince Wilfork,
right?
But Hargrave.
Yeah, it'd be nice, but the one thing you don't want to ever do in the draft is reach for a position just to address a need. That's what free agency's for. You'd prefer to do that. The draft is, especially earlier on in the draft, it's meant to, these are the type of players we want to draft to, impact the franchise, almost regardless of position. Of course,
That's the perfect world, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you definitely turn over more stones, possibly. It'll be interesting to see what Mike McCarthy, Patrick Graham, what those guys want to do with maybe Keanu Benton, who's been the nose tackle, how they feel about Y.A. Black and anybody else in particular. But I don't think you completely ignore nose tackle this week either.
And I'd prefer to do it in the draft, and I'm excited to watch these guys work out to figure out which ones I like better. But the free agency, big-bodied interior guys don't look real excited to me.
Chris, pick 21. We've talked a lot about trenches. We've talked a lot about wide receivers. What's your vibe, on the quarterback possibility? I know you reported the Steelers have met with Ty Simpson. I don't think that is shocking to anybody, but now we know that that's the case.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if they didn't.
Exactly right. Because that's what you're here to do, right?
It's almost a formality at this point.
That's the point of being here.
It's breaking news, but it's really not breaking news.
That's why we're all here in Indianapolis, is to have these conversations. Does that feel like a real possibility? That's a very broad way to label it. But is it not obviously a favorite in the clubhouse, but is it something that you think is a real possibility?
Well, a really big variable on that is, how did that interview go?
Sure.
And that's something else entirely. And that's just the first step in it. If they meet with him again at the Alabama Pro Day and like have dinner with him, and then they bring him in for a pre-draft visit and they hit the hat trick
Read
on
the
that,
tea leaves.
then
second date, third date.
yeah. Then maybe, just maybe it's a possibility. I think it's hard to say definitively at this point. There's a lot to like, when it comes to competitive drive, when it comes to a lot of other things. He doesn't have that one trait where it's just you go goo goo gaga over it. You just like he doesn't have that elite arm. He doesn't have the elite size. He doesn't have that. He's not the most dynamic, mobile, dual threat type guy. So there's got to be something between the ears that really gets the Steelers pumping if that's a legitimate possibility at 21, because I've operated under the informed opinion that the next time they take a quarterback in the first round, it's not going to be just a guy. It's going to be a guy that they really, really believe is their next franchise quarterback.
Yeah, and to me, I'm not sure Simpson is a strong enough candidate.
I have my doubts on that, but that's why I'm curious. How did that interview go, and how does it go from here? Because even if he knocked it out of the park in this interview, what if it doesn't go quite as well if they meet with him again at the pro day or the pre-draft visit or whatever? And maybe, just maybe, they like him a lot, but when you get to 21 overall or you get to a certain spot in the first round where they were considering trading up or anything like that, there's another player that they've already met with that they are head over heels in love with, and it's like, you know what, we'd rather have that guy than Ty Simpson.
Yeah, I totally get it. Sticking with quarterbacks, most people think this part of the process will really favor Simpson. He's a coach's son, should do really well in interviews, on the board, etc. I've never met him, but that's just what you read and what you hear. Are there any other mid-round dart throws at that position? I bring up Cole Payton a lot, and I bring up Drew Aller a lot. Is there any, do those guys interest you, or would you not even bother? Robinson. Oh, yeah.
Well, Drew Aller has, talked about the traits. Drew Aller has some of the traits. He's got the size. He's got the arm. When you look at some of the concerns with him, those are usually things coaches run to and they like to embrace. There are mechanical issues when it comes to footwork or upper body and lower body being disconnected, things like that, leading to some wild throws that you should never be missing.
Yeah.
Coaches aren't afraid of that. At least they shouldn't be.
No, and all these guys will have their own personal quarterback guy,
and that's
too.
The other
right?
part of it, too, is that – and then – how does that dynamic work between Mike McCarthy and those quarterback guys? Because who knows how it worked between Mike Tomlin and those guys? Because every quarterback's got their own that they work with. Yeah,
that's where Josh Allen changed things. It wasn't because of the Bills.
Yeah, right? but then again, I'm curious to see going forward, how does Mike McCarthy embrace that? How does he incorporate that as part of what, not just who they might draft, but Will Howard is another guy. Like how is that going to work? So Drew Aller's a guy who's interesting to me, but it's mainly because he has those traits. When you look at like just the arm, like if you just turn on
things you can't coach.
Yeah, if you turn on the Big Ten championship against Oregon, you see the throw that he made on 4th and 10, where he's getting pulled by a defensive tackle and he just whips it, and it's just a seed to the end zone between two defenders. You're like, I want that.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I want that. And then
I at least have seen it, and I know that it's possible. With him. Yeah.
So it's interesting to me, and if you can get that in the 3rd round potentially, or even late in the 2nd round,
you'd be interested at least.
I'm interested in it. Yeah.
Defensive backs and tight ends at the podium today, correct?
Yeah.
It feels like the big news: Jermad McCoy not going to work out. Correct.
Oh, I didn't know that.
After missing all last season. I mean, he's 13 months removed from that ACL injury. But that throws a big wrench into this process.
Yeah, he did meet with the Steelers though, so you can at least get the meeting with him. You can just pick his brain. You can do all the things you do in the meeting with him. That's interesting, at least. Yeah, you'd like to see the measurables. You'd like to see potentially 40-yard dash. Whatever else he's doing. You want to see him do some things after missing an entire season. But man, it's so tantalizing. And the thing that really sucks about like these guys that are coming off of injuries is they're such wild cards in the draft. Because look, when you pure talent alone, it's like the Jordan Tyson conversation. Pure talent alone, you take injuries out of it, Tyson's a top 10 pick. But you have to include the injury factor, and the same thing with Jermad McCoy too. So it's interesting, and I'm curious to see if the Steelers continue to court him throughout the rest of this process.
So speaking of defensive backs, what are your thoughts or hunches of what Jalen Ramsey's future is here? I know they could open up a lot of cap space if they let him go. They have a lot of cap space. When Omar was at the podium, I didn't get the hunch that was something they were interested in doing.
From what I've been told and what I've reported, I highly doubt he's being cut.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've been saying the last few days too. But do you think he's a free safety or do you think he's a slot corner? Because that changes things a lot in terms of the safety room would be barren.
Yeah, it would be, and I think that's why when you look at you go to the podium sessions today with the corners and especially the safeties, they've been meeting with safeties, and they're going to meet.
It's a really good safety draft.
Yeah, and they're going to meet with players of all positions, but whenever there's not a lot of safeties in the class, so if they're meeting with a high percentage of that position, that probably
they're
means
going to draft at least one.
Yeah, and that also might mean that they don't want to necessarily put Ramsey in like one spot like overall. My hunch right now is that primarily he could be your slot corner, but then depending on what happens in free agency or even the draft in terms of like if you get a Jermon McCoy at 21 overall, something like that, can he be your outside corner when you're in base? Where you're not going to be in base that often, so you don't have Ramsey out there a lot. But I think slot corner is probably where I'm leaning toward right now, but free safety would not surprise me either.
It's funny, Rob and I almost touched on this, then we go to break, and then we got a guest, and we never end up talking about it. But I want to talk about it with you, too. If Ramsey, last year there was 3 corners and 2 safeties. Thornhill was one, Slay was one. Neither one really worked out. But we would often talk about, okay, that's your nickel, with Ramsey, Porter, and Elliott. Okay, that's easy. But what about when there's 4? Are they going to take Thornhill off the field, or are they going to take Slay off the field? In this case, and then I was like, well, Ramsey should never leave the field. Now, I could make a scenario where I don't want Ramsey ever being an outside corner, so he's either going to be a slot or a free, and do you want to move him back and forth doing that all the time, or does he come off the field in base? I mean, I don't think there's an answer, but I think it's just an angle we need to talk about.
I think it's something that they really have to work through, and free agency and the draft are going to dictate that. Of course,
what's available.
Yeah, well, if you bring back James Pierre, who would you rather have on the outside? Would you rather have Ramsey or Pierre?
I think Pierre.
There's a really good,
and the contract will probably tell us the answer to that.
Right.
Yeah,
and
that happens.
But if they're not able to bring back Pierre, and then that makes corner more of a need in the draft, then do you make that
second-round pick or Ramsey?
Yeah, and it depends on who you take, because there are a few corners in this draft that are going to be able to come starters pretty quickly, whether it be day one or maybe not like the first game of the season, but maybe by the time October turns into November, then okay, yeah, they're good enough to start, or whatever it is. It's an interesting conversation that's got to continue to happen, because I don't think that they've just completely we're sold on Ramsey being right here. It's an interesting wild card in this, but I think one of the things that Omar Khan's always done is he's just brought in as many good players as he possibly can, and then we'll just figure it out later.
And his versatility helps too.
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Chris Halicke, DK Pittsburgh Sports, kind enough to join us here live on Radio Row inside the Indiana Convention Center, right in the middle of a busy week and a busy day. Thanks for taking the time as always, dude.
Of course, dude. Thanks for having me, guys.
You're one of our favorites, and we've got some measurements across the timeline here. Finally, Matt. We've discussed this. It's the weirdest part of this week. It's like a hurry up and wait. We get so late into the process before we get any actual combine, tangible numbers and drills and results.
And what's funny is you're doing this at 3 o'clock Eastern, where this is when everybody's going over to watch the drills now, finally. This place is quiet or calmed down a lot around us, but a couple more are going to start going over. You'll see people start, like Greg Cosell was saying, he's like, as long as I'm over there by 3, I'm good. You know? So everyone's now focusing to on the field athletic stuff finally. But we've been here a long time until you get to that point.
Absolutely.
3 o'clock on Thursday is when you finally get around to that stuff.
I mean, we've done a lot of radio.
A lot
of radios to this point before getting to that stuff. And we got the TVs here on Radio Row with some of the moving and shaking that is happening just across the street at the Lucas Oil Convention Center. Or the Lucas Oil Stadium, pardon me. We are inside the convention center.
Yeah.
Matt, hey, man, not to pump your tires, okay? But I enjoy doing radio with you all the time.
Yeah, we have a blast.
Doesn't matter the circumstance. We have a great time. But especially at a time like this when I can hearken to your scouting background.
Okay.
Because everybody's got
'Tis the season, yeah.
Everybody's got an opinion on football, but not everybody has lived it in the scouting realm like you have. The story of today, certainly the measurement of Reuben Bain Jr. and his arms. We hinted at this a little bit yesterday. He was expected to come in a little shorter than desired. But today, the official measurement of just 30 7/8 inches for the arm length. That's probably about 2 or 3 inches shorter than desired. If he's selected in the first round, that arm length would be the shortest for any edge rusher drafted in the first round since 2003, which is the earliest year for which ESPN Research has data on this. The shortest.
That's pretty telling there. That's the first I heard that. Wow.
Very telling.
Yeah.
The shortest arm length for a first-round edge rusher since 2003 is 31 3/8 inches, which was Jerome McDougal, the Eagles, 15th overall in 2003, Matt. And, I mean, he's he is, even shorter than that. That jumps off the page, I think, at everyone when you see how long it's been, how rare that is. But what's that mean? What's the concern? Why is that such a big deal?
There's two things I want to talk about first before we get to him specifically.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, over the last 2 or 3 years, we've gotten varied measurements on hand sizes and arm lengths, particularly arm lengths, from Senior Bowl to Combine to Pro Day. And a lot of people have just, blamed young scouts. Like, he doesn't really know what he's doing. I'm like, but why is that ever a thing? There's a spot in your arm right here is supposedly where you're supposed to put it till the absolute furthest point of your finger. That's your arm length.
Gotcha.
And I don't know why. So maybe
you want to measure me TV throughout this exercise?
So I wonder, is he going, I know mine are longer than that. Maybe they screwed it up. I'm just saying that never used to be a thing for my whole life until 2 or 3 years ago. And now at these different outlets, you'll hear, well, his arms are 2 inches longer than they were at the Combine. They didn't grow. Somebody measured them wrong. And that never used to be something anybody would bring up. But it has come up lately. So for his sake, I'm hoping whoever measured him shortchanged him a little bit. And it is interesting to me that he's 30 7/8. 31 sounds a lot better than 30 7/8.
Yes, it does.
We're talking about 1/8 of an inch, which is insanity. It's still unusually short. Another thing that's really important with arm length, too, and that's why they do have two different measurements, but it's more of an O-line thing, is wingspan. Because wingspan also accounts for how wide your chest is.
Sure.
So that also is interesting to me. But for an edge rusher, I think arm length is way more important than wingspan. Because I'm often going to hit you with one arm, one hand first. And I'm taller than you, and if I can touch you before you touch me,
big advantage.
And whatever that gap is just in arm length, we both get our hands out the exact same time, I'm always going to win that battle.
It's the other side of the Will Campbell conversation.
Exactly. So I've mentioned this before. I did a podcast with Ross Tucker for years and years and years. Really smart guy. He was a guard / tackle / center. And he knew he was never the best player on the field in the NFL. But he was really serviceable, Ivy League guy, and got the most out of his abilities. And I often asked him, I'm like, as a player, if you could have changed one thing, you weren't the biggest, the strongest, the most athletic, he's like, I'd have given you $1 million for an extra inch arm.
Yeah.
He's like, I'd go against Richard Seymour, and that guy is touching me way before I'm touching him, and he's not nice about it. And I can play this thing perfect. And I'm always going to be at an immediate disadvantage. And it's hard. I mean, I think it might be easier as an edge rusher because my get-off could be so strong and I could come so low and
get the right leverage.
hit on the rise as opposed to being like a guard where Richard Seymour or Cam Hayward just locks you out and throws you around. And then all of a sudden I'm on my heels. But it's going to be really hard to overcome. And every team will look at it different. I use this example a lot because everyone knows I was at Pitt for 3 years. and was always in recruiting. And we didn't beat Michigan or Ohio State or Penn State on many players, but we did recruit some of the same players. And Michigan, especially then, we knew what their parameters. They had strict parameters.
You must be this tall to ride the ride.
Yeah, if it was a wide out and we're like, boy, he's 5'11 and a quarter, we might get him.
Because if he's not 6 foot,
if
Michigan's
he's 6
not
foot and a
talking
quarter,
to him.
be like, I think he's going to Michigan.
Yeah.
But they didn't make any exceptions at all positions then, and they had the luxury of doing it. I mean, to us, it was like, wow, this kid's great. If he was 5'10", we'd take him. Because he's going to play for us. And not like Pitt's a bad program, but Michigan was better. They just had more to pick from, and they were nationally recruiting. So I think some teams, and it's not necessarily because they're better, they just believe more than others that this is a deal breaker, Now, some edge guys, I always think of Khalil Mack too, but it's a long arm technique where people that are watching will be able to tell better. If you're the tackle, I'm going to try to make a T with my shoulders compared to your shoulders. So we're like this, and I'm going to long arm you. So even if your arms are longer than me, I'm not giving you chest to hit.
Yes.
And
like smallest possible
Yeah.
target.
I'm going to get as skinny in the middle of you and try to long arm you with, this kind of motion and still have this one off. But then everyone knows it's coming too. That's all you got.
Sure. Sure.
These guys learn stuff so fast.
Oh, there's no secrets anymore.
No, right.
For reference, Matt, so the 30 7/8 inches. We've talked a lot about Caleb Banks, the big boy from Florida. Defensive tackle, 35-inch arms.
Ooh.
So that's an over 4-inch difference.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's like that's a substantial amount. That's like half a hand size for me. These guys' hands are bigger, but for me, that's like half a hand size, maybe even more.
It means a lot. So to put in perspective, this is a Will Campbell conversation. In a perfect world, an offensive tackle, if they're at 34, you're like, right, check the box, done. If it's a little over 33, people are, we'll let slide. O-line's a shortage right now. He could be the perennial, start him at tackle, maybe we'll move him to guard guy, but that might not be a deal breaker. So 35 for Banks is extremely long. I'm sure Starks is like 37. You know what I mean? And he's got the wide chest too, so his wingspan's even wider. Just put it in perspective for that.
Have you been to the Steelers Hall of Honor?
That's why I mentioned because his wingspan is massive because he's also got the wide shoulders too.
Yes.
But yeah, for Banks, that's a massive advantage. Being over 34 is unusually long for a human being.
Arm length for Max Starks, 35.5 inches.
Okay. So I actually would have guessed longer, but his wingspan's super wide, right.
I think Max's chest is the size of Rhode Island, I think.
Right. Shoulder to shoulder is a long distance.
It's funny. I put in Max Starks combine results on Google, and it gets everything back. And then, according to AI, he was valued for his immense frame, in quotes, size 19 shoes, and ability to manage physical defenders, in parentheses, size 19 shoes. That's pretty good. Max ran a 5.
They're actually running now.
Oh, yes, they are.
It's hard to see from here, but I'm just happy to see the first ones.
Oh, I love it. Max ran a 5.43 second 40-yard dash, vertical jump of 27.5 inches, broad jump of 9.8, and 20-yard shuttle of 4.72 seconds.
Okay.
Caleb Banks is about to run now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how this big man does here.
This is going to be a common thing, but we talked to so many draft experts. I think it was Trevor that said, I don't know if Banks has any chance to be there in 21. Because I've asked a couple people, like, would there be whoever DT1 is? Do you think they're at 21 and worth it? He said, I don't think Banks is going to be there. He's going to be gone.
Yeah,
and I can't.
Especially if he runs well here.
I mean, this would sure help.
This is a big moment for him in terms of just putting a good number down.
Because his body type is exactly what you're looking for.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
I've got all the measurements here.
I'm guessing he's over 6'6".
6'6". 6'0", so that means 6'6" and 2. Is that 2/12?
2/8. So it's 6'6" and a quarter.
6'6" and a quarter. Okay, 300.
We'll do a lesson after he runs real quick.
327 pounds. He falls started
again. Struggling.
He's
is
got
Gore still doing the starts?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. TV says he thinks so. It looks like him.
It looks
there.
like him.
Oh, there he
it
is. They're
Yep,
showing him.
yep.
Oh,
Good.
legendary. Mark Gorshak, of course, was with the Steelers forever. Now
Great dude, yeah.
he's a Senior Bowl affiliated, right?
I think so. I mean, Senior Bowl has a scouting staff.
Yes.
Year-round.
Yes.
You get the invite or not.
Yep. All right, let's
I'm glad
see.
he's still doing the starts.
He's
great at it.
He's coaching up Caleb Banks here. Come on, big fella. Let's see what you got. Third time's a charm.
Yeah, this guy's not getting off the line like he likes.
No, he's not. He's got. You could tell he knows how big this is. Maybe some nerves here early on for Caleb Banks as he gets set once again. Look at Gorsh, man, bent over, hollering at him.
He's into it, man.
I love this. And this time we're gonna see it.
So he's moving pretty well for such a huge human being.
My goodness, is he massive? 5.05.
What'd you say he weighed in at? He's over 6.
327.
Oh, that's a win.
That's
a
win.
That's
a win.
He's not a fat guy at all.
He ran
got
faster
big shoulders.
He ran faster than Max Starks.
You could definitely convince me at 21 that would make me real happy.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
6'6" and a quarter, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. So how that works? Should I
2, 4,
give
6,
a test real quick
2,
here?
4, 6, 8. Yeah, go ahead. Give us a primer, Scout Matthew.
So I am 6'0",
6'0", Oh, good Lord. 6'2". I know that part. It's just the last digit that always is
and
thrown
7/8.
And 7/8.
So I'm a smidge under 6'3", or at least I was 20 years ago with the Browns. I probably lost a quarter of an inch since then too. So where it gets a little confusing, you always got to remember the last number is in eights. It won't be an 8. It'll be either
1, 2.
a 0, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know, but you can get 5, 1, 1, 6. 5, 11, and 6/8, 5, 11, and 3/4.
Gotcha.
Okay. So you're either going to start with a 5 or 6. There's no 7s. There's no 4s walking the planet.
So I would be like a 5'105".
Okay, that would be 5'10" and 5/8.
I think I'm a little under 5'11". I think.
Okay.
Maybe a full maybe a 4. Maybe
if you're
5'10" and a
if you're
half.
just under 5'11", you'd be 5'107".
7. Yeah, I don't think I'm that close. I think I'm more like 5 or half. But that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it's an easy way to do it without the 8. Well, it's not an easy way to do it. It's a weird way of thinking about it, but right.
85 3/4 inch wingspan for
Banks.
For Banks.
Wow.
Good Lord, man.
No, he's making money these last couple of weeks, Senior Bowl included.
Good Lord, man. Yeah, he certainly is, and that was a good start for him there in that 40-yard dash and getting that time close to 5 seconds flat.
I wonder if he'll run again. I mean, you're that big and you go under 5. It's like wow. Like if he would have done the first one under that, I bet he's like, I'm done. But this one, his camp might be like, don't run again and run a 5.18. Like 5.05 is
good
enough.
That checks the box for your
be
size
done.
and for everything. That checks the box.
So I'm almost certain last year. Remember Matthew Golden was the fastest guy here for the Texas wide receiver, because he ran one and set the record or whatever. Had had a phenomenal time, and you could tell he was shocked when he saw it. Like, they might have screwed up. I'm not running again. I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. I really got that impression.
Was there a nice breeze that came in through
the
Lucas
someone a
Oil
little late
at that
on
time?
someone a little late on the draw or what?
Is Lucas Oil Stadium becoming the notoriously fast track like you always like to talk about Ohio State?
Yeah.
I remember the first combine we were out here together, and I don't even remember who the Ohio State player was. I mean, this would have been 2018, so it was a while ago. But I was like, he's not going to run the 40. We were like going through all the people. I was like, this guy's not going to run the 40. And you were like, you know why that is, right? And I was like, no. And you were like, Ohio State's track. You're like, I swear it's 39 yards. And
38.5, and it's downhill.
Jim Tressel one day built that thing and was like, hey, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give our guys a little bit of a bump here on their pro day. More big guys running right now. If you turn on the you turn on the NFL Network, but keep it on mute. Okay, keep Matt and I on. We'll continue to go over some of these numbers, both measurements for the big guys and what we're seeing here on the field. We've got some 40-yard dashes being run by the big men across the street at Lucas Oil. We are rolling along here with our ongoing combine coverage on Radio Row. Matt Lee Hunter out of Texas Tech, another one of these big guys running a 5.25. So
that's real good. You'll take that for a nose-ish type guy.
You'll take that. Yeah. I mean, it's not as impressive, I think, as what you got from Banks, but certainly that checks a box for him.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Good enough.
Without question. I've said this many times, but I always like to say it on this day every year. Today is the best proof I have of how much better athletes the D-line are than the O-line. You watch the combine today, and you'll see every shape and size because the edge guys are going to go to, and the O-line are way more athletic than they used to be. There's not many fat guys anymore. There used to be guys that run like 6'0", but these dudes are crazy.
It's just absolute aliens.
Yeah,
like apex predators, man, all along that defensive line.
Different predators out there of all shapes and sizes you got to block.
I thought about jumping in and asking this of Cosell, but the Germans were bombing Pearl Harbor, and you were on a roll. I didn't want to get in your way. Every time you make that joke, somebody tweets you idiot, the Germans didn't bomb Pearl Harbor.
Come on,
it's
man.
An Animal House joke.
Right.
All right, everybody just settle down. Do you think part of the reason why NFL's getting heavier and heavier offenses? We talked about that.
Yeah, in terms of personnel.
Extra offensive linemen, 12 and 13 personnel. Is that because everybody has problems with their offensive line protecting these apex predator defensive
That's
linemen?
another reason. I think it all trends, all things that the league does, an underlying way to look at it is D-line is better than O-line, and it's a big gap, and a lot of it's just pure God-given skills, like what you were born with. I mean, there are just so many varieties you have to block. I mean, I've used this comparison a million times. It's like, okay, here comes a rhino up the middle, a cheetah off the edge, a mako shark off the edge. Here's a gorilla. Yeah, here's a velociraptor. I mean, like, they're all nasty, and they're all just a different type of nasty, and every team has them. Steelers have more than most, but every team has 2 or 3 that are rare human beings. Not that everyone in the league isn't, but they're the rarest, man. And O-linemen are great, but they're not as athletic as the people blocking them hardly ever.
Yep.
Or they're trying to block.
Matt, some wild numbers from friend of the program, Trevor Sikkema.
Yeah, I just retweeted his Banks thing.
I was gonna say, man, and this is we previewed this last week. There will be some guy whose name everyone is talking about, by the end of next week. And Caleb Banks, certainly the early, I think, front runner in that conversation, the big defensive tackle out of Florida. Max Starks would say, go Gators. He is in the –
I'm excited to talk to Max about him.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I have been for a couple of months.
Maybe maybe next week on the drive, maybe we'll just get Max on the phone.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So I'm wondering.
Because I'm strongly considering Banks at 21, no matter what receiver's there. You get a difference maker in the middle. Back to that Cosell conversation. I mean, the teams that have, when you're throwing nickel out there,
he is going to run again, by the way.
Is he? Curious what he does. But when you're one of these teams with nickel, that most teams have a 4-man front, nickel, dime, etc., and 2 of your D tackles are impact players, man, that's hard to deal with, and quarterbacks hate it.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
A little slower.
A little bit slower, 5-1-3, but
smooth doing it too, and yeah.
I was gonna say he does not look too belabored for the size of just that massive mountain that is.
That won't hurt him, but yeah.
Caleb Banks, according to our buddy Trevor Sikkema, he is in the 98th percentile of height for defensive tackles at the combine by NFL standards. 98th percentile for height, 89th percentile for weight, 94th percentile for hand size, 94th percentile for arm size, 99th percentile for wingspan.
Wow.
Longest wingspan at the combine for a defensive tackle since 1999.
Wow, a long time. It goes a long way, man.
I'm starting to think he's not going to be there at pick 21.
No, I'm starting to think so too. I mean, there's just more and more demand for defensive tackles that are every down guys. 4-man fronts, whether they're noses or don't look at it from a 3-4 perspective. Just they line up inside the tackles somewhere and you move them all over. And they cause problems. And, boy, wouldn't you like him learning from Cam Hayward?
I would love him learning from Cam Hayward, and I thought that was a possibility earlier in the week. I'm starting to –
less and less.
Starting to like it less and less. Okay.
Even Trevor before the workout said, I don't think he's going to be there 21, guys.
Let's play one of your favorite hypothetical games to play. Mm-hmm. Would you trade the Steelers' 21st pick overall right now for Caleb Banks?
I think that answer is yes, because there's enough resources I can get my other things. And that's a bit of a luxury item. I mean, like, if they don't add a D lineman except for a 5th-round pick, a nose that doesn't run well, I would understand it because they'd probably be pretty flush everywhere else. So saying yes isn't as much. Well, it flat out is being enamored with a position there, a rare player, and I don't think there's many rare prospects in this draft. That's why I kind of say it too. Like, who's really rare for their position in this particular draft? It's fewer than most drafts. But boy, if I were GM, you were GM, Omar the GM, and Omar might get really mad at me for doing that because it's like, okay, now I got to be perfect. You erased a lot of my room for error of all my free agent additions, and I better hit on a second-round receiver, which is harder than hitting on a first-round receiver, Matt. And then week 6 when he has 2 sacks already and Cam Hayward's succession plan looks like it's in place and nobody's running the ball in the middle on you, it's like, maybe that was a good move.
Maybe that wasn't the worst idea ever. Matt, we've talked a little bit about Peter Woods. He
should test well.
I think he should test well, but he didn't measure well today.
Okay. He is more of a penetrator, lighter guy.
4th percentile arm length, 31 and a quarter. 10th percentile wingspan, 76 and 3/8. For reference, because I know that you weren't the biggest fan of his last year, Mason Graham, 32-inch arms, 78.5-inch wingspan. So
what was the comparison? I forget the numbers.
Peter Woods.
Well, what was Woods' numbers?
31 and a quarter to 30.
Even shorter arms.
Even a little bit shorter in arm and wingspan than Mason Graham.
I would definitely take door number 2 as 21.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, even if he moves.
Did you get a weight on him? He might be under 300.
298.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know that player fits what the Steelers want to do.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
As I'm just looking again, kind of the must be this tall to ride the ride, the Michigan thing. If you're under this Mendoza line, I'm gonna pass.
Like, I know everyone on the planet had a better grade on Graham than Harmon. I personally didn't. I thought Graham was the number 4 defensive tackle, no matter what team you're on. I just think he's a very overrated prospect. But I bet the Steelers rather have Harmon than Graham. Yeah, they don't want a 298-pound guy with short arms that lives off, winning in first-step quickness. That's you got to be pretty special to win off first-step quickness over and over. Warren Sapp, John Randall, those type of dudes, right?
Let's see here. A couple some other notable numbers from some notable names that we've discussed plenty this week and really probably all throughout the month of February. Sonny Styles, linebacker from Ohio State.
I heard his measurements are crazy, but I haven't heard him yet.
6'5", 244.
He's 6'5".
6'5", 244.
And he doesn't play high. Like if you're 6'5".
He played some safety last year for Ohio State.
That's where he started.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, he did.
10-inch hand, 32 7/8 arm, 80 7/8 wingspan. Man, for a linebacker, 97th percentile in height, 70th percentile in weight for a linebacker, and he played safety a couple years ago.
I mean, the linebacker, like we were talking with Greg, I mean, the linebackers are coming in the league so light, and they can all run, but they're so light. But this guy can run without being 215 pounds, like, Lewis is from Pitt.
And we actually have Cassius Howell now, his arm measurement coming in slightly less than even Ruben Baines.
I knew there was concerns.
30 and a quarter, where Ruben Baines was 30 7/8. That's the shortest for any edge rusher at the Combine since 1999.
Ooh. See, I said this yesterday, and I actually did a podcast up in my room when we were done recording. There is, and we said it, I talked to Rob about it today in the morning. It wouldn't be hard for a lot of these guys that are getting mocked 16, 22, Banks, McCoy, the Tennessee corner, to get up in that top 5 because these, quote, blue chip or early dudes are not Teflon. You can find real warts with these guys, starting with these 2 arm lengths with Howe and Bain. There's going to be a lot of these dudes. None of them look like Myles Garrett or, be true prototypes.
Certainly not.
Yeah. Their hold on defensive end 1, offensive tackle 1 is more tenuous than most years.
How about Arvell Reese's measurements here, Matt?
I bet they're all right.
What's funny, though, is they are, but when you compare him to it depends on if you compare him to off-ball linebackers or edge rushers.
He's going to be light for an edge rusher.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I want to get to that with you here in a second. 6'4" and 1/8 inches in terms of height.
So about the same as his teammate Styles.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Just a little
As
bit
off the ball guys.
Little bit shorter. 241, 9.5 hand, 32.5 arm, 79.5 wingspan.
Okay. I mean, he's a little light to be a true all-the-time edge player.
So
I mean, people are going to run at him with multiple tight ends and pulling guards just until he proves otherwise.
His height, if you compare him to edge rusher measurables, okay?
Okay.
And that's where he wants to be. That's where the money's at. That's where the
Jets just made a trade today implying that maybe he's their pick.
67th percentile for height, 4th percentile for weight, 14th for arm length for edge rusher.
Yeah.
That's not great.
No, it's not great for the second pick in the draft.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a 16th pick in the draft. Or even Parsons was like 14 or 15. But he didn't play the year before, and it was an awesome draft.
Man, like, what are
all these
now?
guys have something wrong. But, I mean, is that the wrong choice for Reese? Because if you're an off-the-ball linebacker, we're talking about him like we did Styles. Like, oh, that's awesome. You know, you're
yes,
in the 90th
but I don't know if
percentile.
I'm using the second pick on him.
The second pick on him, right.
I mean, that's what the conversation is for him, is we know he's going to be highly drafted, but the second pick, you better be an instant impact edge rusher if you're going at pick 2. And I don't know, man.
And I don't know that I can just make him an edge rusher every snap.
I don't think you can his rookie year. So
No.
he's going to need some time for the body transformation, as you can see here. But 32.5 arm, it's not short, but it's not,
Hunter
it's
just
not
ran better this time around.
great length
he
either.
Shaved about
Is that
a tenth off there.
5.18?
I think it's
5.18. Pardon me. I like
Hunter.
I like Lee
him
Hunter
a lot.
I like Lee Hunter a lot. He's one of those guys that if it is a wide receiver in the first round, I'd be interested in him in the second if he was there and available.
The question is, would you trade up with one of your thirds?
Maybe.
To get like to the 40th pick.
Maybe.
Because I don't know that I definitely am not trading 21 for him now, but he might be gone at the end of the first round.
If it starts to get to that point of like the 40th pick and Caleb Banks is the only defensive tackle off the board, I'd be interested in going and getting one of these guys.
Oh yeah, me too.
And again, you've got so many comp picks. You've got 3 third-round picks. You could
have free agents on board by then.
It's a great point. You could pretty easily, I think, pull the trigger and get aggressive and go get one of those guys. Maybe though, by this time in a couple of days, we're having the same thought about some offensive linemen.
Oh, I know.
So this is still so early doors in the process.
Exactly, and I think there's going to be a lot of tackle body types that you usually don't get them at 20. You know, there's a lot of them. There's not a great one. It's kind of like the receiver group.
Let's see, more big men doing the 40-yard dash. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll go over some more.
The edge guys will be burners.
We'll go over some more numbers, absolutely. Also, Matt sent me some interesting Joey Porter Jr. stuff earlier today that we've got to get to here at some point as well.
I hear Bryant McFadden was singing his praises, from what I understand.
Rob and I had on 2-time Super Bowl champion Brian McFadden, by the way, and he was awesome. I mean, he does media for CBS Sports.
Yeah,
so
he's good.
He's good. But, man, we talked with him about the combine process as a player. We talked with him about what it was like to win the Super Bowl as a rookie when you're entire that chaos of Florida State, bowl game, Senior Bowl, combine, pro days, draft, rookie mini camp, training camp, never stops, and he ended up winning a Super Bowl. His rookie season. Him and Heath Miller, both have talked about that in the past. We talked to him about Joey Porter Jr. We talked to him about Mike Tomlin.
Cool.
A whole bunch of fun stuff. So maybe,
I'm excited to hear that.
Yeah, maybe we'll actually we'll run that back sometime in the bonus hour here, depending on if we're able to nab a special guest or two.
One just rolled in that I talked to yesterday. Maybe we can grab him at some point.
Let's get to a break. We'll see if we can make that happen. 40-yard dashes being run by the big men. This is just kind of starting. I mean, there's going to be stuff going on for the next,
all night.
For the next few hours.
Next few hours, not all night.
I meant to ask you. You have been, you've obviously been doing combines and coverage and stuff for a while. You started here on SNR a few years before I did. Were you ever set up inside Lucas Oil, or have you always been here in the convention center?
Always here.
Because I know the first couple years that we did SNR stuff, we were actually in that was when it was still just like 6 teams.
Yeah, there was nothing like this.
Yes, because I remember Dale talking about that. I remember Jerry talking about that.
Well, they don't want to hear us.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But I thought there might have been like another room that was in the stadium, but like out front, like the lobby of the stadium.
Yeah, almost like the concourse,
atrium
area.
That might have been where we started. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that's a great question.
Because I remember Dale and Jerry talking about how easy it was to, like talk about this stuff while you're, sitting right there in the lobby and it's everywhere in front of you.
I mean, they definitely don't want like radio noise or us yapping. I mean, it's remarkably quiet.
It really is, which is kind of the opposite of what these guys are used to.
Right. Usually stadiums, packed and screaming and
music bumping during warm-ups and all that stuff. Did you watch Caleb Banks move there?
No, I didn't. I was just staring off into the distance.
Okay.
I will watch all these when I get back. That's what's crazy to me is I watch the combine after I leave the combine.
Yeah, again, it's a weird conundrum of like we get here early in the week, the stuff doesn't start until right before we're about to leave. We watch more of it when we get home than we do while we're actually here.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting beast.
But I do like getting the numbers, and I ride home. One of you guys will be on your phone, I'm sure. Oh, you ran this, you ran that,
Yep. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's where we're keeping tabs on it, and then obviously Matt and I will be back in our usual kind of time slot on Monday to continue to to break it all down.
We have a normal week of the drive next week. 5 days normal. I
believe so. Yeah.
And then free agency's like immediately
I was going to
after
say
that.
then not next week, but the week after will be a massive week with all the free agency stuff, and it'll start Monday with the negotiation period, the legal tampering period.
And Tuesday, I think the league year starts at 4:00, right when we go on.
Tuesday or Wednesday, one of the two.
I think it's Tuesday. I think Monday is the legal tampering for 24 hours. So we're on the air those couple of days. There'll be signings left and right.
And a lot of reports of this they've agreed to this and that and
That's
different
so
things.
soon from now.
It really is. And then we'll have another week after that, and then we'll be off to the owners' meetings in Phoenix, Arizona. At least it sounds like. I believe that is the plan for us to go.
I think, yeah.
Matt, I'm a little
done 3 or 4 in a row now.
That's I think the only because again I'm about to enter my 9th year. Once this league calendar flips over, I'll be in my 9th year with the Steelers and SNR, which is wild. The one thing that I have not done is go to the owners' meetings.
It's a much different vibe because there's no coaches other than a head guy.
I guess it is technically called the league meetings.
It is the league meetings, right?
It's like one of those. It's not the legal tampering period. It's the negotiating period.
So a lot of the teams will send like their top guy in charge of business stuff, like whoever's in charge of all the important things, not football, ticket sales, and
CFO or
all
whatever,
that stuff too. So there might be a head coach and a GM. Obviously, there's ownership and their families and wives and kids, and it's at a wonderful place that we don't stay at, but we visit. And there's a great owners party, which is unbelievably cool. So it's a neat environment. You do hear a lot.
So we stay at a different location than the.
Oh, than the owners? Yes, we do. We stay at a nice place. They stay at one of the nicest places in the world.
Okay, well that's fine.
But we broadcast from there.
As long as we're not at the Shanty Motel down the street.
No, we said. Every time I've gone, you stay at a nice hotel, and then you do the shows from the hotel, which is like
a resort, probably. Type
it's
thing.
uncomfortable. It's too nice. And usually they set you up outside. Like last year, they put tents for us, so it's on the premises.
Sure.
But don't get too intermingled with the clientele here.
I have been to a couple of those bougie, those hoity.
They're like the nicest hotels in the world.
Those hoity-toity places. Yeah. And you're right. I almost feel uncomfortable with my skin just being there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's eye-opening though. But the party's from there, which is cool.
I've heard that the dinner is very enjoyable.
Yeah, and like the party, I went up and got a drink and looked to my left, and there was Venus and Serena.
You were telling me that
right
story.
Next to
That's
me.
hilarious.
Right? It's like, oh, hi, okay, sorry, get out of your way.
And have you done? I'm assuming you've done owners meetings both because they alternate between Phoenix and Orlando. Have you done both spots?
Yes, but for whatever reason, the last 2 years went back to back Florida.
Okay.
So it's Arizona this year. I think my first year was Arizona. My second and third were both in Florida.
Do they do it 2-2?
I don't know.
Instead of maybe switching every year.
I think
I've
it
never
always
done
used
it,
to be
so I'm
every
sure.
other one, and for whatever reason, they went back-to-back Florida. So
interesting.
Yeah. No, it's a good time, and you do learn a lot. It's definitely worth being there from a content perspective too, because there's a breakfast. There's an AFC breakfast where all 16 head coaches are there, where there's 16 huge round tables. And there's the Titans, there's the Patriots, the Broncos, and anyone can just sit and hover and ask them. It's not just the local media. And then the next day is the NFC one. So, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. And new rules get written, and I mean it's not as populated as this. It's a much different feel.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not the kind of open invitation that there is for a lot of the elements of this.
The funny story was we were like the last radio network set up the one year. I think it was 2 years ago. And, a lot of the owners, I think, were on their way out and travel day. And
sure.
It was just Dale and I sitting there. And Coach Harbaugh, with his wife, walked by wearing his Ravens gear.
Which one? Okay,
Wearing
John.
his Ravens gear. And he kind of gave us a look, something like, he yelled like, "Go Ravens" in the background or something, which obviously got caught by the microphone.
Sure.
I'm like, "Hey, you want to come and sit down and join us?" He's like, "All right." And then we kind of panicked, and I'm like, "We don't have an extra headset." And I'm like, I didn't think there's any way he was going to say yes, right? And I'm like, "Am I going to get in trouble? I don't know. I'm bringing the Ravens head coach on Steeler Nation Radio." I'm like, "Thanks, coach, but never mind." Dale and I are both like, "He said yes.
He said
what are we
yes.
going to do?
What are we going to do?"
We don't have a third headset. I'm like, "Sit down, you two of them." He's like, "I don't know if I want to talk to him. Should we bring him on Steeler Nation Radio?" He's like, "Sure, I'll join you."
Maybe now we'll bring him on because he's not a Raven anymore.
right.
Giants head coach.
It's pretty
John
cool.
Hall.
Yeah,
Hey,
he was great about it. I mean, he was.
Coach, remember a couple years ago when you said you'd come on with us? Now that you're not with the Ravens, can we run that back?
Remember us?
Can we? You got 10 minutes of time for us here to talk about some of this?
Tell us what you really
stuff?
think of the Ravens.
That will be fun. And hey, I hear there are worse places to spend the end of winter time than Arizona. Late March when
wherever it is, it's going to be a nice place.
When you're still kind of shaking off the final weeks of winter. Did you see we're supposed to get snow Sunday night in Pittsburgh again? Sunday night overnight into Monday.
Okay, no, I've not paid attention.
If you have Punxsutawney Phil's contact information, let me get it because I want to punch him square in the face.
It's all his fault.
Oh, it's all his fault, Matt Williamson. Let's take a look at some more of these. Caleb Banks, by the way, 32-inch vertical jump.
That's really good for someone that size.
Good Lord, man. That's very, very
I don't think
impressive.
he's going to be there at 21.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that's off the table. Anthony Hill Jr.
Okay.
Texas linebacker.
Yeah, he could be the fourth linebacker taken.
6'2", 238 pounds, 9 5/8 hands, 32 3/8 arms, 79-inch wingspan.
All these top linebackers have height and length.
They really do.
Yeah, the Allen from Georgia will as well, I'm sure.
C.J. Allen?
Yeah.
6 foot and 6/8.
So 3/4.
Yes.
Yeah.
6 foot and 3/4. So a little not
6006.
Yes.
Yeah.
6006. 230 pounds. 10 1/8 inch hands, 31.5-inch arms.
Big hands.
Big hands.
Yeah.
75.5-inch wingspan.
Okay. No, he's checking the boxes too.
Let's see here. R. Mason Thomas, 6'2 1/4, 241.
I think he's gonna be light. For an edge rusher.
8 7/8 hands.
Ooh, some of these edge rushers are not having good days.
They're not. The measurements aren't great, and that's another one of those things.
That matters too. I
mean, you got to get your bear paws on these guys. It's like the quarterback conversation. Is it? Does that automatically mean that you can't play? No, but that's not great either.
I almost look like tires on a race car, because that's always going to be touching. The big feet, big hands. Like the things that are touching stuff at all times. If I can have a lot more surface area than you, it's a big help.
Akeem Messidor, the edge rusher 2 from Miami behind Ruben Bain, 6'3", 259, 10-inch hands, 32 1/4 arms, 78 3/4 wingspan.
I think he's happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, does that put him over his teammate? The thing with him is the age.
Yeah.
All these guys have a flag. They all have a red flag.
They really do.
Yeah.
David Bailey, edge rusher out of Texas Tech, 6'3 1/2.
Okay.
6'3 5/8, so a little over 6'3 1/2. 251, 10 1/4 hands, 33 3/4 arms.
You'll take that.
Yeah. 79 3/4 wingspan.
Okay. No, I think he's happy with that. He was over 250, like 251 or something like that.
251.
Yeah, there was some talk that he may have. So everyone knows this by now, I hope, but there are tricks too. There's a magic number these guys want to get over. There was a lot of talk that Bailey played in the 240s, the low 240s. And maybe he wants to, and maybe that's where he's best. But when he comes here, he wants to be 250 plus 251 might be not an accident.
Like Peter Woods being under 300 is a red
yeah,
flag
all
to
of a
me
sudden
because he wanted to be over 3 bills at this.
Bailey's probably chugging water like crazy before or whatever, you know. And then they don't run because they're a little heavier than they like to be.
Sure.
Then he trims off 10 pounds, goes pro day, and he runs. You know, it's the oldest trick in the book here.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
everybody knows what you're up to.
And that's why in some of those instances, that kind of threshold of the number that you want to see. If you see Peter Woods at 298 here, you're like, what's his real playing weight?
Yeah.
You know?
Like Dale and Pursuit and those guys have told me this, Labs. James Ferrier was a great player for the Steelers, right? He was like the 5th or 6th pick in the draft by the Jets. I think his combine, he was like 240, 242, something like that. I don't think he ran. He did that trick too. Mm-hmm. But he really had a hard time keeping weight on from what these guys have told me that by like week 11, week 12, he'd be playing at like 210.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like just holding on for dear life, trying to hold, you know, I mean, that's a long season and he's worn down.
It's a long season. It's tough to keep on weight
and
when you're
played great no matter what.
Sure.
Right.
Sure. Yeah, no, when you're as active as those guys are, for some of them it sounds funny, but it can be tough to maintain your weight.
And it's true for O-linemen too. You know, like you see the Fanekas of the world turn into 240, 250, you know, like some of their bodies really want to be 260, 270, but like I have to be 300 pounds. You know, I mean, 8 steaks a day just to stay over 300 pounds.
I don't think Casey Hampton and Max Starks had that
problem. Some guys have most guys have the opposite
when
problem,
they were
right?
ordering 100 wings in the strip district at their favorite spot. I don't think it's because they needed to put on weight.
Right.
And we are delighted to be joined as we welcome you back to Indianapolis by Bryant McFadden, former Steelers, CBS Network as well. Bryant, thanks very much. How's your experience been thus far at the Combine?
Man, it's been great. You know, quick disclaimer about me and the Combine. This is my first time being here since I was a prospect. Because usually I'm kind of working from home with CBS during this week. And, you know, being back here around this atmosphere, you kind of bring back, you know, some nice memories.
What was it like for you? What is the Combine experience like for a player?
It's a lot. It's a lot to process. First and foremost, you're overly thankful to be here because, of course, you know, invite only. But there's a lot you have to intake, you know what I mean, in terms of the meetings and the interview process, the questions that you're being asked, making sure you give your best every opportunity you have in terms of, you know, talking to whoever it is you're talking to. And then, of course, performing the athletic side of things with the drills and things that you have been preparing for months for this moment. But it's a I don't want to say it's a fatiguing process, but it is a long process, as it is for us in the media. Think about how you feel now compared to when you first got here Monday.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You're a little tired.
Yes.
You know, and we're not going through the same thing these prospects are going through. So it is a lot, but it's all worth it. All worth it.
2005 was your rookie year, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Super Bowl 40 was your rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
What was that grind like? Because you mentioned the entire, you know, you finished your career at Florida State, probably played in a bowl game or something, I would imagine, and then did you play in a Senior Bowl?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Then the Combine, Pro Days. You get drafted, you're in a new city, rookie minicamp, training camp. It never stops, and you go all the way and you win a Super Bowl. Did you hit that proverbial wall at any point that season?
Man, I did. And to your point, I had a long season, played in the bowl game for Florida State, and then instantly I got a few days off, and I started to get in my pre-draft process, you know, trying to get my body as healthy as possible to be able to go to Mobile to be able to perform. And then you do Mobile, which is kind of a small mini combine because of the meetings and the interview process that you embark in on along with practicing and getting ready for the game. And you did that. And then you got to go right back to maybe relaxing for a few days because your body is a little banged up from Mobile to get right back into the pre-draft training and then the draft. And then once the draft hits, you off and running. OTAs, mini camps, and then from there it happens overnight where you're in training camp. So, yeah, it was a long season for me. But I enjoyed every minute of it. And I can tell you this much, when I got drafted to Pittsburgh and that process for us to do what we were able to do, get to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl, I literally thought that was the thing every year. I'm like, okay, this is what we do every year because I had no idea.
That's what you did at Florida State.
Yeah. And also, too, because it happened my rookie year,
right.
I didn't know how hard it was
for
you to get into the playoffs. I didn't know how hard it was for you to be good enough to play in a Super Bowl. That was my only experience, and that's all I knew. So next year, the following year in 2006, I'm like, well, We'll do it again. Do it all over again. So I started having conversations with other guys that play for other teams, older guys, and they were telling me, man, you need to be thankful because you have guys that play 15, 16-plus years or whatever the case may be, never sniff a Super Bowl, but you were able to do so in your rookie year. So that's the reality of it.
So I'd like to ask you about this process for you and then winding up being drafted by the Steelers because, people don't – I don't think a lot of fans don't stop to realize that these players, as a player here, it's not like people are showing up and being like, who's this Bryant McFadden guy? No, they've been scouting you since your freshman year, right?
Yes, sir.
They've had information on you. Now, Max tells the story that Bill Cowher came to his weigh-in on his pro day. That was the only time he saw him. He looked up, Bill Cowher was gone, and he was shocked when he got drafted by the Steelers. What was your interaction like with the Steelers, and did you know you were on their radar? Were you running into the same scouts, that kind of thing?
My interaction with the Steelers, I didn't have any interaction that I recall during the Senior Bowl, right? But I was hearing my name was being brought up in the building from my former Florida State teammate and Chris Hope, who was a part of the Steelers at the time.
Right.
And I guess they were asking him questions about me because they knew we played together. But then when I came to Indy, I had a formal interview with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I remember like it was yesterday. I walked into the hotel room, and the first person I saw and I recognized was Mean Joe Green. I'm like, oh, freak, that's Joe Green.
Wow.
And I'm like, why is he in here?
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And I didn't know his status with the team at the time. And then, of course, Bill Cowher, Kevin Colbert. And it was so many people in the room. Like, it was like, wow. And then after that, it was like, mute, nothing from Pittsburgh. I didn't have a phone call. I didn't have a visit to Pittsburgh. I didn't have nothing. So everything kind of went silent. So I kind of felt like I might not be on the radar. But oddly enough, the team that you rarely hear from is the team that usually drafts you. If you listen to so many guys, like you said with Max Starks, you saw Cowher at weigh-in and he left. Right. You don't even know if he actually watched Max perform.
That's right.
But guess what? Pittsburgh drafted him. So I don't know if that was like a Pittsburgh thing.
They don't want to tip their hand or whatever.
Show you we're not really interested, but we are.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think we'd be remiss. We, of course, you were pretty fortunate, won 2 Super Bowls with the Steelers, one with Bill Cowher, one with Mike Tomlin. Just your thoughts, 19 years, end of an era for Coach T. I didn't think I'd ever see the day. I just thought Mike Tomlin would be the head coach of the Steelers for the rest of my life. Everything eventually comes to an end, right? Yeah. But 19 years, and I just feel like everybody who played for Mike Tomlin has such a level of respect for him, obviously as a football coach, but as a man and a human being.
Yeah, to your point, it felt like he would continue. It felt like for sure at least get a 20th season. I mean, it surprised everyone. When that news broke, it was like, wow, what? Mm-hmm. Are you serious? And that was the first thought for most of us. Like, what?
I had to check the accounts on Twitter like 7 times to make sure they weren't fake parody accounts. Like, these are the real people reporting this,
right? Are you
right?
serious? And now, granted, the season didn't end like we all wanted it to end, but it was still a successful season. You won a division, playoff game, whatever the case may be. But, yes, it's a surreal moment. And I asked Omar, this was the first question I asked him when I talked with him on Tuesday, how weird is it for you to be here without Mike Tomlin? You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, it's different. 19 years of doing the same thing, building that rapport and coming to these type of events with him, being involved to some degree. You know what I mean? So it's different. It's going to take some time to get used to it. I think every day you're kind of getting closer to understanding this is the new norm. But to your point, yeah, it's like, okay, not yet. He's not walking away yet, but he had to do what was best for him. And he checked off the boxes. Won a championship, lived up to the billing for a storied franchise, and created a Hall of Fame coaching career for him in Pittsburgh.
There are trends that happen in the NFL. Everybody wants the big box safety now that can move around. Kyle Hamilton, even Warriors, all that stuff. But one of the things that Mike Tomlin said a couple of years ago, and I thought it was really interesting, is he said that more than at any time in the NFL, cornerbacks coming out of college are more ready. And his explanation for that was that kids are – and that was always a position. Draft the corner, hey, we'll see you starting in a couple of years. It's going to be – it just takes – it's way too involved. But he said all these kids now doing 7-on-7 drills all summer long, and then you couple that with all the spread offenses and quarterbacks throwing the ball 50 times a game in college. So as a corner, you're getting 50 coverage reps a game. Do you think that's the case, that it's a little easier for corners to come out now and make more of an immediate impact?
I wouldn't say that it's easier, but I think they're more equipped to handle that type of workload because of the passing strategies that they face in college football. Up-tempo, you're seeing more passes than runs. So, you have to be able to cover, and through repetition, you get more comfortable. You feel more better in your skill set. Now, the cons to that is most cornerbacks coming to the National Football League, not consistent in tackling.
Exactly. I knew you were going there.
That's the con,
exactly.
You know what I mean? So the pro is they're ready for the volume of passes, the volume of reps they're seeing from these wide receivers, the intensity in which it happens for 4 quarters. But then the con is you don't really tackle a lot because a lot of these kids are not tackling a lot in practice. So now when you get to the National Football League and you might play against an offense that can adjust to whatever you do well or not well, now they make corners tackle. And what happens when you don't? You will lose ball games. When you look at offenses now, offenses like San Francisco, the Rams with Sean McVay, when that wide receiver come down to crack that end man or either that safety, and now they force the corner to be in space to make that tackle one-on-one with whoever the running back is, if you can't do it, you're going to see the same thing over and over and over and over. Yep. Or if an offense say, you know what, this guy is not even a willing participant in the run game. He just doesn't really want to tackle. So guess what we're going to do? A quick stop route, get it out to our wide receiver. Wide receiver, he really don't want to tackle you. Give him a move, get some yak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So those are the good and the bad with this new regimen in college football, the 707 landscape. It is good, because of the repetition in terms of passes, but you kind of forget about the main element, tackling.
I wanted to follow up on that because Tunch Ilkin used to talk about late in games for Jerome Bettis, where he said the guy's taking a convenient angle to miss. I'm sorry, coach. I just they didn't want to hit him after a while. As you look around the NFL now, and obviously you were a willing tackler, but it's tough if you're giving up pounds. If you're giving up 35 pounds and you got to make 15 tackles, after a while that wears on you. Are there guys out there, whether it's Kenneth Walker or Derrick Henry or somebody else, or maybe he was a quicker guy, a guy you wouldn't necessarily relish having to tackle 15 times a game?
Well, hopefully as a corner you shouldn't be making 15 tackles.
Right. That's you got problems.
The D lineman and the linebacker should definitely feel some type of way if that's the case. But for me, I go back to when I played Fred Taylor. That was a person that you like, oh, I don't want to be the first one running up on him because he had power to run you over. He had moves to make you miss. He had the speed to run around you. And you didn't know exactly which one you were going to get based on his attitude. So for us, it was like, okay. But we knew what we had to do. And the thing about our defense when I was there, it was weird because when I got drafted to Pittsburgh, one of the first questions that was asked of me was, will he tackle? It wasn't about will he cover. That's what they wanted to know. Bro, will you tackle? Will you thud? Like, yeah. What about covering?
I play football, right?
Yeah, forget that. We know about covering, but for us here, it's about tackling. Because when you're a great tackling defense, you will win ball games. Prime example, Seattle. The praise we gave their defense, we talked about how violent they was, but they rarely missed tackles. Look at the secondary.
Yeah, for sure.
You talk about guys that played like they were mad.
Yep.
Like every day they just had something that pissed them off.
Yeah.
They flew around. When you watch Seattle play, it felt like they had 15 guys on the field instead of 11.
Yes, it did.
They swarmed. The DBs played like big guys. Devon Witherspoon, to your point, might be 188, but he will run into you. It doesn't matter how big you are. It's a mentality.
Houston was that way too.
Facts.
Yep. Those guys, like Petrie and those guys, violent.
You saw them in person in the wild card game.
Yeah.
Like, so that's the thing.
Really impressed.
When you tackle and you play with that type of violence as fans, when your team play against them, you like, oh, shoot.
Right.
Like, you better protect yourself.
Yeah.
So think about what those offenses feel when they played against Houston, when they played against Seattle. Yeah. Because think about what you thought of when we knew the playoff seeding, who we were playing. Houston. First thing you said was their defense.
Yeah, that's right. Can we win this game 3-2?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Can we? Because we knew their defense was going to be stout and they're going to hit you in the mouth. And that's how we played. We wanted to impose our will on you physically for 4 quarters. We wanted to beat you up, kick you, whatever. Like, you cannot play football soft, especially the defensive side. And I know I might be smaller than you, but it's my job to run into you anyway.
Right.
For 4 quarters. Because when I do that, I know the cavalry is coming.
Right.
And that's how you earn respect. Like,
right.
yo, man, I got a little man just running in this big man. We know you're not supposed to win that battle, but just the willingness to do it, that sets the morale for the entire team. So for Seattle, storied year, but their defense is what embodied their physical, violent nature that we saw. And then it transitioned to the offensive side with Kenneth Walker running through people freaking chests.
He's a hard runner. That guy's a hard runner, man. He runs hard.
But tell me this. What hard running back runs against opposing defenses that's a part of a soft defense?
Right. That's right. And by the way, your
same thing with Marshawn Lynch with the Legion of Boom.
Yeah. If you're a tough running back, 9 times out of 10 you got a tough defense.
Right. And by the way, I think I like the way you flip that too, because you always talk. A lot of us talk in terms of who do you not want to tackle. Well, who do you not want to run against? Because as a running back, you're feeling 15, 18 hits too. You might be out there doing a little more dancing than normal as opposed to lowering your head as well.
You think about it. You think about it.
Right.
Think about the wide receivers when you're watching tape and you see these guys trying to take your head off. Now you're going to be a bit hesitant when you run across the middle.
Absolutely right.
You know what I mean? So it plays in every area, man. And football is a violent sport. I understand the safety precautions and things like that. But football is a violent sport. That's why we love it, because we love seeing people collide into each other. But when you do it because you're forced to do it, you won't get the same impact when you do it because you want to do it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Good point.
This has been a lot of fun, but last thing, we got to ask you about Joey Porter Jr. I mean, he, particularly the back half of the season, really felt like it was all starting to come together for him. Man, I think he's primed to be one of the best cornerbacks in the National Football League.
It's time to get paid like one. Now, let's keep it real. I saw a stat that had Joey Porter Jr. and Christian Gonzalez next to each other, and Gonzo is a hell of a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
All of us would agree.
Yes. Right.
Had
no
a
doubt.
great season, great in the Super Bowl. Even though they lost, he played well.
He was one of the best players on the field.
You realize Joey Porter had better numbers than Gonzo in terms of coverage percentage, yards given up, the whole 9. But he doesn't get talked about like Gonzo for whatever reason. I don't know.
And he's got the penalties out of
lack
his
of
game.
lack of interceptions, I think.
He had more than Gonzo. And stat check me on this. I think he had more than Gonzo. I think he touched more passes, more footballs than Gonzo did in 2025. Because that's the first thing most people say, well, he didn't turn the ball over. He didn't touch enough footballs. Look, I'm waiting on that stat too, by the way, because I think he had more interceptions. He definitely had more PBUs if you were to combine both stats.
Yeah.
Well, we were having a discussion just breaking down the Steelers roster. Okay, Joey Porter's your one. Where are you happy with your roster? Joey Porter's my top corner. I'm happy with that. I'll figure out 2 and 3 and all that. I'm happy with him as my one, which is one of the hardest things to get in football. Quarterback, we know, left tackle, but boy, can you get that, the edge rusher, can you have that number 1 corner? So valuable.
Yeah, and he's shown the ability to be that number 1 guy. And when you're in a division where you've seen Jamar Chase and T. Higgins twice, you better make sure you got somebody who can cover.
That's right. That's right.
With their extensions, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. So I really hope he gets paid. And, great point about cleaning up his style of play, because he was known to be a bit handsy. Mm-hmm. He got better this season. He was a competitor. He competed, man, and he played the game the right way. And he's deserving of seeing that new deal. And if you're Pittsburgh, he is your CB1.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yep.
I want to ask you about a rule.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a rule that I'm not in favor of. It is the defenseless receiver rule for defensive backs. I'm all in favor of not targeting the head, right? So I understand all those rules. Let's try to keep players as safe as possible, right? But when we what has he got? Has he got the numbers right there?
We got the numbers right here. 1 more interception for Peasy Jr.
Okay.
4 more PBUs, 1 more sack, and then, as you mentioned, all the coverage numbers of less touchdowns allowed, less yards allowed.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Gonzo
it's
deserving got the praise.
Yeah. Oh, he's great. Yeah.
But Joey is not getting the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, what are we talking about?
He'll start to.
He better.
Yeah, he'll start to.
So let it be known.
So
Let's
I'm
go.
all for player safety.
Yep.
All for not targeting the head. I think that the defenseless player thing, you talk about the toughness of the game. Does that reduce a little bit of that toughness if a receiver knows he can go over the middle and not get walloped because the quarterback put him in a bad position with a throw up high? My feeling on that is this. If you don't want to have a defenseless receiver, then don't throw him the ball there.
Yeah.
Does it take any of that toughness that like a Hines Ward, the part of his value was he was so tough. He was going to go over the middle fearlessly and make a catch that somebody else might do this on. Well, you don't have to do this anymore because they can't hit you out there.
And you know what? Great about toughness. But I think when receivers know they have that gray area where they're protected, you don't have to really be tough to go out and extend yourself because, you're not supposed to get hit. So now it kind of makes defenders a bit hesitant. You know what I mean? Because there's a gray area where you don't want to get that penalty, and with that personal foul comes a fine.
Mm-hmm.
And those 15 yards could actually change the momentum of a game dramatically. You know, we've seen penalties flip games where teams lose because of the penalty. And also, too, for us, it's a thin line in being hesitant or playing fast to create separation from the man in the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was at Florida State, my defensive coordinator used to tell us all the time, it's your job to separate the man from the ball.
Right.
When he's trying to catch it at the point of attack.
Right.
So if I see you come across the middle and I know if I hit you as soon as the ball get there, there's a potential chance of a flag because you were defenseless. But if I wait and let you catch the ball, I cannot create an incompletion.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't.
Right.
That's a first down.
Yep.
You're in extended downs now. But if I can hit you simultaneously when you get there, I create an incompletion. Now it could be fourth down. You're punting the football. That could be the deciding factor in us winning or losing the ball game.
Yeah, like I said, I'm all for player safety. That's one of the violent parts of the game that I think you just have to live with as part of the game.
Yeah,
but it's been legislated out, and they want to keep guys healthy. And I understand that, and I'm for guys being healthy.
I understand that as well, but it's hard for us as defenders because you can't sit here and try to be hesitant when you 6'3", running 4 3s and running as fast as you can.
And by the way, now that's put you in a bad position.
No question.
Now you've got to slow down, and you might get run over.
No question. Yeah. And that's the thing. So when you do get a chance in a fair situation to put that helmet on them, do it.
Right.
Play like Seattle play.
Bryant, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Brian McFadden.
This was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Has been our guest. Really enjoyed it.
It's been a lot of fun. And, gentlemen, we're kind of at the final stretch here, while at the same time.
down the home stretch.
While at the same time, like, really starting to get tangible numbers and measurements.
It's been such a fascinating week. And to talk to Matt Williamson's Rolodex, right? We get to see it here in person.
We've had a lot of guests.
Oh, a lot of guests. And to talk about, some of them are more in tune with, the players themselves. Some are more in tune with the Steelers, perceived needs and that sort of thing. And I know we have free agency coming up. But which position is there depth at? Where is there a wide receiver separation? All these things to learn all these things from different analysts. It's really, really cool. Yeah, it's been a fun week, man.
I mean, Nate was tremendous just a minute ago too, and we've had really good guests.
We have, and some of the best guests we've ever had. A lot of the traditional people that you expect with some new voices as well. It's why we come out here and do this. The Matt Rolodex is a big part of it.
Oh, it's it. I didn't get any guess.
So
I don't think you got any guess.
I think I got one.
Okay, you got one.
I got one, baby. You'll like this, Rob. This is Dale used to tell. I feel like we'd have this same conversation like last day.
I like your
every
fancy
year.
combine gear, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got a nice little. If you're watching on YouTube,
I didn't get one. Okay.
Nah, he has a source.
Yeah.
I've got a source.
My
anonymous NFL scout sources. Dale would, a lot of times when we'd have this final day and we'd be talking about all our great guests and make a Rolodex joke, he would always talk about the Rolodex that Bob Grove had. Bob Grove was kind of like the Bob Labriola of the Penguins.
Oh, absolutely.
And Dale's like, we worked at the OR together, the Observer reporter, and he's like, sometimes I just flip through his Rolodex and it'd be like Bobby Orr, Gordie Howe, Wayne Gretzky. Like that's coming to the combine with Matt.
Bob Grove, by the way, and this is hockey, but he is just the man. I interviewed him many times for specials I did in the Penguins because his knowledge is in the story. And Bob Labriola is a great.
People like him and Bob Labriola are unbelievable.
But you'll see a goal and you'll get like instantly, some sort of text or tweet from Bob Grove. That's the first time since March 18th, 1968, that the Penguins have had, and you're like, what?
Yep.
And then he had it like that.
Instantly,
It's just
it's like the same kind of emails that Labs sends us. I'm like, how do you even think of this? Like, where did this even come from? But it's a very unique skill set, and it's been a blast. I think chance we could have one more guest here in this hour.
We might do a little snooping.
Okay, and then final hour we'll play some greatest hits and some of our favorite comments and conversations from the week. But Rob, let's do this. I feel like when you're doing the final show, final couple hours, you got to do the stereotypical biggest takeaway from the week.
I think for me, first of all, just listening to you have to kind of try to be a sponge here and just listen to what everybody's talking about, because everybody here knows far more about this than I do. And, I'd like to think that I have an idea of where the Steelers might go. I mean, I see the roster every day. I've been way more bullish on the Steelers, was last year. Remember, we talked about this up in camp, guys. I was mystified that nobody picked him to make the playoffs. Nobody. And I couldn't, and I still think it's a better roster than a lot of people perceive nationally. So we should know the Steelers, but a lot of guys have a lot of really good insight on the Steelers, and I just think that some of the positions that I think the Steelers could be targeting, safety, inside linebacker, wide receiver, there appears to be very good depth at those positions. How will that influence what they do in free agency? I don't know, but that was one of my biggest takeaways, was just people over these last couple of days, and I mentioned this to Mike Tice, Wes, on Tuesday, if I'm the Steelers and I'm drafting a receiver, it's Casey Concepcion. Now after talking to a couple other guys, that was after we talked to a couple of Matt Williamson's buddies. Now it's Makai Lemon, So, but just the fact that, they could go into this at some positions that I think that they would probably like to. Certainly they want to add at receiver, but would like to add at maybe safety or inside linebacker. That those are one of the things I've learned here, is that those are positions that you could start thinking about in day 2 in the second and third round, where the Steelers will have 4 picks on day 2, and that might be even wide receiver extending into that. That might be fruitful waters from which to fish for the Steelers. Or in which to fish. It's a good question. I think in which to fish. Hey,
now you got me thinking.
If you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime.
Not me. You've never seen me fish. You're starving if you're counting on me with the pole, the fishing pole. It ain't happening. Dinner's not happening.
Matt, same question. Biggest takeaway, biggest kind of thing that you didn't expect to take away from this week that you're now sitting here on Friday thinking about?
Yeah, a lot of the same things Rob touched on. But, to take it a step further, I thought our guests were tremendous, not because I grabbed them, but I just know that they're really knowledgeable people, and I hope all of our listeners got different perspective on the team, these prospects. I definitely did. I think Rob did. I think Mike did. I think you did. But Omar Khan is so good at setting the team up to have resources in the future. The best is yet to come from the offseason, and this team's got a lot of cap space, a lot of picks, a lot of options. I just urge people to think what this roster is going to look like in 2 weeks, let alone after the draft,
That's well said, and I think we've seen so many –
Free agency's like a minute away.
It really is.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to get back to the ranch and next week get back to our normal schedules.
It's like the busiest week of the year, by the way.
And that's what we're going to be
the NFL,
really hitting on.
They're such a machine. Oh. You know what I mean? The Super Bowl ends, and now you have, you're in the meantime, you're talking about college bowl games and East-West Shrine and all these Senior Bowl and all these different things. Then you have the Combine, and everyone's getting stoked about that. And then it's free agency, and as soon as free agency is over, it's the draft, and it's the draft in Pittsburgh. By the way, I'm continuing the excitement tomorrow. I'm going to be going to that film at the Science Center.
Football Town.
The Football Town. I can't wait to see that. But then we got the draft. Not only the draft, but it's coming up in Pittsburgh. And then, that ends, and boom, here, rookie minicamp. Let's go. It's sensational.
I keep thinking I'm going to exhale on my career and get a nap, and that ain't happening.
Yeah, sleep fast.
Right.
Sleep on the way home.
We're stuck in that cycle that all these prospects are stuck here, where you think it's gonna stop, and then nope, and then the next event, and then nope, and then the next event. And Matt and I will be at the owners' meetings in about a month, drafting. I think you'll probably be there for that too, won't you, Kinger?
I will not be there.
Oh,
baseball opening.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Root for our home team. And then the draft, which is going to be a monster as usual. Plus, it's in our backyard, which makes it even more special. Rookie minicamp, OTAs, and then bang, we're all back at Latrobe at the end of July. It happens very quick. The NFL has done it very well.
What are your takeaways?
My takeaways are I'm not completely sold it's going to be a wide receiver. I agree with what you guys said. I'm not completely sold it's going to be a wide receiver at 21. I still, if I'm going to Vegas and it's a roulette table or something, that's the chip I'm putting down. But I don't think that number, that percentage, I'm not as confident in it as I was coming here.
Yep. I think it's
because they're going to add somebody for before that.
Right.
Yes.
I think it's first or second round though.
Yeah, I would agree. It's got to be priority, and I wouldn't even hate to see 2 of those top 100 picks be used on wide receivers. But that was my biggest. I came here not thinking that they were pigeonholed into having to take a wide receiver, but that anything else would be a bit of a head scratcher. I do not feel that's the case now. I think there's some real offensive line options. I think there's some real defensive line options. There'll be some options in the secondary too that they could have that if they want to go that route. So that would be, I think, my biggest takeaway of the last few days that we have spent here on Radio Row inside the Indiana Convention Center. Wes Schuler, Matt Williamson, Rob King with us on this special edition of The Drive as we wrap up, put a bow on this week's proceedings. Final programming here from Radio Row, Wes Schuler and Matt Williamson. It is an earlier edition of The Drive and a special edition of The Drive because we have, of course, the host of In the Locker Room with King and Starks.
Dashing off a message to Missy Matthews as we
Pittsburgh
come back. Yep.
The ever whimsical Rob King.
Whimsical. I did get a little whimsical during the break there.
If we just had Missy here with us, the whole crew
completed. Max was here last year.
Max was here last year. I was cracking up. Did you go to Giordano's with the gang last night?
Yeah. Ate one too many slices.
I know you guys.
I told Stark stories while we were there, of course.
Of course. I know you guys are hip, okay? So I don't mean this like as an insult of like a young person. You know how
Dude, how long have you been around me? You know I'm not hip. Come on.
You guys are hip.
I've never been
Rob
hip.
King, you send me streaming, you send me Apple Music links to stream music, okay?
Yeah, from guys that put out music 30 years ago.
Hip.
Okay,
Matt
all right,
Williamson knows all the best podcasts in the sports sphere.
That's hip.
That's
hip.
Do you guys know how on a lot of social media?
Yeah, but like Guns N' Roses is new music to me.
That's my favorite analogy with Matt is like I'm playing rhythm guitar for Slash. You know what I mean? Like that's the great that's a great place to be.
You're in Paradise City if you're doing that.
In Paradise City.
Yep.
Bob Weir playing rhythm guitar for Jerry Garcia. Where was I going with this? Social media apps, they will give you like memories, like on this day 7 years ago, and it's a picture of you and your daughter in Scotland or something, right? Mm-hmm. I got one today on my Instagram 2 years ago, and it's Moats at Giordano's. Arthur Moats, former Steelers linebacker, former broadcaster on this network, like with the pizza scooper doing the cheese pull of the deep dish.
Yeah, because you have to do that.
The whole cheese is pulling, and the look on his face is like, because that was the first time we took him there.
It did the trick last night.
Well, when you get a slice, and this is Chicago deep-style pizza, Giordano's is a famous Chicago place, and they've got the place here in Indianapolis, and we've gone the last 2 years, and I'm sure you guys have gone many years before that. But you pick
probably
up
about 10 years in a row, I'd say.
You pick up the slice, and the cheese is nowhere in sight. It is just buried underneath sauce and olives and pepperoni, and it is like you caught it. It's like a slice of lasagna.
It's like a slice of lasagna. I mean, two or three is a lot.
One would have been ample. 3 was at least one too many. and Max went full Monty. Right,
he took the whole pie down.
The same pizza.
That's an 8-cut.
The same pizza that
washed it down with a bowl.
By the way, I'm a big eater. Like I eat a lot. I love to eat. I'm a big eater, but that's it.
The same pizza that Matt, Dale, and I shared. Max was like, "I'll do one of those for myself."
Yeah, I'm a cruiserweight. Like if I'm with big eaters, I can be left behind. I'm in the cruiserweight division.
Yeah,
like
Wolf and Max are different.
Right. I would eat with Wolf, and I'm like, okay, I'm not in the heavyweight division. You know, for sure. But that's.
I mean, there's an O-lineman category.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're like Manny Pacquiao or Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean?
I'm moving down to flyweight when I'm not a cruiserweight anymore.
Guys, we continue to have some numbers and measurements and those type of things rolling in here as players continue that portion of this process. On the field stuff going on later tonight. Michael Trigg is a name that we've talked about.
Yeah, you bring him up a lot. I totally get it.
Big, mammoth, athletic, freak tight end from Baylor. 6'3" and 6'8" for height. 240 pounds, 10.5-inch hands, 34.25 arms, 84.5 wingspan, longest arms and wingspan of any tight end in this class.
Wow. And I think he's going to test really well and all that good stuff, too.
Yeah, he absolutely
It's a really
is.
good tight end class. I don't know if the Steelers will dip their toe in that or not, but there's a lot of good ones coming up today.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because they had 4, right? And
Yeah.
most teams carry 3. Some teams even carry 2.
I bet they carry 3.
I'll bet they carry 3 as well,
Yeah.
which means
I know 2 of them are making it.
Do you bring back Connor Hayward? Everybody
I don't know how much this staff will value his immense special teams value compared. That was a Tomlin thing. I mean, he more so than most coaches in the league. He kept 4 or 5 core special teamers, Bruners, Hayward, Pierre before he broke out. I don't know if this staff will look at it the same way or not, but
it's an unknown.
Yeah, but Hayward's valuable as an offensive player too.
The more I watched Connor Hayward, the more I appreciated his game.
Me too.
I mean, that's the way I felt about Connor Hayward. And a lot of people, they have criticisms one way or the other, but you just watch him, and now he's lining up at fullback, and now he's lining up at H-back, and you knew that if anything happened, he could line up at running back, and he's a valuable special teamer. I don't know whether they'll bring him back. It seems like a lot of people seem to think, Jonnu Smith is a foregone conclusion. You brought up Cordero Patterson last year. I think it was you, Wes, that brought that up.
I think that didn't happen until training camp.
The guy that seemed
it was
to
a
be,
lot longer,
right,
but this cap hit would be more savings.
Yes.
They don't tend to make moves until they have to. But
and again, we don't know how this new staff is going to value players. They may look at him and say, "Look, we want to utilize him this way, and we think he's a great." I thought they were going to utilize. I thought he was basically going to be their slot guy. That's what I thought Jonnu Smith was going to be.
Big slot.
Detach him from the big slot, then you can play him at H-back. He didn't seem to be utilized a lot that way. That's how I thought he was going to be utilized. I thought the addition, I was really excited about that addition as part of that trade.
I didn't look at him like a throw-in. I'm like,
no,
that's a valuable
I was like, whoa,
piece.
wait a minute. I was like, that should be. I thought that should have been part of the headline because it wasn't part of the headline. You're skimming down and you wait, they got him too, and it just. But again, so we don't know. Everybody's thought, well, they're going to cut this guy or that guy. Look, just like we said, there's probably 2 guys on the roster that are going to be helped, 2 guys on the roster that are going to be hurt. Most times good football players are good football players, right? Cam Hayward's not going to be hurt by the addition of a new
Watt will
staff.
be just fine. Yeah,
right, yeah. So, Zach Frazier, right, these guys aren't going to be hurt. But there's going to be some guys that, listen, you're more of a fit guy for the other team. You're not quite a fit guy for us, other way around, or maybe somebody that you felt was underutilized or what have you. But the other piece of that we don't know is how they're evaluating players that we either think are going to be cut or we think are on the bubble or what have you. They may be looking at them and saying, look, we're going to utilize this guy differently. And so he may not even – some of these guys that are just blithely being thrown out as cut candidates, we don't know because it's a new staff.
Another thing Wes and I haven't talked enough about, and it could be a good conversation for next week on the drive because free agency's going to be here in a minute, and you keep bringing up Jalen Naylor.
Right.
Which John Ledyard had a really high grade on. I think he makes a ton of sense for the Steelers. But the reason I mentioned that name is think of all the coaches that come from other teams.
Right.
Like Jari Evans might like a offensive lineman from the Saints that we're not thinking about. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
There's
right.
all these resources
Absolutely
that they worked
right.
with last year.
Right.
That don't be surprised if there's connections. Not only were there connections to McCarthy with his staff, there's going to be connections to new additions from that staff.
I think one of the other things, too, and maybe this is me overstating one staff to another, but
it's so new for us how to analyze this,
right,
too.
Right. And Mike McCarthy came in, and Omar Khan said, look, he had a really good knowledge of this team, and he's pretty much up to speed on it. But, up to speed on it, I wonder if that is different or whether the difference is negligible or appreciable even in the margins for a player or two about being through camp with a guy, having seen them at the Senior Bowl and doing the scouting as Mike Tomlin did so much of, and then seeing him up at Latrobe and seeing him practice and all these different things, all these different, how much is that important to it? And as a coach coming in, all you can really do is look at the tape and lean on past.
Sure.
Past
They're gonna ask
relationships.
McCurley
You
and
might,
Arth.
sure,
Right.
You might have some. So I don't know. Maybe that's me. Trying to find something that doesn't exist. I really don't know.
And the coaching fraternity is a small one. I'm sure that they had buddies on the Steelers staff too that are gone.
Right.
Hey, what'd you do with this guy? Or that type of thing.
Sure.
Not to mention Omar and Andy. These guys know exactly how they were used.
That's exactly right. And you wonder if maybe they're going to lean on them a little bit more. Not that you don't lean on them a lot to begin with, but a little bit more because, hey, I didn't have lunch with these guys in the dorm.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk some draft with you, of course. I'm sure this won't surprise you, but in Steeler land, plenty of conversation about wide receivers. We know Mike McCarthy likes to live with 3 on the field. The Steelers currently only have 3 on the roster, and one of them, Ben Skoranek, Pro Bowl Ben Skoranek, special teams, gets upset when you call him a wide receiver because he wants to be known as a football player, not just a wide receiver. So they clearly have some work to do in that position group. There's 3 big names in this class, Tate, Lemon, Tyson. How do you see those top 3, and do you think there's a chance any of them are available at 21 for the Steelers?
Are they your top 3?
Yes, they are. Yeah, and in order. Now, this is with a big asterisk on the first guy because this is all dependent on his medical checks.
You got Tyson 1?
I got Tyson 1.
I love it.
Okay, you're with me on that one?
Yes.
I love Jordan Tyson's game, assuming that the injuries aren't a concern, but they've always been a concern. So that's one where your medical team is going to have to advise you on that. But this is also the thing that opens up the possibility that he could filter down the board. Maybe there, if some teams are trepidatious about that, losing out on tiebreakers to a Lemon, to a Tate, we'll have to see about that. But love Jordan Tyson's game. Again, need to get clearance on the medicals there. But overall, this receiver group is deeper than we thought it was going to be, and it's better than we thought it was going to be. Like this draft class, a lot of the positions disappointed us, like thinking from the summer till now.
Oh, yeah.
Like the quarterback class just
right.
fell off a shelf. The running back class fell. Wide receiver class, one of the very few in this draft that's better than we thought it was going to be in the summer and has better depth. So I think this is a good year to be shopping for wide receiver in the draft.
Okay.
How about in round 2? Is it even better in round 2? Maybe better value for your pick?
There's guys that I like there. Omar Cooper, we'll have to see if he gets there because, if he's now a first-rounder, is that going to be 6 guys? I don't see Denzel Boston falling out of the first round. Certainly don't see Concepcion. But even beyond that, I like Jeremy Bernard from Alabama.
Okay.
Inside-outside versatility. He was on the field at Washington prior to his time at Alabama, under Kalen DeBoer, and that's when they had Roma Dunze and Jalen Polk and
McMillan.
McMillan,
yeah,
and was playing above Boston there. Jeremy Bernard was on that team a couple of years ago. Yeah, Ty Simpson kind of had some struggles down the stretch, and you wonder how much that affected Jeremy Bernard. But I like him. Love Chris Brazel, the size speed freak in this class, 6'5". He's going to run in the 4.4s. Some people even think maybe high 4.3s. We'll see on that. Also love Malachi Fields.
Yep.
Really like Ted Hurst from Georgia State. You guys looking for a sleeper? Yeah.
He's an interesting conversation.
He's going to test a lot better than people think. It's a long-levered, 6'3", 200-plus pounder, and a better athlete than people think. So I think on Saturday, Ted Hurst is going to open some eyes.
Could he be a round 2?
Possibly.
Is that a little? I mean, round 3, you'd be real happy.
Round 3, I think, is more realistic. But if he blows the roof off the building tomorrow, I think that's where maybe back half of round 2 he could have access to that.
Interesting.
Where else do you see value in this draft? What other positions?
Linebacker. It's a really, really good linebacker.
And we're talking
class.
about inside linebacker.
The off-ball linebackers. Yeah. I think that's a really, really good class, really deep. I mean, yesterday, of course, the top guys stole the show. It's Sonny Styles in particular. But the depth of that class is really good. And now a guy like Jacob Rodriguez, he was being projected as a third-rounder coming in here, even though he finished 5th in the Heisman. It's like, he has measurable concerns. Well, it turns out he's a stud athlete, right? And he was doing awesome in the on-field drills.
He just gets his hands on the football all the time.
So instinctive. But again, like also with the good athleticism, and then you wonder after the fact, should there ever been a question of that with the guy that came into college as a 4-star dual threat quarterback? That's what Jacob Rodriguez started at. So it's always been a guy that's a good athlete, as it turns out. But just another thing that's helping out sort of that position group. Another one that people don't talk about as much, but I like it, is interior offensive line, but in particular center. When you consider all the guys from other positions that are have already proven they can play center or are attempting to do it this process, but you had Brian Parker III from Duke, their right tackle, came into college as a center. He is going to convert back to center in the NFL.
Graham Barton 2.0.
Graham Barton 2.0. Trey Zune, similarities. Gray Zabel, kicking inside there. Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech, a guard. But he's been practicing as a center all process. Even Jennings Dunker from Iowa, he is trying to prove this process that he maybe could be an option at center. And then you add
I didn't realize all that. Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of guys getting added there. And then, just the pure centers, the Connor Lews, the Logan Joneses. Like, the center class wasn't terrible, just the true centers. But you start adding in all those other guys, I think this is a better center class than has been given credit for.
And I think for the Steelers, it would be more of that hybrid guy that they would be looking at. They're not clearly with Zach
Frazier.
They're not going to be looking for a pure center, but if you could find a guy in the middle rounds that could be a potential starting guard, but also give you depth at center, even be a quality swing man, that might be something they'd be looking for.
I think Keelan Rutledge might be a name for you guys. Round 3 from Georgia Tech, a really good attitude on that kid, really good athlete, and he has that versatility and was just great at Georgia Tech and at the Senior Bowl. So that might be a guy that we know can play guard, but also has looked good in center at the Senior Bowl.
Absolutely. So weird year in terms of the tackle conversation, because so typically it feels like you have the top couple guys who go in the top 10, 11, 12, and then you don't see a run on any more tackles until day 2.
Yep.
This year, like the exception to the rule where it feels like, Maui Goa, Fanu early, but then you could have some guys in the teens, some guys in the 20s, Super Bowl contending, AFC, NFC championship teams who could get tackles at the end of the first round that we very rarely see. Do you have of that group of the Proctors and all these other tackles? Ian Achor from Arizona State, anyone that stands out to you?
I like Monroe Freeling from Georgia.
Yeah, he's starting to get a lot of buzz.
Yeah, just an insane athlete, and both of his parents were athletes. The on-field athleticism metrics with Monroe Freeling last year, 99.8th percentile on-field athlete with the in-game athleticism with the GPS on that. Just an amazing athlete and an ascending talent. He is not a finished product yet, but could be a guy late first round there. And then I have to say that I like that Ian Achor kid from Arizona State as well. He's new to the sport. He plays mean. He plays like a bully, and he also is a good pass protector. Usually the guys that are newer to the sport, the footwork out there and the technique is, you can get a little cross-legged, on the counter moves and stuff like that. And this guy is a lot smoother than I was expecting watching his tape as the pass pro guy, but I also like him coming forward.
I don't know that the Steelers would go round 1 at O-line, but he's the one I'd love to put at left guard this year and then left tackle next year.
I think that could work, because I think his game absolutely translates to the inside, but whereas some people maybe heading into the process, you think that's how they're sort of seeing him. I absolutely think that guy's a tackle.
He's a tackle.
At the next
left
level.
tackle.
I think he absolutely could play that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because of the pass pro with that athleticism, I trust him on the boundary. So that's a guy absolutely. And with Matt's idea, bring him into the building for a year, get his sea legs under him. Yeah, and then
play some NFL football.
Exactly.
Right.
Maybe make an easier transition there.
I think one of the other things that you just mentioned, I want to ask you about that. This GPS. Look, there's a lot of people, and our good buddy Mike Prizzuto, who was on earlier with us, says, look, and people have called this the underwear Olympics, right? Disparagingly. We all know this has value, but it would seem to me that athleticism you're talking about when you're wearing pads would be a really interesting. This is the first I've heard of it. I mean, is this widely used around the NFL, this athleticism with pads on thing?
More and more. The one team that was the first one to do it is the Rams, that were putting as much or more weight in the in-game athleticism against the combine testing. And of course,
but they haven't drafted well.
What do they do well?
Yeah. A couple years
what
ago, they had that one draft where they didn't have a first-round pick, and I don't think they had a top 50 pick, and they just destroyed that draft.
Everybody. That was the Nakua's
draft,
draft,
the Puka
right?
draft?
Yeah, the Puka draft.
Yeah.
It was just one guy after another, and they're always grabbing guys where then on the telecast it's like, that guy doesn't have good measurables, but he's a really good player. But a lot of times their in-game athleticism is better than their testing.
This is the first I've heard of this. This is fascinating.
So even at like the Senior Bowl, they're putting it up on the scoreboard now. It's becoming real public knowledge.
Wow.
Yeah, and the Rams, they skip the combine now. Now they're the most, I don't know if you'd want to use the word obnoxious franchise with this.
Outlier.
Like we don't outlier.
We'll be kind.
Thank you.
Oh, well put.
Matt's more professional than me, but
they win a lot of games.
They win a lot of games, and they think there's also, like someone like me, I think there's no such thing as bad data. I want to accrue as much as possible. Mm-hmm. That organization, they're choosy with their data, and there is some data that some of us would consider that they would omit. But they care, like I said, care a lot more about the in-game athleticism and their opinion of your tape than they do of your testing scores here. Now Jacksonville has adopted that too. Of course, the GM coming from Los Angeles, so that's becoming more ubiquitous. Less of a presence of a team at the combine, but more getting into your in-game athleticism scores.
Boy, we got trepidatious and ubiquitous.
I noticed that. Right.
Tremendous.
Those dudes from Fargo know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Do you have a day 2 nose tackle that has at least a little bit of pass rush, not just a stump in the middle?
I want to know the answer to this one.
Yeah.
So a little bit of pass rush. Yes. And this guy now I know is going to go on day 2 after yesterday because he did not test well. So this is not a popular name to bring up right now.
Bama?
Big Citrus?
I was going to say Lee Hunter from Texas Tech.
Oh, I like him
okay.
too.
Because
I'd love him to fall today.
He had gotten that steam leading up to this event of people I think Lee Hunter's a first rounder now, but he had a 25th percentile size adjusted testing day yesterday. He barely got off the carpet in the vertical and stuff like this. This is one where it's I don't care. This is a 330-pounder with super light feet. I've seen him knife into the backfield over and over and over again. His athleticism scores, for some guys, and this goes back to the in-game athleticism. For some guys, you care about it. For other guys, you have the confirmation from the tape and how well they move around on the field, and that supports their game, and they're really good with that. That's my opinion of Lee Hunter. So
if he falls into the 50s, sign me up for that.
Yeah, and it's a possibility now with how poorly he tested. I'm curious about the advice that Lee Hunter got. Because in hindsight, he just shouldn't have tested this pre-draft process.
Jump.
Just stood on it.
Yeah.
By the way, and I'm glad you brought that up about his foot movement. We were talking about using the word fluidity earlier today. Look, I know plenty of guys that could jump that I wouldn't consider great athletes, and 100%. I know guys that are fluid who can't jump,
100%.
and I would call them great athletes.
100%. Yeah, I was talking with Corey Yates, the CEO of Real Analytics earlier. I had him on, and I asked him for his biggest sleeper wide receiver, that's at the combine, and he brought up that kid from Incarnate Word, Jalen Walthall, I believe is his name. But he was talking about with his metrics on him, they don't expect him to run well. They were thinking 4.57, 4.58. But his metrics, Walthall's, were really good with separation and then the transition from receiver to runner, the fluidity thing that you're talking about and things that we can't test for here, right? And so that's the stuff that he excels at. It's probably not someone who's going to excel at the testing, but huge production profile at a subdivision level, but huge production profile. And then some of those things that we can't test for but contribute to your athleticism on the field, he is really good at.
That's that receiver you take in the 5th round.
That's
there you go.
That's
There's a sleeper.
Yep.
We got a minute left here, but any quarterback other than Mendoza that you'd be interested in?
Cole Payton from NDSU. I love Cole Payton.
I keep.
Yeah.
Well, you like that neck of the woods too.
I do like it. Yeah. I'm just a couple hours away, so I got to watch him a lot live and stuff like that. But 6'3", 230 pounds. He's going to run in the 4.5s, dual threat, left-hander. He is inexperienced, yes, but this guy has the exact same physical package as Tim Tebow. He is what we wanted Tim Tebow to be. Cole Payton can actually throw down the field. He has really good touch, in particular downfield. He has kind of sort of like Tebow as well, kind of a windmilly type.
Lefties are always weird.
They got weird windups, yeah. And so we're gonna have to work on that a little bit. We got to get the ball out a little bit quicker. He's got to play, the timing stuff because it was over 3 seconds to throw. His average time at NDSU, a little bit of a different system, and also in the FCS level, he could wait it out because he's 6'3", 230 pounds. Danger on the doorstep. I can get out of it.
Sure.
Some of that stuff we're gonna have to teach him the NFL game, but all the physical tools are there in a very bad quarterback class. So I think that kid could rise real quick.
Maybe he hangs out there in Rodgers for a year.
I like that. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? I like that.
Thor Nystrom, Score North, kind enough to lend us some of his time here on Radio Row. Great stuff. Thank you.
Appreciate you, boys. Go Steelers.
Absolutely.
Go Stellars.
Back here in Indianapolis, and our guest and having fun during the commercial break. Going down memory lane.
What's going on
because Nate Tice, football analyst from Yahoo Sports, Dad Mike Tice, we're talking about how he was recruited at Pitt, and Nate was a grad assistant as you were at Pitt, and
much later than me, a little younger.
All of the right. Don't get me started. All of the cross sections of I've covered Pitt for a long time too, and it just
so he
fun
lived
stuff.
Lived on the South Side for 2 years, so he knows the neighborhood.
Yep, knows the hood. Nate, thanks very much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So you're here at the Combine, and just give us an outline of sort of what you're looking to accomplish here personally.
Meeting people. That's really it. But no, really just getting to know some news that's going on. It feels like the whole NFL kind of takes a pause until the Combine happens, and then everyone starts talking, and deals start getting made and like news starts breaking and everything. So they're really just staying on top of that. Just learning some stuff about some of these players as well, and then you're looking at measurements and everything. Like even I won't be here for throwing tomorrow on Saturday, but that's kind of funny. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're not watching throwing?" It's like, I got this thing called film.
Oh boy, don't get him started. I'll
just watch that, and I'll be good to go. And they have pads on and defenders there, and they can help me out. But it's a traits league.
It's not helpful.
I think so. I think football needs all the people on the field. Yeah. No, but the
What you'd like to say?
NFL is a traits league all the way, and that's what the combine is to see what these traits are. But also, it's like really the most important part of the combine is interviews, medicals. And as we see more players kind of not doing all the testing, like, I'm not going to do cones this year. I'm not going to do this. That also is kind of like a nice little thing. I was like, this guy did, like Denzel Boston from Washington. He announced, I'm doing all the testing and I'm doing all the drills. And it's like, okay, a little feather in your cap. Just little things. And I know that's what you maybe want to call narrative scouting, but it's like, it doesn't hurt for these guys when this class lacks such consensus, like especially at receiver. It's a lot of, there's a lot of guys grouped together. Any little of these differentiators to help them stand out, it's going to help them because there's so many different flavors that can kind of go after in this class.
So I listened to your podcast, Football 301. Everyone should check it out. We had Harmon on earlier, and I know just listening to your show as a former quarterback, you have a little bit of an affinity for the big receivers, and I've seen Boston link to the Steelers a lot.
Yeah.
What do you think about Boston at 21 for Pittsburgh? How would he fit in?
Well, and that's what I would start with. What happened last year and even the year before that, George Pickens would get hurt, that the whole offense cratered.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf's not on the field, whole offense craters, and it's not having that receiver to just take some of the help up, and it doesn't have to be an end all be all guy like a true ace. That's why I've kind of. The Steelers have to address the receiver room, but it's like I'm kind of like trying to gauge exactly what would be the right spot.
Mm-hmm.
Boston would be great. It would have been a lot better, actually, I think, in Arthur Smith's offense.
Okay.
But, McCarthy offense, which is more quick hitting and more just a little bit more tempo, like DK's going to be fine in that. Boston, to me, actually isn't maybe the one that I would go pair with him.
Instant separator. You don't see that part.
I love Boston. I really do. But, like, for the Steelers, they already kind of have the big guy. And, Metcalf is more finessey, even though he is a big guy. Boston is that true ball winner type. He's a true X. It's just there's some hat on a hat there that I'm kind of like, okay, they are a team that I can justify going to Mekhi Lemon, who's a little different skill set, works from the slot. I think he matches what McCarthy would like to do a lot more. But
just because they get open quicker?
Quicker, yeah. We're attacking underneath. Having said that, like Carnell Tate's, as of this point right now, once you got to see testing, you got to see everything, but he's my receiver one. But like right behind him is Boston, and I think I'm one of the.
Oh, he's two for you?
For me,
wow.
He's one of the higher guys for me because it's hard to find a true X skill set. So I know I'm kind of talking out both sides of my mouth, but it's just one of these guys that.
But you're scouting generically.
Yes,
scouting
and every team's so
right,
specific and everything. Yeah, and that's the thing too. A guy like Boston to me is more scheme proof in the sense that it's like he fits into a lot because he's an X. I think if like a midline comparison for him would be like Cortland Sutton for the Broncos. Matt Harmon has compared him. He's going to love this because he said it once under his breath, and then now I keep saying it on every other show.
Stealing it?
Yeah. He goes, and I keep making sure. Matt Harmon said this. Make sure you clip this. Is that he said. Like
I steal from Harmon, too.
Oh, no, he's the best. he said like a Diet Coke Mike Evans. And I was just like, okay. Yeah, I know. And I was like, all right. And I'm like, because I'm one of the higher guys on him, so I'm using any ammunition I can get on him. But no, I really like Boston. But I think the Steelers, to address receiver 2, have options more than other teams where I'm like, well, they have to get this guy. There's someone had the Chiefs taking Lemon. I was like, they don't need another slot guy that has to be off the ball. They need size and they need that. So it's like he's more specific while Boston kind of fits all. But the Steelers could take Lemon if that all makes sense. Like they're a little bit, their options are more open at that spot.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about the wide receiver position. So twofold question. First of all, how many of these guys are going to come in and make an impact? Because the Steelers need somebody opposite of Metcalf. Look, I'd like them to develop the guy who then you offer a second contract to 4 years from now when DK's contract comes up. He's your next number one, so that opens up a world of possibilities for me at different positions. But they need somebody that can help them right now. They don't need a guy that is going to project, right? Although I'd like that guy. So how quickly are there separators in this group of 10 or so receivers that are going to go in the first 2 rounds of guys that are more NFL ready, or are more and more guys coming out NFL ready?
I'd say more guys coming out are NFL ready, which is I think also too, like even this year it's getting described as, it's a deep receiver class. It's like I think every class is going to be a deep receiver class because this is the ramifications, the trickle down of 7-on-7 leagues.
Right, exactly.
All right, everyone talks about the quarterbacks. Well, who's catching the football?
And who's covering those guys, right? The corners, too.
Defensive back play has never been better than it is right now. I think as far as tackling in space, as far as understanding rules, defenses are really smart, and I think the defensive backs are really smart and more technically sound than they used to be. So it's not a position – it used to be what? Year 3 is when you see the
exactly
receiver breakout.
Right. That's right. Yep.
And I think this class, if you look at the consensus to kind of top 4, Tate, Lemon, to me, Boston, and then Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. Tyson is the rawest of that group. Casey Concepcion, which would be another guy, you could describe him as a gadget guy, but he's got more receiver to him. And that's actually why I like him. Again, like you brought up size, it's a traits league. I keep trying to beat this over the head to people. He's an undersized guy that I like because he plays like a real receiver. Like he actually can do the outside stuff. He can run a real route tree and all that. But again, it's like those guys, he might take a little bit to transition, have to start gadgety before he becomes more a real receiver. But Boston, Tate, and Lemon, to me, are instant contributors. Not saying Pro Bowl year 1, not saying Jamar Chase, anything. Puka Nacua year 1. Puka Nacua is round 5. But I do think that they can at least be that kind of 800-yard range. They're not messing up play after play. Like, they can actually hit the ground running. So those kind of 3.
I love the people that Matt brings in here, yourself, other experts. So on Tuesday, if I'm drafting, based on who we talked to, it's Concepcion. Today, it's Lemon. Right?
So similar archetype. Garden getting on to Boston.
Okay, right.
I'm a big fan of Boston. I know, but that's the thing. It's like I don't want to dissuade, say like, oh no, it's not perfect for Steelers. It's like Steelers have more options. While, like if the Bills or the Patriots drafted a receiver, I'm like only draft Boston.
Yeah,
like they don't need a Lemon. They don't need a
Chiefs are a good
Concepcion.
example.
Yes,
yeah.
Chiefs are another one. They need Tate. Like it's like they don't need another undersized guy. Well, I think the Steelers, because they have Metcalf and the tight end room as well with Washington, they can go for a different flavor that has maybe more underneath juice, that like just a different type of skill set.
So I know you're on top of the prospects, but you're also on top of scheme and the coaching and play calling and all those type of things, and you touched on it. What should Steeler fans expect going from Arthur Smith to McCarthy?
A lot more quick-hitting passing.
Okay.
that is – I got to see who the quarterback is. That's the other thing.
Let's assume it's Rodgers.
Okay, assume it's Rodgers. Okay, slant flat. So get ready for that. No, but it's as West Coast – it's as traditional West Coast as it gets. And McCarthy actually has gotten kind of like – I wouldn't say underrated, but he's like actually a better play caller and a play designer than I think maybe he gets credit for. He's good. No, it's just a lot of traditional NFL concepts. So you're going to see a lot of quick game. If it is Rodgers, he's going to have more freedom to do like, smoke routes to Metcalf, or he's signaling stuff. He's going to give him that freedom, which is, if that's good or bad, we will see in a few months, assuming
but you're going to get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's going to get it. But it's going to be a lot more gun heavy. It's going to be a lot more, plays at the line. Their attack was never really downfield as much. They didn't really kind of like work a lot of like high-low concepts because Rodgers was not really about that. If you notice, even last year, there's a lot of times he just takes a one-on-one. Even if it's Calvin Austin against an all-pro corner, he's taking a one-on-one. It's like
Valdez-Scantling.
Yes, it's like yes. It's like read it out, read up the trip side. But McCarthy's offense kind of plays into that a little bit too. It's like it kind of morphed into what Rodgers preferred. But that ball was out quick a lot. It was a lot more quick hitters as opposed to Arthur wanting to do more downfield stuff. It wasn't perfect with Rodgers. That's not, but what he wants to do, attacking over the middle.
Do you think Rodgers today fits McCarthy better than he fits Smith?
Yeah,
for sure, right?
Yeah, it's just because that was just at times to me it was a little square peg round hole. And like that example I just brought up where he took the one-on-one, I would see Arthur Smith designing something, and I'm like, it's so like in a classic, you guys know, but like a classic concept, like if you have a trips concept, it's like I can work the trip side against a look, or if I like my one-on-one, I can just take that.
Right.
Rodgers had Devontae Adams a long time,
right.
So he's like,
different, right?
I'm just gonna take the one-on-one, and he like never untrained himself, if that makes sense. So Arthur Smith's like, well, I gotta get to this.
With all this good stuff that you're right.
Yeah. And Arthur also, that offense, ideally, if you looked at what it was in Tennessee and even in Atlanta, whether it was Marcus Mariota, whether it was Desmond Ridder, whether it was Ryan Tannehill, it was play action and then play action with in-breakers. Rodgers doesn't really throw dig routes anymore. He doesn't want to throw picks, and he doesn't want to chase down the pick. Like he doesn't until it gets into 2 minute, and then all of a sudden he becomes a totally different player, like in the 2 minute drills because he lets it loose. So it was never a perfect fit for it to totally unlock each other. So they kind of try to do two different silos, kind of trying to like you do a little of your gimmick and I do a little bit of my gimmick. It's like two wrestlers. Like, all right, get your stuff in, and then I'm going to get my stuff in, and then we'll finish the match. That's what it kind of felt like. It was like, let's just get through this. While McCarthy's just by default, it's going to like work a little bit better, be more cohesive.
Is he going to care about the running game, McCarthy?
Yes and no. Not as much as Arthur. No, that's more of a complimentary thing. It's West Coast. It's pass to set up the run, as opposed to, like Arthur is run, and then we're going to launch stuff down the field. So it's going to be more horizontally attacking, and then the run game is going to be more, spread look running.
But we're definitely see more receivers on the field and fewer tight ends.
Yes, that's generally what he would do, at least in Green Bay. And I mean, they had the skill players for that. So again, but also in Dallas, he was the same way as well.
With fewer tight ends and more receivers, there's also a lot of talk about, hey, we don't want to flush Pat Freiermuth. He's here for a reason. They paid him for a reason. Last year was a regression across the board. What do you see for him?
Freiermuth? It's one of these things where he doesn't have that plus attribute. Like, he's like a fine blocker. He's like a fine receiver. I did think that the times that he stepped up was, again, those 2-minute drills, especially attacking down the seams. And I think it was just Rodgers just kind of just didn't work to him. I think Freiermuth is like a solid starter. That's how I view him kind of nationally. And I think the thing is that it doesn't have that standout aspect to his game that kind of just like, oh, yeah, he has to be on the field to run this route, or it has to be on the field. And Rodgers played favorites. And then Darnell Washington was obviously a favorite of his. And then even running back-wise, Kenneth Gainwell was a favorite of his. And I think Freiermuth was like, just ended up being kind of taking that, like not the favoritism a little bit, kind of like dropped down the rank, kind of just didn't get the usage that you would see. But I do think he's like fine and solid. I want to see more downfield stuff from him. He's attacking the seams, and corner routes and everything. But if Rodgers is the quarterback, he might not really see that. Yeah,
right. By the way, I went full scale squirrel, like a dog on the word slant. Yeah. Because I didn't see a lot of those on 3rd and 2 And, we've been talking a lot about Jacob Downs, who's not a free agent with Indianapolis, Wan'Dale Robinson, one of these guys that just, look, not a lot of huge yard per catch for Wan'Dale, better this year for the Giants with the absence of Neighbors, but just a guy who can move the sticks for me, a guy who can quickly beat somebody off the line. I know they want big physical receivers, but is there a market for that for the Steelers, getting that guy that can just help you move the sticks?
Yeah, and that's where even the discussion about Lemon. That's what Lemon's like, a souped-up Wan'Dale. And that's kind of like that skill set that I think is what they want in this offense.
Do you think it's lacking on the Steelers roster?
Yeah, well,
okay.
Just look at the receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, because that was the thing is Rodgers wasn't pushing the ball last year, so if you're not going to push the ball far, like he truly had one of the lowest. I think you actually reached out to me about this. I meant to send it to you, but he had one of the lowest air yards relative to the sticks.
To the sticks, I did find
it.
Yeah.
Period. One of the lowest you'll ever see. It was like him
since they've charted it.
Yeah. So since 2016. And it was him, like an Alex Smith with the Commanders. And it's like, that's not a good area to be in. And if you are going to attack underneath, you need guys that can create yak. And so that, to me, is like, that's why you want the Lemons of the world, those guys, as opposed to Boston, who's a downfield ball winner. DK actually works because one of DK's best routes.
He's not a ball winner.
No, he's not.
I've been telling people that.
It always messes with people, like what he plays. He's a slant guy. Like that's what he's best at, is like quick hitters. Like, and that he's not what people think he actually is. But that's, if Rodgers is going to play this way, you then need guys that post Rodgers can contribute, but even in this little timeline, that hey, we can take this 2-yard slant route or 2-yard flat route that we're going to throw a bubble, and he can create a first down of it. He can be the Randall Cobb of this offense. That's what this offense
that's a good
really
call.
is.
Yeah,
the Randall Cobbs of this offense, not just Jordy Nelson.
I know you're more offensive, but are you dialed in with Patrick Graham at all? What they can expect defensive changes?
Yeah, I've always really respected Graham. He's kind of been like the defensive coordinator on a lot of bad teams, and always
a lot of bad players.
A lot of bad players.
Not great head coaches.
And
either.
At the end of the year, you look and he's like, oh, they were like 14th and DVOA and all these advanced stats. I'm looking at, and then you watch it, like they're really sound. They do, like when he was with the Giants. That was the first time he caught my attention. It was when he was with the Giants, and he was doing some cool stuff with Bradbury, James Bradbury, and just how they were doing a lot of cover 2 rotations that a lot of other teams do now. He has Patriots background, but he doesn't. His style is not very Patriotsy. It's kind of his own thing. But
what I've gathered though is he will change week to week.
I was
like
going to say he adapts.
Okay,
that's what I think. That's my biggest compliment I give to him, is that he is a very good game player. Like as far as week to week, like he'd be great for playoff football. That he's just never gotten to coach in those games.
So, bad teams.
Yeah. No, but he would. Like him and a guy. I'm not even saying it's a 1-to-1 comparison, but as far as like how good they are week to week with their third down stuff is like Lou Anarumo, in the sense where it's like, okay, this week he's doing this thing. This week he's leaning into this way. Sometimes they get caught because it's like, okay, the game plan wasn't great, but he's adaptable. And I think that's why I like Graham a lot. No, he's always been kind of like
I think the Steelers haven't traditionally been very adaptable on defense.
No, running the same coverages for 15 years. I mean,
Yeah.
they get beat by the same. I mean, I know
People
now,
have caught
it's
on.
gone out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're getting beat by the same routes every single time. They're doing spot drop, and there's the ball going over Wilson's head, right in the seam again. Graham adapts. So like even last year, Pete Carroll comes in. They try to do some hybrid stuff, and then you could tell by the end of the year when Pete was kind of losing power there. It's like, okay, that defense kind of got a little more Grammy in a good way. But no, I really like him. But what I've seen is more too high stuff. But again, it's hard to say that that's what he does because he changes it depending on his personnel.
Nate Tice, Yahoo Sports football analyst, has been our guest. We could, again, talk with you all day, but I know you got other people beating down the door for you. Thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
We are back at the Combine in Indianapolis here on Steelers Nation Radio. Really, really happy alongside Mike Purzuta and Matt Williamson, myself, Rob King, to be joined by John Ledyard of Audibles and Analytics and Yin's No Ball.
Wait, Yin's No Ball.
Yin's No Ball. I'm learning things,
Steelers
and I
podcast,
cannot wait to check that out. I'm totally fired up about that. John joining us now. First of all, thanks for being with us. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Totally appreciate you guys having me on. Always a pleasure. Combine tradition, but I haven't been here in a couple years.
I haven't seen you in the last couple of years, right?
Yeah, so it's good to be back for sure.
You going to get up to camp this year and stuff again, too?
I hope so. My full-time job kind of interferes with the being able to get to camp consistently, but I usually, if I can get one day off, I usually try to get up there with at least the family and see some
That's
camp.
cool.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And you're not that far away there?
No, yeah, we're about from Latrobe. It's actually really close for us. We are only about 25 minutes from Latrobe, from St. Vincent, so it works out well when they're in training camp. We see it a lot easier than when they're in the season.
Yeah. So, John, I wanted to ask you, I think that for the Steelers, the analogy I've made, and I don't think they would – I think they would agree with this, is that wide receiver to this team is what defensive line was last year. They're going to get probably 3. I would guess 1 in free agency, 2 in the draft. Knowing that, I don't know whether they're going to go first round or second round. So for me, because there seems to be some depth at the wide receiver position, I don't know if we want to talk about the wide receiver position first, but but for me, what's interesting too is what would be their next position? Would it be offensive tackle? Would it be safety? Yeah. Would it be inside linebacker? I suspect, and I don't know as a lot of people are thinking about, I would suspect safety would be pretty high on their list of wants. And so you've seen this safety class. Ideally, a free safety, rangy guy who can make plays in the back end would be a wonderful addition. Not only for the Steelers, but the other teams in the league would be looking for him too. So, does that guy exist only in the first round, or could the Steelers get a guy like that beyond? And what are some names maybe they could be looking at?
Yeah, I do think you're right, by the way, Rob, that the Steelers looking at safety seems to be just asking around and kind of getting a feel for the vibe. It seems like, quarterback, of course, wide receiver, safety, though, which actually may inform us some, if Jalen Ramsey is going to be on this team, which I think he will be, may inform us some about the fact that they might be moving him back to corner, nickel, something like
We've
that.
We've been leading that way all week.
Yeah,
just reading the tea leaves. I think he's a slot corner next year.
It feels like he might be.
Yeah.
I think when you look at the safety group, there's 3 guys that really stand out as probable first rounds or top 32 type of picks. Whether you have them graded there or just they're going to end up there because of how the draft kind of slots out at other positions. But I think obviously Caleb Downs is going to be off the board by the time the Steelers pick. Dylan Thieneman from Oregon is another player that's really interesting. I would say if you're looking at just true free safeties in this class, guys who play on the deeper halves of the field and when you're too high or single high with real range to the sideline. If you watch Dylan Thieneman at Purdue before he transferred to Oregon, you see a guy sits in the middle of the field and reads it out really fast. So he's breaking on throws down the sideline from a single high alignment before the ball's even thrown. And it's like really great feel for everything happening on the field. Now, that's not as prevalent in today's football as it was even 10 years ago, just being static, having a guy parked in the middle of the field the Earl Thomas way. Like, that's not exactly.
We saw a lot of it with Minka.
We did, exactly.
And new staff, though, right?
And the Steelers have been traditionally one of the last teams that kind of change with the times. But I would say Thieneman's one. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, interesting player. I think might be off the board as well. There's a lot of buzz about him.
He's a Toledo guy, if people don't remember.
Yeah, the Toledo safety. The other guy that's really interesting is LSU safety A.J. Halsey. He's the rangy guy. When you describe the way you described it, Rob, is exactly what A.J. Halsey is. If you watch just his interceptions from this past season at LSU and last season as well when he was at Houston, you're thinking, oh, my goodness, this guy's going top 10 for sure. Now, there's some other rough parts of his game.
He's
tackling.
big, too,
yeah,
for a free.
That's the thing. He's 6'2", 224, he told me he played at last
Wow,
year. Like,
as a free safety, yeah.
Right, but he doesn't really play in the box that well. He's okay there. Tackling needs some cleanup. He can get beat at times. Man coverage stuff is a little bit rough if you ask him to step in the slot. today's safety position in the NFL is all about versatility. I don't think he has much versatility, but if the Steelers are going to park somebody as a deep safety, he might be the guy.
He's a day 2 player for you, right?
He is. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So the guy. And that's interesting, right? Because I think these are all sliding scale. What do you do in free agency, and what are you going to get at wide receiver? But I keep going back to this. I've gone back to it all week. Just scouting report. I'm not watching tape, but I'm just looking at scouting reports, and I'm like, this McNeil Warren guy looks like he could do both. Like he could be the rangy free safety. He could come down to the box. Sounds like he's got an attitude. Sounds like a nice player.
Who likes the Mac guys better than Pittsburgh?
I know, exactly. That's why you think they might be inclined to him. He's also got some swagger to him. I don't know how much that'll change. Mike Tomlin always valued the swagger part. I don't know if that new regime will feel like value it as highly. But I would say with McNeil Warren, interesting thing about him on tape is that he also has a lot of really high-end plays, and I think he can do a little bit of everything, which is valuable and probably a little bit different than Halsey in that way. The big difference, I would say, McNeil Warren has some really odd, kind of sloppy tendencies on tape. Like these things weren't coached out of him. I'll give you an example of one of them. If you watch McNeil Warren on tape, watch how many times he is like messing with his helmet or his mouthpiece or his face mask before the snap, almost like a nervous tick. I don't think that's what it is, but he's doing this constantly before the snap to the point that he's a beat late to everything because he's messing with his helmet constantly. I watched the first game of the season. I'm like, this can't
he's like
continue.
ADD or something
it's
strange.
Really funny.
Yeah.
I think the equipment guys can get him a helmet that fits, though. You know what I mean? With the Steelers, right?
Week 1, I was like, this can't continue all season. No, last game of the season I went to. Same thing. He actually goes into the box to take on a block with one hand on his mouthpiece. He takes on the block with one hand. It's like, I've never seen this kind of like, so it's just little things
and a beat
like
late
that.
in the MAC might work.
That is
against the Ravens, it doesn't.
So it's just very interesting stuff with him where, like,
I'd love to sit down with him and see what's going on.
Exactly. If it's coached out of him, then I think like he can be a really good player. But he has some other things like that with tackling and just like where his eyes are each snap and like how much of the full field he processes at once. Whereas I think little assignments he does a much better job with. So interesting player, but a player I'd want to sit down with.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys ask the questions. I just have one more question. Is there a drop-off point? Is there – okay,
it is
if you can't get one of these 3 safeties – and you could evidently you could get quality in rounds 2 or 3. But is there a drop off? Are those 3 first guys you mentioned? Hey, these are the first round guys, and if we don't get them at 21, let's move on to another position and address that later in the draft.
For me, there's a huge drop. You pull some of the other analysts around here, they would tell you I think it's a deep safety class. There's lots of like the day 2, like they would say Genesis Smith and Zakee Wheatley from Penn State, and like some of these other guys are like really like clear day 2 guys, like top 50, top 60 guys. I have those guys more day 3. I
watch Genesis Smith and don't understand anything.
I don't either.
He doesn't look like a football player.
No, I agree with you completely. I have him actually as a cross-off. I would not draft Genesis Smith, and I think most people have him in at least the top 75. So a little bit difference from me and other. I think the USC guys, Bishop Fitzgerald's getting some hype. I think Kamari Ramsey is getting some hype. I think Ramsey might be a nickel, and I don't know how physical he is. Fitzgerald's a day 3, special teams, try-hard guy. Wheatley I like from the demeanor, but there's just too many issues, I think, with the profile. And then all the different things the safety needs to be able to do, I think he's just really limited at all of them. So to me, the class falls off more than maybe for other people that you might ask about it. I think it's pretty much those 3. Halsey is really interesting to me. Maybe some of these nickel guys, Keontae Scott from Miami, Traden Stukes from Arizona, maybe they make the transition to safety where they played more in the nickel. It's kind of a hybrid position in today's league. But I see it as those 4 and then kind of a pretty big drop-off to everybody else.
It appears that the new defensive staff's still going to play a fair amount of single high, or middle of the field closed. Maybe not the same degree of the Minka days or whatever. Who knows? It's still kind of to be determined. But to me, if they take a safety at 21, I would bet it's Thiemann.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
He definitely fits
for that reason, because Elliott's going to be the strong.
Yeah,
right.
And Halsey is also an interesting Steelers type pick because they've always valued the turnovers, and I would say again his turnover reel is like really impressive. So
if
I'm
you're
just
mostly going to keep him in deep middle, then now you're talking, right?
I could see them liking all 3, Theana and McNeil Warren as well. I could see them liking all 3 of them. They honestly all kind of fit the profile of what they're looking for. But I would be surprised if maybe Thieneman has gotten a lot of top 20 buzz recently, and I wonder if that's pretty real.
And people think he's going to test really well. He's not just a sneaky athlete.
He's going to test well,
yeah.
He's going to test well, yeah.
He's fair-skinned.
Yeah. So
I picked up on that.
With the you're always trying to balance the board. You don't want to be reaching at 21, and I've brought up this question many times. What would have happened last year if the Bengals, right before the Steelers, took Derek Harmon? Now what do you do? Where would they have gone with the draft? Because I can't imagine them taking a defensive line. They might have traded down. They might have drafted a different position. I don't know the answer to that. I might never know the answer to that. But if you're at 21, are you thinking, and let's say you say, okay, safety and receiver, those are the two positions we need. Are you more apt to get a quality starting, contributing as a rookie, right away, receiver in the second round or safety in the second round? So you're going to draft, if you went in thinking we want to draft receiver, safety, and how do you think that breaks down?
Right. It's tricky. It's the Artie Burns principle, right? When William Jackson goes off the board right in front of you, don't Artie Burns it and reach in the draft, and then you kind of get yourself into trouble for the next guy. Yeah, I think it's a great question. I would guess that wide receiver would be the position that's probably more plentiful. If you don't go there in round one for whatever reason, you take another position. I would think wide receiver would be more plentiful in this class. I think this is a class where wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 10 are going to be way closer than in most classes. I think parity is kind of – we always want to tier everything before the draft and rank everything.
Right, we do.
Fans want a very streamlined way of kind of thinking about it should go in this order, and we know it never does, but – I also think that it's just sometimes not that kind of class. Like, it's a kind of class where everybody's more tightly grouped together in terms of ability, and I think that that's how it's going to play out. I bet you'll see really comparable players in round 2 to round 1 in terms of their skill set. There's not a huge distinction on tape, but they're all good players. The bigger thing at wide receiver is going to be who fits what I want to do offensively, because wide receiver currently in the NFL is so much different than it was even 10 years ago, where you're size and speed on the outside and how much can we stretch the field. We have seen average depth of target come down in the league. We have seen middle of the field passing be like the barometer for successful offenses. Intermediate area passing 10 to 19 yards, between the numbers passing, all that kind of stuff. Who can live in that area of the field? Typically, it's wide receivers who see the field really well, more defenses and coverage rotations after the snap than ever before. So who sees the field well? Who's cerebral wide receiver? Puka, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're seeing all these guys kind of emerge that can do those kind of things well, whereas 10 years ago, they wouldn't have been the profile people were looking for. Now that profile's changed some. So I think it's good news for guys like Makai Lemon and Omar Cooper and Elijah Surratt from Indiana. Like, I think those guys kind of have that game that adapts and fits really well to the NFL, even if the upside might not be sky high.
How about if I wanted to wait until round 3 to get a defensive tackle?
Yeah.
Am I pounding rocks? Or?
First of all, good decision to wait, because this class doesn't have – when you think about defensive tackle, last year they got in all kinds of trouble in the league, right? Because you see the Lions, for example, to use them, they're in a window where they're ready to win a Super Bowl last year, right? Like, that's their goal and their objective. They take Tyleik Williams in the first round, at the end of the first round. Fine football player, but but a value isn't a first-round value.
Not enough pass rush, right?
Yeah, they needed a first-round value player. They missed it, and it really hurt them last year. They didn't have enough juice to be able to do the things they wanted to do defensively. So it's fine to take these run stuffers, these types of defensive tackles, which this class is plentiful for, right? Caden McDonald, Lee Hunter from Texas Tech, all these kind of guys. But the value on them needs to be appropriate. Otherwise, you end up with Kenneth Grant in Miami in the first round in the top 15 picks, and then Jordan Phillips in the 5th round is outperforming him, who you took in the same draft.
There's a lot of them.
Exactly. You have to make sure what you're getting at that. So, and answer your question, Mike, there is in this class, I think, the types of defensive tackles that you want to value in the middle rounds, a lot of those guys. If teams start reaching and taking some of these guys, the Lee Hunters, the Caden McDonalds, these guys who have a defined skill set, Dante Corleone, these guys are of defined skill set. They're really good for that role, but that role in today's NFL is about 25, maybe 30 snaps.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
It's a value proposition,
right? And I think the Steelers are positioned to be able to do that because they like Y.A. Black. That could allow them to move Benton to tackle. And, of course, they've got Harmon and Cam. So a guy that, maybe the 3rd round is worthy of that 25 to 30% snap count if he can really be a good player?
Yeah, I think so, and I think there's guys like that in this class. McDonald's probably one of those guys, Ohio State connection, all that stuff. Now, people talk this time of year, he's going to go in the end of the first round, and maybe he does. I mean, it is really hard to say at this position. You'll have big swings year to year. Last year, they all went higher, I think, those types of players. Other years, they've all gone lower. I mean, we remember when Andrew Billings fell in the draft. It was like, whoa, he's going in round 4. That's crazy. Those teams were like, we don't think he can rush the passer. And so it seems like there's really really dramatic swings with it. So hard to say who will be there. But I like McDonald. I think he's a good run stuffer. I think what you have to watch sometimes is blocks on his angle will get him and drive him off the ball. His vision needs to improve. I think a lot of playing in the inside is how fast you react and then how fast you see everything. Do you sense where the blocks are coming from? Can you recognize them enough to be able to counter the concept the offense is running? I think he can improve a little bit in that way, but he's the kind of guy you want in the locker room too, which I think will matter a lot to Pittsburgh. And the other part of it is he's talked about the Ohio State connection and the relationships he already has with people in Pittsburgh. So that's one I think that will probably make a lot of sense. Similar to how Zach Frazier, everybody kind of knew it.
Right.
And going up to it, that it would make sense. This one's one that I think I'd have circled.
How about day 3 tackles, offensive tackles?
Oh, my goodness.
Is there a project? Like,
I would love to have, like, the kid from William and Mary last year, Will Grant.
Yeah.
Just sitting around for a year.
A lump of
and
clay
learn.
that you don't have to start him this year, but maybe next year you can put him in there.
Yeah, it's interesting because you are going to be able to probably find guys like that. Where I'm at with the tackle class right now is that I think there's a lot of guys that fit the description that are probably going to go way higher because the class.
There's a tax on tackles, right? Yeah.
And the class
last year was insane.
I mean, you can watch all the edge guys in this class and then watch what happened to tackle in college football, and it's like makes the edge guys so hard to evaluate because all the tackles are bad, and so you're just like, what do I do with these guys? And so I think there will be. I mean, where these guys will go in the draft, I think remains to be seen. Like Spencer Fano is going to go high, right? It looks like Monroe Freeling from Georgia is going to go high. I thought this wasn't
happening this year.
And so,
we get a bunch of them. Oh, yeah, it's the best part of this combine.
Some shrimp cocktail?
Yeah, you can't eat it on the air. You won't be able to talk.
Yeah, that's true.
We got one for you.
My voice will dramatically change.
Oh, yeah. You won't be a good guest anymore. That's after we get a break.
So, yeah, I think there's guys in the class at tackle that you can look at in day 3, and we'll see. This process will help determine who's the project guys. You know, there's a guy named, his last name's escaping right now, but Bacon, so his name from Purdue, that's like a really toolsy day 3 type of tackle that start off the year really rough, hasn't played much football. Those are the kind of guys, though, I value a little bit more than guys who've played a ton of football because sometimes a tackle, when you've played a lot of ball and you're not very good, Broderick Jones was honestly kind of an example of this, like guy who played a lot.
Bad habits.
But bad habits. Like it's harder to unteach stuff and
so
then
much
teach
muscle
it.
memory at that position.
Alejandro Villanueva we saw up close here. You think about Jordan Mailata. Some of these guys right now, Ben Chagwuma and Tampa Bay is a guy, that third tackle there, they're developing. So sometimes not having the bad habits really helps you at tackle, and that's where I think Bacon would be in this class.
Ideally, you'd like to find value, right? And I think the Steelers, we've talked about this a lot. I think every year now they're going to add somebody to that defensive line. It would make sense maybe to look for that nose tackle type this year if you don't find a guy you love early. We've talked about an interior offensive lineman. Just keep adding them. You never know when a guy
can
develop into a good player.
No matter what. Yeah.
The other position that I think would be maybe sneakily on their radar would be inside linebacker. Because Cole Holcomb's going to be a free agent. I think Malik Harrison is considered a cut candidate for a lot of people. Patrick Queen's going into the last year of his deal. I would think if you could find somebody, you got to win this year, so maybe that's not a first or second round pick, but maybe it is a third round pick. Can you find a guy like that? And if they found one with Peyton Wilson, can you find a guy like that in the third round?
Yeah, this is a really good linebacker class. That's the exciting part. Now, some of those things are going to require – there's going to be some development needed for some of these guys. And, like, I think of a Jake Golday from Cincinnati, a guy who played kind of like in the overhang, like a big slot type of a role. And I think transitioning to a full-time stacked backer is going to be difficult. Peyton Wilson was in the similar kind of role, and transitioning has been an adventure for him. I think he still has a lot of promise, by the way. I'm hopeful that with a new regime there can be more patience with Peyton Wilson. I think he had a really tough lift last year with how much – and I like Keanu Benton, but how much Benton was in his lap on a regular basis. Like, it's hard to play linebacker when you're still learning to play stack backer, and that's the position you're in consistently. So I'm still excited about his future, but you're exactly right. Malik Harrison probably not going to be a part, and nor should he be, I think, based on his play last year. Mm-hmm. Patrick Queen, contract year. That's one to watch, I think, this offseason. I know it's been floated. Maybe they could release him. I think he would be a player that they'd be interested in trading. At his age, he should still have trade value. He's not a perfect player.
If you're not going to extend him, if you already know that.
If you already know that and you're not going to extend him, are you really so gung-ho on this year, like we got to have him this year, but we don't want him long-term?
it
and
seems
it is a good linebacker draft, don't you
it's
agree?
a good linebacker class.
Well, then you'd need to get one in free agency, a Devin Lloyd or somebody. You'd have to fill that void.
Yeah, exactly.
Lloyd would be more expensive than Queen.
Yeah, probably, but maybe they think he's a better player.
I think he's a better player.
Yeah, probably, and they're willing to go there. Sort of. Nakobe Dean's another one really interesting. What does Patrick Graham kind of value too in this role? I think is going to be really important. He's not had great linebacker play in recent years, and perhaps that's something where he's like, man, I need this specific guy to be my off-ball linebacker in the class. That, I think, is the sneakiest round one possibility for the Steelers that isn't being talked about enough.
Yeah,
even that early in the draft, because I think when you think about a guy like C.J. Allen, maybe could be there from Georgia, a player whose tape I absolutely love, who needs a little bit more development, but really good potential. Then you go later in the draft to Jake Golday as, like, again, athletic, developmental type of player. I'm not high on Anthony Hill from Texas, but other people are in that day 2 range somewhere. Jacob Rodriguez is not really who the Steelers would typically take, maybe, but he tested really well today, and
he makes
I think
a million plays.
The
right?
tape's really good.
Yeah,
the tape's better than Golday, better than Hill, I think, and now the testing's better than them. Like, sign me up. I think there's a lot there. So it's a really good class. I think they will draft one sometime in the first 3 or 4 rounds.
Interesting.
So we mentioned free agency. They're obviously going to add people between now and the draft. There's a couple safeties I like. Cook at Kansas City. The Colts have a guy coming off the first contract. And there's a lot of receivers. I mean, they're going to. I'm sure they're going to add a receiver of some sort. I don't know if they're going to trade for Brian Thomas or A.J. Brown or maybe sign Romeo Doubs. Is there a veteran receiver that you have your eye on? Ayuk, DJ Moore.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of guys that could be on the move.
There are a lot of guys. The guys that are trade candidates right now, I'm really cautious on pretty much all of them. I'm trying to think.
DJ Moore scares the heck out of me.
Yeah, he scares the heck out of me. He doesn't do the little things well. He's sort of like let himself go a little bit on the details of the position. Like, I'm get scared by that. I definitely get kind of scared even by an A.J. Brown proposition. Like, is he fully
slightly
healthy?
declining.
Is he declining? Is it the right time? Brian Thomas maybe, like, that one is interesting because there was this, after rookie year, and then this past year was so disappointing. And I also wonder if he's, like, too similar to Metcalf. Like, at some point, you just need a guy who knows how to play wide receiver. And it's telling that the Jaguars were like, we're going to run a grown-up, real person offense. And then they went out and they went out and got Jacoby Myers. They started playing Parker Washington. Brenton Strange became the guy the offense ran through. And it's like, that's telling to me that they phased him out when the offense matured. The Steelers' offense needs to mature. They ran like kind of a fake offense a lot last year, at least in the passing attack. It was kind of a BS type of passing attack, I think. And so, players that can do those kind of things are who I'm really interested in, who can do the kind of stuff I described, be a cerebral player, read the defense, make the right decision, catch the ball reliably. Like, they've been missing those types of things at wide receiver, those types of traits at wide receiver. Not really who Pickens is, not really who Metcalf is. Deontay Johnson was hard to be reliable. So I'm interested in Dobbs.
Romeo Doubs is it. The other guy, that a totally different kind of player, but Wan'Dale Robinson.
Yeah.
Just a little guy that can get in and move the sticks for you.
Like that guy a lot.
Highly productive, but
Highly productive.
But Dobbs is a bigger guy. I think the Steelers want big guys. They want big guys at that position, and Dobbs is a big guy.
Yeah, what I like about Dobbs is the release package is all pro caliber. Like the way he gets off line of scrimmage against press coverage, the red zone work. If you watch just his low red zone work in Green Bay, unbelievable creating separation. That's a valuable area of the field. The Steelers need a difference maker there. That third down stuff, the red zone stuff, that matters for him. There's some inconsistencies in the overall profile with him, I think, but again, you're taking some sort of a shot. This isn't a great free agent wide receiver group, so you'd be taking some sort of a shot. But he's one I think the upside play would be worth it for Pittsburgh. Wan'Dale Robinson is really interesting because he's pretty much only a short area of the field receiver, but exactly like you guys said, like that's kind of like what they need. And then he's really fun after the catch too. He's harder to get on the ground than anybody gives credit for. I think he has like the highest missed tackle forced rate amongst wide receivers, something like that. Like he's just been really, really elusive and fun after the catch. So what's the price tag on him? Because I don't think he can scale up in his game at all. Like he doesn't do anything.
He is tiny, if people haven't noticed.
Yeah. But so what is the going rate for a player like that who there's not a whole lot of players like that right now in the league? And so I'm really kind of curious to see what that is. I don't want to overpay for him, but if the price tag is kind of less than what you're seeing out there, then I would be interested in him as well.
I'd like to see Metcalf Dobbs in a second-round pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is I think that would be great.
Yeah.
By the way, Jacob Downs for Indianapolis reminded me of him too. Like,
you
have all the guys on the outside, and then it's like 3rd and 4, and he comes up with a 5-yard reception. You're like,
Speaking
I'd
of
like,
Indy,
I'd
though,
like to have a guy like that.
I wouldn't mind prying Pittman away.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that either. I like Pittman.
Another good player. I think if he can just continue to play above the rim at the level he's at, I think he's never going to be like unbelievable, but he's got to play above the rim and just catch the ball consistently. That's the biggest thing with him lately. He just hasn't been like as dominant in those areas, but we've seen flashes of it. We know he's capable. We saw it in college. So I think if he can get back to some of that type of play, he'd be a really good difference maker.
They're going to re-sign him, I think.
I don't think.
You don't think so? Didn't the guy from the Colts tell you that they thought they were going to try to squeeze him in?
Yeah, he also thought Richardson was in the long-term plans, too. So
okay,
as we all do with teams, we can be a little short-sighted with our favorite
One
teams.
other receiver that I wanted to throw out there because of the connection with Brian Angelichio is Jalen Naylor, another guy who – and, again, if you're looking I'm not a scout. You are. You're paying attention to these things. You look at a guy. Maybe there's just not. There's too many mouths to feed up there. Maybe he's a guy with some upside. I don't know. What do you think about
massive upside?
What do you Michigan State
more
guy.
upside than you can fathom.
What do you think about a guy like that?
His nickname is Speedy. What else you need to know? It's 3-cone time.
I think. When I made the free agent list for the Steelers, like who are the two wide receivers jumped out to me. Dobbs, who we talked about. Jalen Naylor was the other one.
Okay.
The reason why, when I watched Jalen Naylor last year, I thought, I get what you said, like just is there enough targets to go around for this guy? And last year I think it was more of a they should be able to use this guy more than they do. And the quarterback play was maybe dead last.
I think it was the worst in the league.
I mean, it was literally that bad. And if you watch him though, he gets out of the top of his route at a elite level. Now the rest of the game matters too. Mm-hmm. Can you do it on the outside? What's the down the field stuff look like? You mentioned the speedy nickname. I think there's more he can do there. But he got out of the route really well on the break stuff, right? Any horizontal breaks in the route created the space really well at the top of the route. Caught the ball really well last year too. Caught the ball really well last year. Along the boundary, caught the ball really well last year. So there's a lot of things. To me, he's the guy. Those two are the ones I want to see. Like both the offenses they came from didn't prioritize their role a whole lot, but they showed a lot of talent, Dobbs and Naylor. They're the ones I would be like, look, nothing's a guarantee in this class. I want to stay away from the older guys. Who are the second contract guys that like are young enough?
Which is their philosophy usually anyway.
It should be, yeah. It should be, yeah.
There was a play several years back against Rutgers. Kenneth Walker was playing for Michigan State. He was running all over Rutgers. And he broke like an 80-yard run. And from the 40-yard line in, Naylor was running with him, and they high-fived at the 20-yard line.
I remember that.
While Walker was running into the end zone. I mean, this is theater. We got to bring back. Imagine Jalen Warren breaking one with Speedy Naylor.
Naylor might be ahead of him if they did that because he's a little faster.
Yeah, John Ledyard, man, this has been an absolute thrill from Audibles and Analytics. Also, Yins No Ball. Can't wait to check that out. Yeah. Thanks so much for spending some time and sharing your knowledge with us.
Thanks, absolutely. John. Always a blast to talk ball with you guys. I appreciate it.
On your 24/7 home of the Black and Gold, Steelers Nation Radio.